Invented traditions, archaeology and post-colonialism, in Palestine-Israel. Nur Masalha. Part I. The Bible, Zionism and the Invention of Tradition. I. The Bible is our mandate *, Zionism, the Hebrew Bible and the Palestinian Catastrophe, 1881–1967 15. A Biblical Prophecy and Christian Imperialism, Christian Zionism, Armageddon Theology and the Battle for Jerusalem AD 5. Part 2. From the Secular to the Sacred. 3. From Secularism to Messianism, the Theology and Geopolitics of Neo-Zionism, 1967–2006 135. 4. Jewish Fundamentalism, the Bible and the Sacred Geography * of Jerusalem, Implications for Interfaith Relations 165. 5. Reinventing Maimonides, From Universalist Philosopher to Neo-Zionist Messianic, 1967–2006 183. Part 3. Invented Traditions and New Challenges. 6. Palestinian Religious Nationalism, Decolonization and the Biblical Paradigm, Hamas, Zionism and Resisting the Occupation 215. 7. Is the Hebrew Bible historical? The Invention of Tradition and the Challenge of Archaeology for Biblical Scholarship and Nationalist Historiography 240. 8. The Bible, Post-Colonialism and the Moral Critique, Michael Pryor, Palestinian Liberation Theology and the Biblical Academy 263. 9. Cultural Resistance and the Secular Humanist Challenge, Edward W. Said, Zionism and Rethinking the Question of Palestine 279. Introduction. There are over 4 million Palestinian refugees in the Middle East and nearly 70% of all Palestinians are refugees. The mini-Holocaust and the exiling of hundreds of thousands of indigenous people which took place with the creation of the State of Israel in 1948, established in the name of the Bible 1, is one of the great war crimes of the 20th century. The State of Israel was built on old biblical symbols and legends and modern Zionist myths, and the Zionist claim to Palestine was based on the notion that God had given the land to the Jews. But does the Bible justify political Zionism, the military conquest and destruction of historic Palestine by the Israelis in 1948, and the current Israeli building of the separation/apartheid wall in occupied Palestine? This is the key question raised by this book. Political Zionism emerged from the conditions of late 19th century Eastern and Central Europe as a radical break from a 000 years of rabbinical Judaism and Jewish tradition. The founding fathers of Zionism were almost all atheists or religiously indifferent. Although, in the interests of gaining international support, political Zionism appealed to the biblical narrative to legitimize the Zionist enterprise, it was basically a secular, settler colonialist movement, with non-religious and frequently anti-religious dispositions. Historically, the term Eretz Yisrael was a religious term embedded in the Jewish tradition. The land of Israel was revered by generations of Jews as a place of holy pilgrimage and ecclesiastical territory, but never as a future secular state. For 2 millennia Jewish tradition and religion strictly ordered Jews to await the coming of the Messiah and the end of time before returning to the land. This is also illustrated by the fact that several currents of traditional and Orthodox Judaism are still deeply anti-Zionist. More crucially, Palestine was never a major center for Judaism during the last 40 years. Although the Holy Land was central in the religious imagination of Jews, this was not translated into political, social, economical, demographic, cultural, and intellectual realities. Of course, it is important politically for the Zionists to predicate a constant and enduring Jewish presence in Palestine, and in the city of Jerusalem in particular. But the claim that political Zionism expressed 2,000 years of yearning for Jewish political and religious self-determination is a modern myth, invented in Europe in the mid to late 19th century. Nation building through the invention of tradition was a typical European practice, using collective memory selectively by manipulating bits of the religious past, suppressing some and elevating and mobilizing others in an entirely functional way and for political purposes. Thus mobilized collective memory is not necessarily authentic but rather useful politically. The reinvention of the Jewish religious tradition and the synthesizing of a new secular Jewish national tradition were latecomers among the national movements of Eastern and Central Europe and were born out of the historical and ideological conditions of those European countries. Like other nationalist movements, political Zionism looked for historical roots and sought to reinterpret distant pasts in the light of newly invented nationalist ideologies. Central to the debate in this book about the Hebrew Bible and Zionism is the idea of the concoction of a new national Jewish tradition by political Zionism, an invented European colonial discourse which included the secularization, nationalization, and racialization of the Hebrew Bible and its deployment in support of the settlement and colonization of modern Palestine. In modern times, the biblical paradigm of chosen people promised land has been deployed in favor of secular European political Zionism. This book explores the invention and mobilization of the ethnocentric paradigm of promised land chosen people and its links to modern Zionist myths, especially the nationalist and mythologized concept that the Hebrew Bible provides for the Jews a sacrosanct title deed to the land of Palestine and beyond signed by God, for the alleged moral legitimacy of the establishment of the State of Israel, and for its policies towards the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. The work also discusses the biblical and mythical justification for Zionism and subjects Zionism's own narratives, presuppositions, myths, and symbols to a thorough critique. It also explores a wide range of themes related to the biblical paradigm and its deployment in favor of political Zionism, as well as other permanent themes of political Zionism. These themes include the mythical gift of land to Abraham and its conquest by Joshua, the myth of a ubiquitous and perennial longing on the part of the Jewish diaspora to return, the myth of a land without a people, the deep-seated inclination among Zionists to see Palestine as a country without its Arab inhabitants, the erasure of Palestinian villages and deletion of the reality of historic Palestine, the invention of a new Hebraic consciousness and the historicization of the Bible as a collective national enterprise, biblical naming and the Hebraicization of Palestine's landscape and geographical sites since 1948 and archaeology in the service of settler colonialism. The role of biblical archaeology, with its biblical paradigm of elect people promised land, in privileging the narrative associated with Zionist settlers and Israelis over those of the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine is a major theme of this work. From its beginning in the 19th century, the Western discipline of biblical archaeology, with its complete disregard for the historical, demographic, and political realities of Palestine, was at the heart of the colonial tradition. It was established to validate Western roots in the Holy Land and authenticate the historicity of the Hebrew Bible. Virtually all biblical archaeologists were Western Christians or Jews with a strong commitment to the historicity of the Bible, and interpreted their finds in light of the Scriptures. No wonder, therefore, that archaeological findings confirmed the Bible when researchers used the Old Testament to identify, date and interpret the significance of the towns, buildings, pottery, and other artifacts they unearthed. The same biblical archaeology became central to the founding myths of Zionism and to its creation of a new Hebraic consciousness. Driven by an invented tradition and the need to establish the veracity of the Old Testament, biblical archaeology was positionately Zionist. Moreover, while the attitudes of British archaeologists towards the Third World began to change in the post-Second World War period, Israelis, by contrast, chose to consolidate the colonial tradition of the West. After the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948, biblical archaeology became an obsession, firmly institutionalized as a cornerstone of Israel's civic religion, testifying to exclusive Jewish claims to the land of Palestine. The discipline of biblical archaeology has since been employed by Israeli academic institutions and the state to de-emphasize the Arab and Muslim connection to the land, to foster Jewish nationalism and state building, and to legitimize the dispossession of the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. The subject of the Bible and Zionism is often dealt with in the West in abstract, with little attention to Zionism's disastrous consequences for the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. Palestinian demography and the land issue were always at the heart of the struggle between the Zionist settlers and the indigenous Palestinians. The deployment of the militarist traditions of the Hebrew Bible in the Zionist struggle with the indigenous population of Palestine is another major theme of this work. In the struggle with the Palestinians for land and territory, David Ben-Gurion and other founding fathers of the Israeli state studied, revived, and celebrated the heroic battles of the ancient zealots, and the fortified biblical positions such as Masada and Bidr. However, despite its biblical mythologies and distinct nationalist rhetoric, political Zionism followed the general trajectory of the great colonialist projects in Africa, Asia, and the Americas, seeking to displace or subdue the indigenous population of the land. From the beginning of the modern Zionist settlement in Palestine, European Jewish settlers had to confront the reality that their project immediately clashed with the ethnic, religious, and demographic realities of Palestine and precipitated conflict with the indigenous inhabitants. In particular, Palestinian demography and the land issue were at the heart of the struggle between the Zionist settlers and indigenous Palestinians. Even in 1947, the indigenous Palestinians were the overwhelming majority in the country and owned much of the land. In 1948, the predominantly East European settler community in Palestine, or the Jewish Yishuv, was about a third of the total population and owned, after 50 years of colonization and land purchases, only 6% of the land. In the 1930s and 1940s, the general endorsement of transfer by the Zionist leadership was designed to achieve two crucial objectives: to clear the land for European Jewish settlers and would-be immigrants, and to establish an ethnocratic, mono-religious, and fairly homogeneous Jewish state. During the same period, key leaders of labor Zionism, such as Ben-Gurion, then chairman of the Jewish Agency, strongly believed that Zionism would not succeed in setting up a homogeneous Jewish state and fulfilling its imperative of absorbing the expected influx of Jewish immigrants from Europe if the indigenous inhabitants were allowed to remain. The idea of transferring the Palestinians, a euphemism denoting the organized removal of the Arab population of Palestine to neighboring or distant countries, was held widely in Israel after 1948. In fact, the concept, delicately described by its proponents as population exchange, Arab return to Arabia, emigration, resettlement, and rehabilitation of the Palestinians in Arab countries, and so on, is deeply rooted in Zionism. As demonstrated in my book Expulsion of the Palestinians, the concept of transfer in Zionist political thought 1882 to 1948, the transfer notion was embedded in the Zionist perception that the land of Israel or Palestine is a Jewish birthright and belongs exclusively to the Jewish people as a whole, and, consequently, Palestinians are strangers who should either accept Jewish sovereignty over the land or depart. The book also showed that the concept had occupied a central position in the strategic thinking of the Zionist movement and the Yishuv as a solution to the Zionist land and Arab demographic problems. The justifications used in defense of the transfer plans in the 1930s and 1940s formed the cornerstone of the subsequent argumentation for transfer, particularly in the proposals and plans put forward after 1947 and in the wake of the 1967 conquest of the West Bank and Gaza. After 1967, proponents of ethnic cleansing continued to assert, often publicly, that there was nothing immoral about these proposals, that the earlier 20th century transfer of Greeks and Turks, Indians and Pakistanis, Germans, and other Europeans provided a precedent for similar measures vis-a-vis the Palestinian Arabs, that the uprooting and transfer of the Palestinians to Arab countries would constitute a mere relocation from one district to another, that the Palestinians would have no difficulties in accepting Jordan, Syria, or Iraq as their homeland, that the Palestinian Arabs had little emotional attachment and few real ties to the particular soil in Palestine and would be just as content outside the land of Israel, that the Palestinian Arabs were marginal to the Arab nation and their problems might be facilitated by a benevolent and humanitarian policy of helping people to leave. Such assertions were crucial to legitimize Zionism's denial of the Palestinians' right to self-determination in Palestine before 1948 or even in part of Palestine after 1967. Proponents of ethnic cleansing assert that the Palestinians were not a distinct people but merely Arabs, an Arab population, or Arab community that happened to reside in the land of Israel. Closely linked to this idea of the non-existence of the Palestinians as a nation and their non-attachment to the particular soil of Palestine was the idea of their belonging to an Arab nation with vast territories and many countries. After all, if the Palestinians did not constitute a distinct separate nation and were not an integral part of the country and were without historical ties to it, then they could be transferred to other Arab countries without undue prejudice. Similarly, if the Palestinians were merely a marginal local part of a larger population of Arabs, then they were not a major party to the conflicts with Israel, therefore Israeli efforts to deal over their heads were justified. It is thus that Israeli pronouncements were full of references to the vast Arab territories and to the notion that the Palestinians were bound to other centers in Syria, Iraq, and the Arabian Peninsula, the homeland of the Arab people. This book is unique in four respects. First, most works on Palestine-Israel tend to focus on current affairs, giving inadequate attention to the historical context. Also, works which address religious questions do not reflect a depth of scholarship or familiarity with modern history and politics. Second, a distinctive feature of this work is its extensive use of the Zionist and Israeli archives. The work integrates a critical discussion of the Bible and Zionism against the background of modern history of Palestine and 7. Issues related to interfaith discourse. Third, what distinguishes this book is the strength of the multidisciplinary and multilinguistic approach it adopts. The work addresses a range of aspects of the complex discourse, whereas conventionally books display a much narrower focus. Fourth, the work avails itself of the most up-to-date scholarship on the subject, and is written with a critical edge, speaking to both an academic and a more public audience. Structurally, the book consists of 3 distinct parts and 9 chapters which deal with the historical evolution of Christian and Jewish Zionisms and their biblical and theological justification, as well as various critiques of biblical Zionism. Part I, comprising chapters I and A, traces the journeys of secular Jewish and Messianic Christian Zionisms, mainly from the 19th century onwards. It discusses the historical roots and development of both Jewish and Christian Zionisms and critiques their mythical justifications and biblical discourse. Chapter I, in particular, examines the rise of political Zionism from the 1880s to 1967 and its devastating consequences for the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine, resulting in the destruction of much of Palestine and the 1948 Palestinian catastrophe. This part explores the sharp political and ethical issues arising from the use and abuse of the Bible by Christian Zionists, as much as by Jewish Zionists, to justify the occupation and settlement of Palestine, with its inevitable consequences of the forced expulsion and subjugation of the indigenous Palestinian people. Chapter 1 explores the use and misuse of the figurative biblical language to justify secular political Zionism and the founding myths of Israel. It examines Zionist myths such as a land without a people and the claims that until the arrival of European Jewish settlers Palestine was virtually barren, desolate, and empty, waiting to be made fertile and populated by Israel, that the land is the rightful property of Jews, and that it was their superiority defined by their superior military power. This continuum between the ancient and the modern implied that this was a difficult land, resisting agriculture, and could only be made to yield up its produce by the extraordinary effort of modern Jewish immigrants, socialist Zionist pioneers and Israel's genius. The claims that only under Jewish cultivation did Palestine become a productive country, that only Israel can make the land bloom, that most Palestinians arrived in the area only within the past century, have long been part of the Zionist justification for Jewish immigration to Palestine, the founding of the State of Israel, its territorial expansion and the dispossession of the Palestinians. Chapter A focuses on the politics of Christian Zionism, with special reference to evangelical dispensationalism and the question of Jerusalem. It explores the historical roots of Christian Zionism and prophetic politics since the 16th century onwards and traces how the Zionist agenda has been variously interpreted by liberal Protestants and evangelicals, both before and after 1948 and 1967. This chapter also explores the rise of crusading Christian fundamentalism since 1967, with its Armageddon theology and its obsession with the Muslim holy shrines in Jerusalem. Part 2, comprising chapters 3, 4 and 5, focuses on the national colonial theology of Neo-Zionism and traces the journey from a secular to a sacred Jewish Zionism. Since its establishment in 1948, the Israeli state, which had been built mainly by atheist Jewish Zionists, has undergone a slow but constant process of clericalization, with leading labor Zionists and founding fathers of the state seeking a link with religious Judaism, thus cementing the alliance between the sword and the Torah, between the secular establishment of Zionism and the Zionist religious parties. This continuing process of clericalization of the Israeli state has been accelerated since 1967, and has had serious implications for interfaith relations and the relationship between religion and the state in Israel-Palestine. Furthermore, since the occupation of East Jerusalem and the West Bank by Israel in 1967, Jewish fundamentalism has developed into a major force, with a considerable influence on the attitudes and votes of many Israelis. The new Messianic fervor centers on the building of the temple on the site of the Muslim shrines in Jerusalem. Chapters 3, 4, and 5 explore the theology of two strands of Jewish fundamentalism in Israel, the Zionist nationalist Messianic camp, and the ultra-Orthodox rabbis and non-Zionist religious parties. It explores the doctrinal differences between these two concerning the Messianic doctrine, their attitudes towards Palestinian Christians, and their impact on Israeli foreign and domestic policies. 9. Several chapters in this book also address the rise of a variety of fundamentalism since 1967 and the implications for community, ethnic and interfaith relations in Israel and Palestine. Chapter 4, in particular, examines the social and political conditions under which Jewish fundamentalist attitudes have evolved and explores attitudes towards the sacred geography of Jerusalem and rights of occupancy, within the wider context of multi-faith relations. Since the early 1970s, Cush Immunim rabbis and political leaders have routinely compared Palestinians to the ancient Canaanites or Amalekites, whose extermination or expulsion by the ancient Israelites was, according to the Bible, predestined by divine design. Some leaders of the Messianic movement prefer to use Joshua's destruction and subjugation of the Canaanites as a model for the application of Israeli policy towards the contemporary Palestinian problem. Chapter 5 examines the way in which religious nationalist and fundamentalist currents in Israel have nationalist and racialized the medieval theology of Moses Maimonides, the most illustrious example of the golden age of Arabo-Islamic Judaic symbiosis, to justify Israeli racist and ethnic cleansing policies towards the indigenous Palestinians. In 1982, an Israeli chief rabbi used Maimonides to justify the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. The chapter examines the reinvention of both Maimonides and the classical heritage of Arabo-Judaism by Jewish fundamentalists, who metamorphose Maimonides from a rationalist and universalist philosopher into an anti-Arab religious zealot and a xenophobic Zionist messianic. The chapter shows how Maimonides' classic Arabic philosophical magnum opus, Dalalat al-Haran, a great monument of Jewish-Arab symbiosis in the Middle Ages, has been reinvented and mythologized as a Jewish nationalist philosophical tract in modern-day Israel. Part 3 focuses on a wide range of critiques of the Bible and Zionism and discusses the challenge of political Islam in Palestine, of the new archaeology of the Holy Land, post-colonialism and secular democracy. Chapter 6 examines the transformation of Palestinian nationalism from the secular to the sacred and the impact of Jewish religious nationalism on the rise Palestinian religious nationalism and the Palestinian organization Hamas. Chapter 7 focuses on the challenge of the new archaeology of Israel-Palestine and of the new biblical scholarship for both the Biblical Academy and nationalist historiography. It demonstrates how recent findings of Israeli archaeologists and biblical scholars undermine the hegemonic Zionist claim that the Bible is our mandate. The chapter argues that on the basis of recent archaeological and scientific evidence, the historicity of the Old Testament is completely demolished. The sharp moral, ethical and political issues arising from the use of the Bible by Christians, as much as by Jews, to justify the occupation and settlement of Palestine, are highlighted in the last two chapters of the book. Chapters 8 and 9 provide two post-colonialist critiques of the Bible and Zionism, critiques based on the seminal works of Michael Pryor and Edward Said, both of whom articulated the aspirations of many indigenous and oppressed peoples, and of the disenfranchised and marginalized. Chapter 8 pays particular attention to the works of Pryor and the challenge of Palestinian liberation theology. The chapter highlights the contribution of Pryor in providing a moral critique of the Bible and Zionist colonialism in Palestine. Despite the acknowledged role of the Bible in the Zionist narrative, the Jews' sacrosanct title deed to Palestine, no biblical scholar, apart from Pryor, has addressed the issues critically. Pryor is in favor of a radical liberation theology which confronts the biblical paradigm of promised land chosen people. Pryor argues that the biblical claim to the divine promise of land is integrally linked to the claim of divine approval for the extermination of the indigenous people and dismisses biblical passages deemed ethnocentric, xenophobic, and militaristic. He also exposes the failure of biblical scholarship to address, full square, the moral questions inherent in the biblical texts. Chapter 9, in some sense, concludes the book by focusing on Edward Said's post-colonial discourse and by offering the prospect of a new political vision derived from a joint Palestinian-Israeli struggle for equality and democracy. The chapter explores Said's thinking on the question of Palestine over 3 decades and revisits Zionist responsibility for the ongoing Palestinian catastrophe. The chapter pays particular attention to Said's critique of redemptionist Zionism, both secular and religious, which has long traded on biblical myths, on the uniqueness and exceptionalism of the Jewish people, and on Orientalist discourses and colonialist practices. 2. Said demonstrated the historical importance of biblical stories like that of Exodus for settler colonial societies in Palestine and elsewhere. In his resistance reading of the Bible, Said shows how modern Zionist readings and reimagining of the Old Testament stories have become a thinly veiled apology for the colonial policies of the Israeli state. Said's secular humanist approach, his advocacy of strict separation between religion and the state, and his secular democratic vision for Palestine-Israel is central to the conclusions drawn by this work. Said's search for an alternative to the deeply flawed Oslo process led him back to the one-state solution, based on equality and justice and a joint Palestinian-Israeli struggle. Said's rethinking of the Palestine question was an indictment of narrow brands of ethnic religious tribal nationalisms. For him, Zionist ethnocracy and settler colonialism have brought about the death of the two-state solution, and this meant that the architects of the Oslo Accords had inadvertently set the stage for a single non-sectarian state in historic Palestine. Rather than a political program for a future settlement, Said championed an anti-apartheid struggle that can only derive from a long-term Palestinian Jewish struggle for equality, expressed within a single, secular democratic framework. Part I. The Bible, Zionism and the invention of tradition. I. The Bible is our mandate, Zionism, the Hebrew Bible and the Palestinian catastrophe, 1881–1967. The Jews' sacrosanct title deed to colonize Palestine? It is frequently argued that Zionism is in essence an unchanging idea that expresses 2,000 years of yearning for Jewish political and religious self-determination to be exercised over the Promised Land. Because political Zionism has culminated in the creation of the State of Israel, it is also often argued that its historical realization has confirmed its unchanging essence, and no less important, the means used for its realization. The conviction held by Westerners and Zionists that God and the Bible have given the Jews Palestine in perpetuity is one of the underpinnings of modern political Zionism and Israeli settler colonialism in Palestine. The term Zionism was first coined in the late 19th century, and this reflected the fact that European political Zionism was a product of modern European nationalist and colonialist movements of the period. While the Bible was not the only justification, it certainly was the most powerful one, without which political Zionism was only another conquering European ideology. Read at face value, in a literalist fashion, and without recourse to doctrines of universal human rights and international law, the Old Testament indeed appears to propose I6 that the taking possession of ancient Palestine and the forcible expulsion of the indigenous population was the fulfillment of a divine mandate. A scrutiny of the language used in the Old Testament in relation to the emergence of political Zionism from the late 19th century onwards shows the way in which a secular European conquering ideology and movement mobilized the figurative language of the Jewish religion into a sacrosanct title deed * to the land of Palestine signed by God. Very little is said about the actual genealogy and provenance of Zionism, especially its European settler colonial context of the late 19th century from which Zionism drew its force, and almost nothing is said about what the creation of the State of Israel entailed for the indigenous inhabitants of the land. Despite its distinct features and its nationalist ideology, political Zionism followed the general trajectory of colonialist projects in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, European colonizing of another people's land while seeking to remove or subjugate the indigenous inhabitants of the land. The Bible has been utilized by modern secular Zionism as history rather than theology or a source of belief. Paradoxically, however, the secular Zionist claim to Palestine is based on the biblical paradigm and the notion that God had given the land to the Jews. In modern times, this ethnocentric paradigm of chosen people promised land has been deployed in favor of secular political Zionism and settler colonialism in Palestine. In 1937, David Ben-Gurion, a Russian Jew, later to become the first prime minister and chief architect of the State of Israel, told the British Royal Commission visiting Mandatory Palestine that the Bible is our mandate. Ben-Gurion, who is revered in Israel as the father of the nation, was a non-believer and deeply secular Zionist. From its earliest days in the late 19th century, secular Jewish Zionism embraced the Protestant Zionist biblicist doctrine, one of exclusive land ownership. This fundamentalist doctrine was premised on the notion that the Hebrew Bible provides for the Jews' sacrosanct title deed * to colonize Palestine, and gives moral legitimacy to the establishment of the State of Israel and its current policies towards the indigenous Palestinians. The nationalist and racialist European doctrine, which viewed the Jews in 17 racial terms, was not only central to Zionist politics in the late 19th century but was ever pervasive within mainstream Christian theology and biblical scholarship. The link between Zionist myth-making, Zionist settler colonialism, territorial expansion into the occupied West Bank and the use of the Hebrew Bible is reflected in the claim of Ben-Gurion that the Bible was the chosen people's sacrosanct title deed to Palestine, with a genealogy of 3,500 years. A leading advocate of the historicization of the Bible, Ben-Gurion wrote, "The message of the chosen people makes sense in secular, nationalist, and historical terms. The Jews can be considered a self-chosen people. Though I reject theology, the single most important book in my life is the Bible. The biblical paradigm is based on the Hebrew Bible and its narrative of the earliest history of the Israelites. This history is identified with the three patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who, according to biblical genealogy, are to be dated between 2200 and 1990 BC. According to the book of Genesis, the history of the Israelites began with Abram, a Babylonian from Ur in what is now southern Iraq, who set out with his wife, father, and nephew northwest to Haran in southern Turkey, where the voice of Jehovah told him to go south into Canaan. But the Hebrew Bible also traces all the nations of the region, including the Arabs, to Abraham and his family. The Moabites and Ammonites derive from his nephew Lot, the Jews and southern Arabs from Abraham's sons, Isaac and Ishmael, respectively. There follow Isaac's sons Esau, father of the Edomites and other desert tribes, and Jacob, then Jacob's 12 sons, each of whom ruled one of the 12 tribes of Israel. Isaac and Jacob lived in Canaan until Jacob was forced by famine to flee to Egypt with his sons, where one of them, Joseph, was sold to slavery in Egypt and rose to a position of prominence under the pharaohs. A second series of biblical events revolves around the enslavement of the descendants of Jacob in Egypt, and the miraculous escape of the Israelites led by Moses, who continued to Mount Sinai, where a law was laid down including the Ten Commandments and where a covenant was concluded establishing Jehovah as the God of his chosen people. However, because I-8 of the Israelites' disobedience. The Sinai march towards the Promised Land turned into 40 years of wanderings in the desert. Finally, after the death of Moses, the Israelites entered Canaan from the east, crossing the river Jordan, and swiftly conquered and sacked Jericho, the world's oldest known inhabited city *, and killed the inhabitants, after the city's walls came tumbling down miraculously. Then they went on to conquer the rest of the Promised Land and slaughter all of the original inhabitants. These events, memorialized in major Jewish festivals, occupy 4 of the first 5 books of the Bible traditionally attributed to Moses. The wanderings of the patriarchs, the Exodus from Egypt, the Desert March and Joshua's conquest of the Promised Land have all provided the foundation of the notion of religious liberation within traditional Judaism. But the same Exodus and conquest paradigm has also become central to the foundational myths of modern secular political Zionism. The invention of tradition. Synthesizing and masculinizing a nation. Nation building with the invention of tradition was a typical European practice of using collective memory selectively by manipulating certain bits of the national and religious past, suppressing others, and elevating and mobilizing others in an entirely functional way and for political purposes. Thus mobilized, memory is not necessarily authentic but rather useful politically. Competing modes of modern nation-building and nationalist myth-making have received extensive critical reappraisal in the works of Benedict Anderson, Eric Hobsbawm, Anthony Smith, and Ernest Gellner. Hobsbawm's most comprehensive analysis of nation-building and myth-making in Europe is found in Nations and Nationalism since 1780. Published in 1990 under the subtitle Program, Myth, Reality, his work is about the invention of tradition, the creation of national culture, and the construction national of identities from a mixture of folk history and historical myths. In The Invention of Tradition, Hobsbawm and Terence Ranger explore the way social and political authorities in the Europe of the mid-19th century set about creating supposedly age-old traditions by providing invented memories of the past as a way of creating a new sense of identity for the ruler and the ruled. Land redemption, land conquest, emigration and Jewish statehood in Palestine, settler colonization and demographic transformation of the land, the obsessive search for rootedness, the historicization of the Bible as a collective national enterprise and the creation of a new Hebraic consciousness, the Judaization of Palestine and the Hebraicization of its landscape and geographical sites, all have been permanent themes of modern, dynamic and productive Zionism. The reinvention of both the Jewish past and modern Jewish nationhood in Zionist historiography and the creation of a new Hebraic consciousness have received some scholarly attention. Political Zionism, which originated in the conditions of late 19th century Eastern and Central Europe, was a radical break from 2,000 years of Jewish tradition and rabbinical Judaism. Jewish nationalism was in fact a latecomer among the national movements of Eastern and Central Europe, and it was born out of the historical and ideological conditions of those countries in Europe. Like other nationalist movements there, it looked for historical roots and sought to reinterpret distant pasts in the light of newly invented nationalist ideologies. According to American Jewish historian and theoretician of nationalism Hans Kohn, Zionist nationalism had nothing to do with Jewish traditions, it was in many ways opposed to them. 3 Furthermore, according to the adopted German folkish theory, people of common descent should form one common state. But such ideas of tribal nationalism ran counter to those held by liberal nationalism in Western Europe, whereby equal citizenship regardless of religion or ethnicity, not common descent, that determined the national character of the state. 4 Secular Jewish nationalism is a classical case of the invention of tradition in late 19th century Europe and a synthesizing of a nation project. Political Zionism mobilized a reimagined biblical narrative, a post-exilic tradition invented during the Persian Empire by urban intellectuals many centuries after the events they describe, which was reworked in the late 19th century for the political purposes of a modern European movement intent on colonizing the land of Palestine. As an invented tradition, Zionism was bound to 20. Be a synthesizing project. Zionism's rejection of a perceived feminist diaspora and its obsession with synthesizing a nation are reflected by the fact that its symbols were an amalgam, chosen not only from the Jewish religion and the militant parts of the Old Testament but also from diverse modern traditions and sources, symbols subsequently appropriated as Jewish nationalist, Zionist, or Israeli. Hannah Arendt showed that Herzl thought in terms of nationalism inspired from German sources, the music of Israel's national anthem, Hatikva, came from the Czech national musician Smetana. Much of the music used in nationalist Israeli songs originated in Russian folk songs. Even the term for an Israeli-born Jew free of all the maladies and abnormalities of exile is in fact the Arabic word for sabar, Hebraicized as zabar or sabra, the prickly pear grown in and around the hundreds of Palestinian villages destroyed by Israel in 1948. Even the national anthem of the Six-Day War, Naomi Shemer's song Jerusalem of Gold, was a plagiarized copy of a Basque lullaby. The invention of a Jewish nationalist tradition and construction of a new collective consciousness in the 19th century, a tradition recast with a historical depth and ancient roots, was in line with other East and Central European national projects of the age. According to Israeli sociologist Barak Kimmerling, this project should be credited to two outstanding Jewish historians, German biblical critic Heinrich Graetz and Russian Simon Dubnow, both of whom used Jewish and non-Jewish sources and texts to reconstruct a collective consciousness of Judaism as an ancient nationality existing from time immemorial. Dubnow thought that the Jews had been transformed into a European nation and that it was upon them to demand the status of a national minority within the European or American nation-states. Other writers, such as Lithuanian novelist Abraham Mapu, in his novel Love of Zion, within the French Romantic tradition, sought to create a sense of Jewish collectivity within the framework of the biblical Jewish kingdom in ancient Palestine. From the Bible and the Jewish religion, Zionism took some central ingredients but gave them different meanings and contexts. These were, Kimmerling writes. 21. The definition of the boundaries of the collectivity as including all the Jews in the world, the target territory, from the a priori perspective that emigration from Europe and establishing a society on another continent and amidst other peoples is an acceptable and legitimate practice in the context of the colonial world order. Large, if selective, selections from the religious symbols of Judaism, including the Holy Tongue, Hebrew, and the attempt to secularize it and to transform it to a modern language. The Bible and especially the books of Joshua, Isaiah, and Amos. The book of Joshua provided the muscular and militaristic dimension of conquest of the land and annihilation of the Canaanites and other ancient people that populated the Promised Land, while the books of Isaiah and Amos were considered as preaching for social justice and equality. Although it was possible to construct a Jewish theory of social justice and liberation with strong dependence on the Old Testament prophets, in reality, however, political Zionism developed a theory of ethnic and racial superiority on the basis of the land and conquest traditions of the Hebrew Bible, especially on the book of Joshua and those dealing with Israelite origins that demanded the subjugation and destruction of other peoples. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that the book of Joshua is required reading in Israeli schools. Although, as we shall see in chapter 7, the Israelite conquest was not the blitzkrieg it is made out to be in the book of Joshua, this book holds an important place in the Israeli school curriculum and Israeli academic programs partly because the founding fathers of Zionism viewed Joshua's narrative of conquests as a precedent for the establishment of Israel as a nation. Professor Benjamin Beit Halimi of Haifa University wrote in 1992. Most Israelis today, as a result of Israeli education, regard the Bible as a source of reliable historical information of a secular, political kind. The Zionist version of Jewish history accepts most biblical legends about the beginnings of Jewish history, minus divine intervention. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are treated as historical figures. The descent into Egypt and the Exodus are phases in the secular history of a developing people, as is the conquest of Canaan by Joshua. The biblical order of events is accepted, but the interpretation is nationalist and secular. The historicization of the Bible is a national enterprise in Israel, carried out by hundreds of scholars at all universities. The starting point is biblical chronology, then evidence and speculation are arranged accordingly. The Israeli Defense Ministry has even published a complete 22 Chronology of biblical events, giving exact dates for the creation of the world. Claiming this ancient mythology as history is an essential part of Zionist secular nationalism, in its attempt to present a coherent account of the genesis of the Jewish people in ancient West Asia. It provides a focus of identification to counter the rabbinical diaspora traditions. Teaching the Bible as history to Israeli children creates the notion of continuity. It is Abraham, Joshua, and the conquest of Palestine, King David's conquest of Jerusalem. In a similar vein, Meron Benvenisti, former deputy mayor of Jerusalem, explained that in the state school curriculum and in the army the subject of knowledge of the land of the Bible is obsessional. Furthermore, knowledge of the land is both masculinist and sexualist. On the obsessive search for rootedness by Zionist institutions and the treatment of the Bible as history * by a predominantly secular Israeli society, Benvenisti had this to say. The Bible became a guidebook, taught by reference to the landscape, less for its humanistic and social message, and not for its divine authorship. There is nothing more romantic and at the same time more establishment than to be connected in some fashion with this cult. Its priests are the madrakim, guides and youth leaders. An extensive institutional network sustained Yediat Haaretz, research institutes, field schools, the Society for the Preservation of Nature in Israel, the Jewish National Fund, youth movements, paramilitary units, the army. Those who conceived the expression Yediat Haaretz, Benvenisti wrote, were undoubtedly aware of the biblical meaning oidia, an act of sexual possession, and Adam knew Eve, his wife. The land and conquest traditions of the Hebrew Bible, in particular, were singled out by the founding fathers of Zionism as the origins of the birth of the nation. The same masculinist traditions provided Zionism with a tribal form of ethnic and racial nationalism. In his important work The Founding Myths of Israel, the Israeli historian Zeev Sternhell argues that what was presented to the world as an Israeli social democracy was in fact a nationalist socialist ideology designed to create a new community of blood and common descent, to redeem the biblical land by conquest and to submit the Jewish individual to an ethnic collective ity driven by messianic fervor. Focusing on the nationalist socialist ideology of labor Zionism, which dominated the Jewish community in Palestine and then the State of Israel from the 1930s into the 1970s, Sternhell illustrates ideological parallels between it and early 20th century tribal and folkish organic nationalism * of Eastern and Central Europe, which condemned liberalism, along with individual and civic rights, and universalism on moral, intellectual and political grounds. Instead, labor Zionists gave precedence to the realization of their nationalist project, the establishment in Palestine of a sovereign Jewish state. In this project, socialism was deployed merely as a useful mobilizing myth. Sternhell argues that Zionism as a whole was a tribal form of nationalism of blood and soil, emphasizing religion and ethnicity, promoting the cult and myths of ancient history, the revival of seemingly a dead language, the advocacy of the supremacy of the Hebrew language over Yiddish in Zionist colonies in Palestine / a desperate drive for cultural renewal and a bitter struggle for political independence and territorial expansionism. The analogies between Eastern and Central European populist nationalisms and labor Zionism go further. Zionist nationalist socialists repudiated liberal individualism and were suspicious of bourgeois liberal democracy. In this illiberal legacy of labor Zionism, Sternhell finds the seeds of current Israeli problems: the lack of a constitution, an inadequate concept of universal human rights, the failure to separate religion and state, and so on. Deflating the socialist pretensions of labor Zionism, Sternhell implies that socialist Zionists and the right-wing revisionist movement of Beitar, founded by a Russian Jew, Vladimir Jabotinsky, through Menahem Begin and Yitzhak Shamir to Benjamin Netanyahu, were all integral nationalists. He argues that labor Zionism ran its course with the founding of the state and there were no social perspectives or ideological directions, beyond a nationalism based on historical rights to the whole land of Israel. This settler colonial legacy of labor Zionism, with its obsession with land settlement, ethnic and demographic separation, continued after the founding of the Israeli state in 1948. With no social perspectives or ideological directions beyond a racialist folkish nationalism and mystical attitudes. Asterisk 4 Towards the land, based on abstract historical rights to the whole land of Israel, the mold set in the pre-state period did not change. After 1967, unable to come to terms with Palestinian nationalism, labor Zionism had inevitably pursued its settler colonialism in the occupied territories and tried to test the Zionist method of creating facts on the ground. Furthermore, Zionist nation-building, ever-expanding settlements, territorial ambitions and the effective use of the conquest legends of the Hebrew Bible went hand in hand. Zionists claim that events described in the Old Testament establish the right of 20th-century Jews to found an ethnic Jewish state in Palestine. Contrary to the archaeological and historical evidence, the view that the Bible provides Jews with a title deed to the whole land of Israel and morally legitimizes the creation of the State of Israel and its ethnic cleansing policies towards the native Palestinians is still pervasive in Jewish Zionist circles. The Iron Wall Doctrine, the Book of Joshua and Militarist Zionism. Different Zionist leaders and intellectuals took different ingredients from the various books of the Hebrew Bible. The Book of Joshua provided Ben-Gurion, Jabotinsky and muscular Zionism with the militaristic tradition of the Bible, of military conquest of the land and subjugation of the Canaanites and other ancient people that populated the Promised Land. Both Ben-Gurion and Jabotinsky, both were directly responsible for many of the founding myths of Zionism, were, in particular, highly suspicious of liberal democracy. Both embraced a form of militarist Jewish nationalism and both repeatedly invoked Joshua to justify Zionist attitudes towards the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. Ben-Gurion in addition embraced state socialism, which from the 1930s into the 1950s dominated first the Yishuv and then the State of Israel. The doctrine of the Iron Wall was to form a central plank in the attitudes of the Yishuv settlers towards the Palestinian Arabs. Furthermore, from 1929 onwards Ben-Gurion began using, albeit with a modified meaning, the Iron Wall approach Jabotinsky had coined in articles in the early 1920s. Thus in 1929 Ben-Gurion wrote of the need for an Iron Wall of workers' settlements surrounding every Hebrew city and town, land, and human bridge that would link isolated points and that would be capable of enforcing the doctrine of exclusive Hebrew labor and Hebrew land. Although Ben-Gurion's state socialism was denounced by Jabotinsky, who believed that the Bible was a superior text to capital since it was based on capitalism and private enterprise, labor Zionism was in fact an amalgam form of integral tribal and folkish nationalism. This invented tradition considered the Jews as a race and a biological group, and borrowed heavily from illiberal nationalisms in Central and Eastern Europe. Ben-Gurion's obsessive advocacy of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in the 1930s and 1940s was related to this nationalist rejection of both liberal forms of universalism and Marxism, along with individual rights and class struggle. Instead, it gave precedence to the realization of an ethnocratic settler project, the establishment in Palestine of a mono-religious, ethnic settler state. In this project, state socialism was deployed both as a useful mobilizing myth and as an essential tool for collective control of the land. Although largely secular, labor Zionism instrumentally emphasized Jewish religion and Jewish ethnicity, promoted the cult and mythologies of ancient history and biblical battles, revived a seemingly dead language, built up a powerful army, surrounded its ethnically exclusive Yishuv with an Iron Wall and waged a bitter struggle for political independence and territorial expansion throughout the land. Muscular nationalist socialist Zionism repudiated liberal individualism and was suspicious of bourgeois liberal democracy. For Ben-Gurion and other founding fathers of Zionism, the invention of a tradition and the synthesizing of a nation meant that the Hebrew Bible was not a religious document or the repository of a theological claim to Palestine. It was reinvented as a nationalist and racialist sacred text central to the modern foundational myths of secular Zionism. As a primordialist movement of secular nationalism, asserting the antiquity of Jewish nationalism, inspired by Eurocentric ethnic, folkish, and racial ideologies, Ben-Gurion viewed the Bible in an entirely functional way. The biblical narrative functioned as a mobilizing myth and as 35:26 a historical account of Jews title to the land a claim not necessarily borne out by recent archaeological findings. For Ben-Gurion it was not important whether the biblical narrative was an objective and true record of actual historical events. It is not entirely clear whether Ben-Gurion assumed that the ancient events Israel was reenacting had actually occurred. But as he explains, it is not important whether the story is a true record of an event or not. What is of importance is that this is what the Jews believed as far back as the period of the First Temple. Ben-Gurion represented a radical secular Zionist revolution against Jewish traditionalism. His ambivalence towards both Jewish traditionalism and the religious city of Jerusalem in particular was expressed by the fact that in 1906 when, at age 20, he emigrated to Palestine, he did not bother to visit the city until 3 years later. His Jewish nationalism was a form of secular nationalism and he sought to redefine the Hebrew Bible and traditional Judaism along similar lines. For him the Hebrew Bible was central to Jewish myth-making and Israel's civic religion. Ben-Gurion tried to give political Zionism, and all Zionist politics and policies, a historical character linked to the Hebrew Bible. As a deeply secular man, he used the Bible instrumentally as a nationalist tool to further Zionist objectives. Like Ben-Gurion, many secular labor Zionists displayed from the outset a deeply ambivalent attitude towards Jerusalem. Although the movement's name is derived from the word Zion, which was originally the name of a fortress in Jerusalem, Zionism reinvented the religious yearnings of generations of Jews for Jerusalem, which were expressed in the prayers and customs mourning Jerusalem's destruction, and translated them into political action. Furthermore, Zionism had ambitions to create a new Jewish society that would be different from Jewish life in the diaspora and did not see multi-religious and pluralistic Jerusalem as the appropriate place for the founding of such a new society. Not only was it full of aliens but it was also inhabited by the old Jewish Yeshuv, whose members were part of the anti-Zionist ultra-Orthodox community. It is no wonder, therefore, that the Zionists preferred to build the new Jewish city of Tel Aviv on the Mediterranean coast, just outside the Palestinian city of Jaffa. Tel Aviv was founded in 1910 in *7. A region which, according to the Bible, was ruled by the Philistines from the 12th century BC onwards. It was named after a Babylonian city mentioned in Ezekiel and chosen by Zionist leader Nahum Sokolow as the title of his Hebrew translation of Theodor Herzl's Zionist novel Alt New Land. The ethnic-religious exclusiveness of the European Jewish Yeshuv was illustrated by the fact that during the mandatory period its Zionist leaders preferred to live in the ethnically exclusive Tel Aviv rather than in multi-religious Jerusalem. Those Zionist immigrants who chose to live in Jerusalem settled outside the historic city and built new Jewish neighborhoods and the first Jewish university, the Hebrew University. Tel Aviv remained home to the Histadrut and all the Hebrew daily papers, and, while Zionist leaders of the Yeshuv continued to swear by the name of Jerusalem, they did not live there and most of the Jewish immigrants to Palestine, about 80%, settled along the Mediterranean coast, a region that had never been the historic homeland of the Jewish people. 4 However, like other founding fathers of the State of Israel, who were secular or atheist Jews, Ben-Gurion made extensive use of elect people promised land ideas and kept stressing the uniqueness of the Jewish people. He liked to invoke the biblical prophet Isaiah who enjoined the Jews to be a light unto the nations. He was also quick to put the ethnocentric concepts of promised land chosen people to use for their political value, both as a means of attracting believing Jews to the Zionist cause and as a way of justifying the Zionist enterprise in Western eyes and the eyes of world Jewry. 7 The relatively moderate Israeli leader Moshe Sharett, who had served as foreign minister and prime minister in the 1950s, had this to say about Ben-Gurion's ethnocentric Zionism and messianic tendency: constant stress on the uniqueness of the Jewish people is another aspect of his egocentrism, cultural egocentrism. The third aspect of a messianic mission vis-a-vis Israel and Jewry. Ben-Gurion also, and crucially, argued that he was fighting all Zionist battles with the help of the Hebrew Bible * already in his first published work, in Yiddish, entitled, Eretz Yisrael, Past and Present, which he co-authored with Yitzhak Ben-Zvi, later to become the second president. 28. Of Israel, he argued that the Jewish return to Palestine is actually a repeat of Joshua's conquest of ancient Palestine. The 1948 Palestine War drew Ben-Gurion ever nearer to the biblical narrative, as seen from his frequent references to biblical figures and biblical battles of conquest. Apparently the book of Joshua was the biblical book to which Ben-Gurion was most drawn. On more than one occasion Ben-Gurion pointed to an unbroken line of continuity from the days of Yehoshua ben Nun to the IDF in and after 1948.10 when he spoke of sweeping Jewish offensives in the 1948 war. He apparently did so in language evocative of the book of Joshua. The Israeli army, he declared, had struck the kings of Lod and Ramleh, the kings of Belt Nabala and Deir Teref, the kings of Kola and Migdal Zedek. 11 20th century Zionist nationalism and settler colonialism imagined itself closely linked with the original Hebrew covenant. 12 In God's peoples, covenant and land in South Africa, Israel, and Ulster, Atkinson shows how the Hebrew Bible has formed the fundamental pattern of mind of the three societies of apartheid South Africa, Zionist Israel, and Protestant Northern Ireland, and how the dominant peoples of these countries have based their cultural identity on a belief in a covenant with an all-powerful militant God. By going back to muscular parts of the Hebrew scriptures that define the promised land chosen people and told the people to conquer it, the religious purpose of the Bible was declared to be the same as the purpose of the secular Israeli state. Shortly after Israel's 1967 conquests, the country's leading novelist Amos Oz, in an article in the Hebrew daily Davar, wrote, "Some of our first arrivals thought that, by right, the Arabs should return to the desert and give the land back to its owners, and, if not, that they should arise and inherit, like those who conquered Canaan in storm, a melody of blood and fire. Climb the mountain, crush the plain. All you see, inherit, and conquer the land by the strength of your arm." 11. Shaul Chernyshevsky, a Russian Jew and one of the most influential Hebrew poets, was greatly influenced by the muscular culture of ancient Greece. In his Hebrew poems he contributed to the development of militant muscular Zionism by calling upon the Jewish youth to remember the heroic battles of the biblical zealots. He celebrated blood and soil. 29. And the virility and primitive heroism of the Israelite tribes, emerging from the desert under Joshua's leadership, overrunning and conquering Canaan. Not surprisingly, Chernyshevsky also had a major influence on Jabotinsky's Iron Wall doctrine of military might which would protect Greater Israel. 14 Jabotinsky, the leader of the revisionist Baader movement, the forerunner of the present-day Likud, developed his concept of militant Zionism in his historical novel Samson, named after the legendary biblical figure who is said to have lived during the period when the Israelites were oppressed by the power of the Philistines. In the novel the final message masculine Samson sends to the Israelites consists of two words, iron and king, the two themes the Israelites were told to strive for so that they would become the lords of Canaan. Earlier in the 1920s Jabotinsky developed his Iron Wall theme to explain that Zionist settlement in Palestine can only be carried out against the wishes of the country's Arab majority. In an article entitled The Iron Wall, We and the Arabs, Jabotinsky cited both the conquest methods of the Spaniard colonists in Mexico and Peru and Joshua to justify Zionist policies towards the indigenous Palestinians and the transformation of Palestine into the land of Israel. Every reader has some idea of the early history of other countries which have been settled. I suggest that he recall all known instances. If he should attempt to seek but one instance of a country settled with the consent of those born there he will not succeed. The inhabitants have always put up a stubborn fight. Furthermore, how the settler acted had no effect whatsoever. The Spaniards who conquered Mexico and Peru, or our own ancestors in the days of Joshua ben Nun behaved, one might say, like plunderers. Zionist colonization, even the most restricted, must either be terminated or carried out in defiance of the will of the native population. This colonization can, therefore, continue and develop only under the protection of a force independent of the local population, an iron wall which the native population cannot break through. This is, in toto, our policy towards the Arabs. To formulate it any other way would only be hypocrisy. 15. After Jabotinsky's death in the United States in 1940, a revisionist group around Abraham Stern broke with beta revisionism and created the Stern Gang, or Lehi, whose 3 degrees political program called for the setting up of a Jewish state from the Nile to the Euphrates and for the transfer of the Palestinians to other countries in the Middle East. Stern, who constantly spoke of rebuilding the Third Temple, sought to synthesize a mixture of biblical militarism and messianic religiosity with an admiration for contemporary Italian fascism and with an anti-British military struggle in Palestine, adopted Yair as a nom de guerre after Elazar ben Yair, who had committed suicide at Masada rather than fall into the hands of the Romans or accept Roman hegemony. In the struggle with the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine for land and territory, Ben-Gurion, Jabotinsky, and Stern studied, revived and celebrated the heroic battles of the ancient zealots, and biblical names such as Badr and Masada, those legendary small fortified positions which held out in desperate struggles against the Romans. Jabotinsky's Iron Wall doctrine, in particular, with its revival of militarist biblical traditions from Joshua to Samson, and its syllabation of modern militarism, has formed a central plank in Zionist attitudes towards the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine, through the early mandatory period to the 1948 Palestinian catastrophe to the separation wall in the occupied West Bank. Interestingly, however, the initial mobilization of biblical myths in favor of Zionism, and in particular the notion that the Hebrew Bible provides the Jews with a title deed to the land, did not originate with Jewish Zionism. Historically it was deeply rooted in the post-Reformation Protestant doctrine that Jewish restoration to Palestine would lead to the fulfillment of biblical prophecies and the second coming of Christ. As we shall see in Chapter 2, from the 16th century onwards Christian and biblical Zionism and the establishment of European settler colonies in Asia, Africa, and the Americas were joined. However, Christian and Jewish Zionisms, originating in different ideological contexts, were also drawn to different ingredients in the Old Testament to justify Zionism, the military conquest of Palestine and the imposition of the Zionist political agenda as expressed in the State of Israel. 31. The rise of biblical Christian Zionism in the mid to late 19th century prepared the ground for the emergence of European Jewish Zionism in the late 19th century. Clearly political Zionism, which was founded by Theodor Herzl in the 1890s, was influenced by its contemporary, Christian Zionism. Ironically, however, Herzl's Zionism was a basically secular movement, with non-religious and frequently anti-religious dispositions. Although the Bible was always in the background as a support, the Jewish state would not be a theocracy. In the late 19th century the Zionist program was generally opposed by both wings of Judaism, Orthodox and Reform, as being anti-religious and contrary to the universality of Judaism. Indeed, the founding fathers of Jewish Zionism were almost all atheists or religiously indifferent. Moses Hess, a leading precursor of Zionism, was typical, a secular German Jew and a socialist. He contributed to Marx's Communist Manifesto and was even credited with the term religion as the opium of the masses. Following the rise of nationalism in Italy, Hess became a Zionist. His booklet Rome and Jerusalem, The Last National Question, published in 1862, called for a Jewish national movement similar to the Italian Risorgimento. Hess died in Paris, although at his request he was buried in the Jewish cemetery in Cologne. However, in 1961 his remains were transferred to Israel where they were buried in the Kinneret Cemetery alongside other secular founding fathers of labor Zionism such as Nahum Sirkin, Verborikov, and Burl Katznelson. Although many early Jewish Zionists were secular, socialists and atheists, they were quick to put the Promised Land chosen people ideology to use for its political value, both as a means of attracting believing Jews to their cause and as a way of justifying their colonial project in European Christian eyes. In the interests of gaining international support, the biblical narrative was an appealing way of legitimizing the Zionist movement. This alliance between secular Jewish nationalists and Christian Zionists was mutually beneficial. Herzl himself was introduced to William Henry Heckler XVI, the chaplain of the British Embassy in Vienna, half German and a close associate of Lord Shaftesbury, and a supporter of the restoration of the Jews to Palestine and rebuilding the temple. He had been tutor to Prince Ludwig, the heir to the Grand Duke Frederick of Baden, and was happy to introduce Herzl to his former master and other diplomatic figures on the European scene. Where are the biblical boundaries of the land of Israel? The biblical boundaries of the so-called land of Israel are entirely fictional. Although the term Eretz Yisrael is used occasionally in the Hebrew Bible, it has carried only religious and spiritual connotations in diaspora Judaism. In fact, the term was used widely only in the 19th century with the rise of secular Zionism in Europe, and with the secularization and nationalization of this term by different Zionist groups. Moreover, there is no historical or even religious map of the scope and boundaries of the land of Israel, and no Jewish religious definition of the borders. As a result, different European Zionist camps drew on completely different sources to support their different scope and boundaries of the biblical land of Israel. Furthermore, modern secular European Zionist definitions of the term Eretz Yisrael were largely based on economic and settler colonial factors such as good agriculture, access to water from the Litani and Jordan rivers, and efficient transportation facilities rather than any imagined biblical boundaries of the Promised Land. However, the entire spectrum of Zionist opinion believed, and still believes, that Eretz Yisrael extends to the east of the River Jordan. In Zionist terminology, Eretz Yisrael is basically separated by the Jordan River into two major parts, the western land of Israel, which includes Israel proper and the 1967 occupied territories, and the eastern land of Israel, situated mainly in the modern state of Jordan. However, while certain sections of the Zionist movement insisted that the modern Jewish state should be established in the whole of Eretz Yisrael, the majority accepted the British-dictated reality and focused on the area of the Palestine Mandate. Yet, while the majority believed that the State of Israel could realistically be established only in part of Eretz Yisrael, it remained committed to the ultimate vision of the whole land of Israel. 3*33. Furthermore, the concept of exclusive Jewish rights in the land of the Bible was never confined only to the territorial maximalists of Zionist revisionism or Israel's extreme right. Ben-Gurion's chief aide during the mandatory period and Israel's first foreign minister, the Ukraine-born Moshe Chertok, had this to say in 1914. "We have forgotten that we have not come to an empty land to inherit it, but we have come to conquer a country from a people inhabiting it, that governs it by the virtue of its language and savage culture." Recently, there has been appearing in our newspapers the clarification about the mutual misunderstanding between us and the Arabs, about common interests, about the possibility of unity and peace between two fraternal peoples. We must not allow ourselves to be deluded by such elusive hopes, for if we cease to look upon our land, the land of Israel, as ours alone, and we allow a partner into our estate, all content and meaning will be lost to our enterprise. 5 years later, at the Paris Peace Conference, which opened in January 1919 to dispose of the territories captured from the defeated powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire, Chaim Weizmann, then leading the Zionist commission that was to put forward Zionist political and territorial claims, called for the imposition of a British mandate over an enlarged Palestine extending north to the Litani River in what is now Lebanon and east to the Hijaz railway line, which is well east of the Jordan River. It was at that conference, too, that Weizmann called for a Palestine as Jewish as England is English. During the British Mandate, the Zionists insisted on Palestine being referred to officially as the Land of Israel, but the most that the mandatory authorities were willing to concede was the use of the Hebrew for Eretz Yisrael after the name Palestine on all official documents, currency, stamps, and so on. Throughout the mandatory period, the pragmatic and gradualist Zionist state builders, led by David Ben-Gurion and his Mappé party, dominated the Yeshuv's politics, with right-wing territorial maximalists of Zionist revisionism winning only a minority of 34 Jewish votes. In 1937, Ben-Gurion, an eminent realist and an archetypal pragmatic expansionist, was willing to accept the British Royal Commission partition proposal and the establishment of a Jewish state in part of the country, although throughout he remained strongly committed to a vision of Jewish sovereignty over all of Palestine as the ultimate goal of Zionism. Ben-Gurion's objective was a Jewish state expanding into the whole of Palestine. The mythical continuum. The idea that political Zionism expressed 2,000 years of yearning for Jewish political and religious self-determination is an invented tradition, invented in Europe in the mid to late 19th century. The land of the Bible, or Palestine, was never a major center for Judaism during the last 2,000 years. Although the Holy Land was central in the religious imagination of Jews, this was not translated into political, social, economical, demographic, cultural and intellectual realities. The first Zionist migration to Palestine was in 1881–82, with most of the immigrants coming from Eastern Europe. In all, nearly 35,000 Jewish immigrants came from Eastern Europe to Palestine during the first Aliyah. Almost half of them left the country within several years of their arrival, but some 15,000 established new rural settlements, and the rest moved to the towns. In comparison, during the 1880s hundreds of thousands of Jews emigrated from Eastern Europe to the Americas. Prior to the first Aliyah, however, the number of Jews living in the whole of Palestine was approximately 24,000, most of them non-Zionist Orthodox Jews living in Jerusalem, which amounted to less than 5% of the total population. Nevertheless, Zionist Jewish nationalists continued to talk about the unbroken chain of Jewish presence in Palestine, from the earliest times to the rise of Zionism in the late 19th century. Of course, it is important politically for Zionist Israelis to predicate a constant and enduring Jewish presence in Palestine, and the city of Jerusalem in particular, for 2,000 years. Moreover, in modern times the land of the Bible and other phrases related to both biblical and 35. Modern terminology have been invested with far-reaching historical, geopolitical, and ideological connotations in both Israeli rhetoric and Western scholarship. The reconstruction of the past by Zionist authors has often reflected their own political and religious ideologies. Both Zionist authors and biblical scholars in the West have based the historical claims of modern Zionism to Eretz Yisrael on the biblical narrative of the 12 tribes that conquered and lived on the land during the Israelites' pre-monarchical era. Other Zionist claims have been based on the biblical Davidic or Solomon kingdoms, whose historicity are highly questionable, see chapter 7, and the subsequent southern and northern kingdoms of Judea and Israel, the early Second Temple period. The Hasmonean era, or the kingdom of Herod. 1** during the mandatory period Ben-Gurion was fixated by the book of Joshua and its conquest narrative. As we shall see in chapter 7, the archaeological evidence shows the conquest narrative of Joshua to be completely mythical. By 1948 Ben-Gurion was arguing for an unbroken line of continuity from the days of Joshua to the recently formed Israeli army. This mythical continuum between the days of Joshua and modern Israel was meant to convey the idea that the land can only yield up its produce by the extraordinary effort of the returning Jewish settlers and Zionist pioneers and Israel's genius. The colonialist claims that only under Jewish cultivation did Palestine become a productive country, that only Israel can make the land bloom, that most Palestinians arrived in the area only within the past century, have long been part of the Zionist justification for Jewish immigration to Palestine, the founding of the State of Israel, its territorial expansion and the dispossession of the Palestinians. Attitudes to the indigenous population of Palestine. From the beginning of the modern Zionist settlement in Palestine, European Jewish settlers had to confront the reality that their project immediately clashed with the ethnic, religious, and demographic realities of Palestine and precipitated conflict with the indigenous inhabitants. In particular, Palestinian demography and the land issue were at the heart of the struggle between the Zionist settlers and indigenous Palestinians. 36. Even in 1947 the indigenous Palestinians were the overwhelming majority in the country and owned much of the land. The Jewish community or Yishuv was about a third of the total population and owned, after 50 years of land purchases, only 6% of the land. Two of the founding fathers of Zionism, Yitzhak Ben-Zvi and Ben-Gurion, initially raised the idea of assimilation of the Palestinian peasants and turning them into Jews. This suggestion was based on the notion that the Palestinian peasants might be the descendants of the ancient Israelites who had lived during the period of the Second Temple, beginning around the 5th century BC, and who had survived the Romans' destruction of the country and had remained in Palestine. Those Jewish inhabitants had accepted Islam many generations later. 1 In the 1920s, Ben-Gurion and Ben-Zvi argued that if the rural Palestinian Arabs were originally Jewish, this should facilitate the job of their Hebraicization and eventually turning them into Jews. However, in the 1930s, with the intensification of the Palestinian resistance to Zionism, the general endorsement of transfer by Ben-Gurion and other leaders of the Jewish Agency was designed to achieve two crucial objectives: to clear the land for Jewish settlers and would-be immigrants, and to establish an ethnocratic, mono-religious, and fairly homogeneous Jewish state. During the same period, key leaders of labor Zionism, such as Ben-Gurion, then chairman of the Jewish Agency, strongly believed that Zionism would not succeed in setting up a homogeneous Jewish state and fulfilling its imperative of absorbing the expected influx of Jewish immigrants from Europe if the indigenous inhabitants were allowed to remain. In 1952, even after the 1948 Nakba and expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians, Ben-Zvi was still arguing in internal debates of the Mapei ruling party that if disloyal Arabs should be discovered, then this will enable us to treat them differently, to expel them. The establishment of Jewish political sovereignty over Greater Israel constitutes the vital focus of action for Israel's territorial maximalists. The Likud and other right-wing parties reject Israeli withdrawal from any territories of the so-called Western Eretz Yisrael, west of the Jordan River. 37. Or the West Bank. Moreover, since the Sinai Peninsula was not considered by Likud Zionism as part of biblical Israel, the Israeli withdrawal in the early 1980s was not resisted as strongly as might be a possible future withdrawal from the West Bank. Although at present the Likud party's support for settlement and territorial expansionism is largely confined to the post-1967 occupied territories, this support is in large measure the result of adherence to Jabotinsky's Greater Israel, concern for the territorial integrity of an imagined biblical Israel. When in 1949 the Labour government acquiesced in the annexation of the West Bank to the Transjordan state of King Abdullah, Begin denounced the Israeli government for betraying Zionism and biblical territories of a Jewish state to be set up on both sides of the River Jordan. Who gave the government the right to hand over the cave of Machpelah, Rachel's tombs, Gilead and Bashan to a foreigner, an enemy, an oppressor? Sites which had been historically hallowed for 120 generations. For Begin and revisionist Zionism, the West Bank are situated at the heart of biblical Israel, in Zionist terminology, in the western land of Israel. In a speech in the Knesset on May 3, 1950, Begin, then leader of the revisionist Herod party, denounced the annexation of the West Bank by the Jordanian kingdom, a state, he said, that existed in our homeland. In a biblical analogy, Begin labeled Abdullah the Ammonite slave, describing him by his Arabic name, Allah slave will rule 80% of our homeland. The Israeli academic Yonathan Shapiro recently commented on the deployment of biblical myths in revisionist Zionism and the Likud. Myths are based on an interpretation of historical events and concrete events that is not necessarily consonant with reality. To argue that the boundaries of Mandate Palestine were the borders of the historic land of Israel was devoid of factual historical basis. But Herod, like Bader, and like the revisionist party, which also embraced this principle, never bothered to examine the subject, although this camp contains scholars and researchers who knew it lacked historical foundation. Correlation between myth and reality was unnecessary. 38. Other, more radical, supporters of post-1967 Neo-Zionism, such as the highly influential settlement movement of Gush Emunim, also use the same biblical myths and legends and dream of territorial expansionism far beyond Judea and Samaria. As the late Ehud Sprinzik, of the Hebrew University, a prominent expert on Gush Emunim and Israel's radical right, observes, When Gush ideologues speak about the complete land of Israel, they have in mind not only the post-IG 67 territory, but the land promised in the covenant as well. This includes the occupied territories, especially Judea and Samaria, the very heart of the historic Israeli nation, and vast territories that belong now to Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. The June War of 1967 marked a decisive turn in the history of Zionism, the State of Israel and the Palestinians, particularly those living in the occupied West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The overwhelming Israeli victory, the seizure of the remainder of historic Palestine with its sizable Arab population, the resultant outburst, and later upsurge, of Messianic Zionism and growing Israeli confidence all contributed to the prompt and inevitable revival of the project of territorial expansionism. As has already been shown, in the wake of the 1967 conquests, the perception and myths of Greater Biblical Israel was found not only in the maximalist revisionist camp of Herod, but increasingly gained ground in all mainstream Zionist parties. Jerusalem of gold and the myth of an empty and deserted land. The State of Israel was built on old biblical symbols and legends and modern Zionist myths. Central to Zionist foundational myths is the theme that the land, until the arrival of European Jewish settlers, was virtually barren, desolate, and empty, waiting to be made fertile and populated by Israel. It was the rightful property of returning Jews. A few weeks after the June 1967 war, Israel's leading novelist, Amos Oz, wrote an article in the labor Zionist Hebrew daily Davar in which he drew attention to the deep-seated inclination among Zionist Israelis to see Palestine as a country. 39. Without its indigenous inhabitants. He also pointed to the revival of a transfer discourse in Israel. One often hears talk about pushing the Palestinian masses back to rich Kuwait or fertile Iraq. 20. Oz also drew attention to Naomi Shemer's song Jerusalem of Gold, which encapsulated this deep-seated inclination among Israeli Jews to see Palestine as a country without its Arab inhabitants. The song Jerusalem of Gold, which came to be defined as a kind of national anthem of the Six-Day War 21, was commissioned by the municipality of Jewish Jerusalem, was written for a music festival held on the eve of the war 22, and became a national hit after the Israeli seizure of East Jerusalem, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and throughout the years the song has enjoyed the unofficial status of a second national anthem. 23. After the Israeli army conquered the old city of Jerusalem, its senior commanders rushed to the Western Wall, according to Jewish tradition, a remnant of the ancient Jewish temple, and the whole country was swept by the intoxication of victory, mixed with a semi-religious redemptionist mysticism. 24. Jerusalem of Gold is the most popular song ever produced in Israel, and in 1967 it swept the country overnight, genuinely expressing Israeli territorial aspirations following the new conquests. Shemer herself received the Israel Prize for her unique contribution to the Israeli song, although she later confessed, on her deathbed, that the Jerusalem of Gold melody was a copy of a Basque lullaby she heard some years earlier from a Spanish singer. 2s The song contains the following passages about Arab Jerusalem. Jerusalem of Gold. How did the water cisterns dry out? The marketplace is empty, and no one visits the holy mount in the old city. And through the cave within the rock winds are whining, and no one descends down to the Dead Sea en route for Jericho. Jerusalem of Gold. We have returned to the water cisterns, to the marketplace and the square. A shofar 26 sounds on the holy mount in the old city. And in the caves within the rock 1,000 suns do glow. We shall again descend to the Dead Sea en route for Jericho. 27. In the post-1967 period, Israeli politicians constantly spoke of Judea and Samaria as rightful parts of the Jewish state, claims made on the 40. basis of the Old Testament and without a reference to the rights of the land's indigenous inhabitants. The same biblical rhetoric was also linked to the myth of a land without a people and is not just an infamous fragment of early Zionist propaganda, it is ubiquitous in much of the Israeli historiography of nation building. A few weeks after the 1967 war, Oz drew attention to the deep-seated inclination among Israelis to see Palestine as a country without its indigenous inhabitants. When I was a child, Some of my teachers taught me that after our temple was destroyed and we were banished from our country, strangers came into what was our heritage and defiled it. The desert-born Arabs laid the land waste and let the terraces on the hillsides go to ruin. Their flocks destroyed the beautiful forests. When our first pioneers came to the land to rebuild it and to redeem it from desolation, they found an abandoned wasteland. True, a few backward, uncouth nomads wandered in it. 21. The mega-narrative of Zionism contains several intertwined foundational myths which underlie contemporary Israeli culture. These include the negation of exile, the return to history, the return to the land of Israel, and the myth of empty territory. 29. The negation of exile allows Zionism to establish a line of unbroken continuity between ancient Palestine and a present that renews it in the resettlement of Palestine. These slogans run through state education in Israel and find strong expression in children's literature. One such work for children contains the following excerpt. Joseph and some of his men thus crossed the land on foot, until they reached Galilee. They climbed mountains, beautiful but empty mountains, where nobody lived. Joseph said, "We want to establish this kibbutz and conquer this emptiness. We shall call this place Tel Hai. The land is empty, its children have deserted it. They are dispersed and no longer tend it. No one protects or tends the land now." In a similar vein, Israel's leading satirist, Dan Ben-Amotz, observed in 1982 that the Arabs do not exist in our textbooks. This is apparently in accordance with the Jewish Zionist socialist principles we have received. A people without a land returns to a land without people. 41. In his Davar article, Oz offers a liberal Zionist explanation of the connection between the land without a people formula, the popularity of Shemer's song Jerusalem of Cold, and the emergence of the transfer talk after the war. It seems that the enchantment of renewing the days of old * is what gave Zionism its deep-seated inclination to see a country without inhabitants before it. How fitting would it have been for the return to Zion to have taken the land from the Roman legions or the nations of Canaan and Philistia. And to come to a completely empty country would have been even better. From there, it is only a short step to the kind of self-induced blindness that consists in disregarding the existence of the country's Arab population, or in discounting it and its importance on the dubious grounds that it has created no valuable cultural assets here *, as if that would permit us to take no notice of its very existence. This characteristic thinking echoes strongly the deep-seated theme of land without a people and naturally leads to the revival of the ethnic cleansing project, a fact illustrated by the attitude of Naomi Shemer, the poet laureate of Greater Israel's supporters, toward the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. Naomi Shemer's views on ethnic cleansing were supported by one of the famous heroes of the Israeli army, Meir Hartzion III, who was considered the ultimate Israeli warrior, a kind of Jewish Rambo. Hartzion had served in Unit 101, which, under the command of Ariel Sharon, carried out retaliatory operations against Arab targets in the 1950s. The unit was responsible for the attack on the Arab village of Kibbutz, to the southwest of Hebron in 1953, in which 63 villagers were slaughtered, and also carried out the expulsion of the Al-Azazmeh tribe from the Negev to Sinai. In January 1979, Hartzion said, "I do not say that we should put them on trucks and kill them. We must create a situation in which for them it would not be worth living here, but to Jordan or Saudi Arabia or any other Arab state." 31 Hartzion promptly was applauded by Shemer in an article in the Histadrut Daily Davar. For Arab emigration from Israel, if it is done with mutual respect and positive will, is likely to be the right solution. It is possible that it will be recognized as a most human possibility after much suffering and only after hard and bitter civil war, but talking about it is permitted and must be now. Why is the exodus of 1 million French from Algeria a progressive and human solution, and the exodus of 1 million Arabs from Israel? Shemer and Hartzion are not marginal figures in Israel. Shemer is Israel's most famous and popular songwriter. Hartzion, who was brought up and educated in Kibbutz Ein Harod, was a national hero. He was described by General Moshe Dayan as the brightest soldier in Jewish history since Bar Kokhba 13, the messianic leader of the last Jewish rebellion against the Romans in 13a and I 35.34. Such statements echoed classical mainstream Zionist argumentation in justification of Arab removal. The argument that support for the transfer concept does not come only from a fringe group is also illustrated by the fact that some of the nation's leading authors, novelists, and poets, such as Nathan Alterman, Haim Hazaz, Yugal Mosensen, and Moshe Shamir, publicly supported the idea of transfer in the post-1967 era. These leading literary figures also were closely associated with mainstream labor or left-wing Zionism in the pre-1948 period and the first 2 decades of the State of Israel. Haim Hazaz was another example of a leading author who supported the transfer concept in the post-1967 era. As a prolific Hebrew novelist, his works have won him numerous awards, including the Bialik Prize and the Israel Prize, the top prize awarded by the State of Israel. Hazaz, in an article published in Davar on November 10, 1967, echoed the labor Zionist biblical rhetoric of the pre-1948 period. There is the question of Judea and Ephraim, with a large Arab population which must be evacuated to neighboring Arab states. This is not an exile like the exile of the Jews among the Gentiles. They will be coming to their brothers to large and wide and little populated countries. One culture, one language, and religion. This is transfer such as that which took place between Turkey and Greece, between India and Pakistan, putting the world aright in one place through exchanging to 43. Its designated place. We will assume responsibility for this task and assist in planning, organizing, and financing. Avraham Yoff, who also was a member of the Knesset from 1974 to 1977, believed that the extension of Israeli sovereignty over Judea and Samaria and Gaza would cause part to emigrate from here and the other part to remain as loyal citizens of the State of Israel. Mainstream Zionism rejected the views of a liberal minority, to which Amos Oz belongs, which argued that Palestine is also the homeland of the Palestinian people. Therefore one needs to go beyond Oz's explanation to understand the background against which transfer thoughts and debates promptly resurfaced after 1967. This background consists of the standard mainstream Zionist solution for the Palestinian problem, which was predicated on the claim for monopolist Jewish ownership and Zionist domination of the land of the Bible. This being the case, Zionism was bound to base its conception of Jerusalem upon a mythologized entity, Jerusalem of gold, and to involve abstract historical and ideological rights in the newly acquired territories, as well as resting its claim on territorial expansion and domination and the actual redemption of land through settlement. One implication of the claim for monopolist ownership of a country shared by another people is the transfer solution. Against this background, transfer proposals and plans inevitably were put forward by mainstream labor leaders, including ministers, immediately after the 1967 victory. These images and formulas of underpopulated and untended land gave those who propounded them a simple and self-explanatory Zionism. These myths not only justified Zionist settlement but also helped to suppress conscience pricking among Israeli Jews for the dispossession of the Palestinians before, during and after 1948. If the land had been deserted, then no Zionist wrongdoing had taken place. Even in the 1990s, Israeli leaders such as Benjamin Netanyahu were still propagating the myth of an underpopulated, desolate and inhospitable land to justify the Zionist colonization of Palestine and obliviousness to the fate of its native inhabitants. Moreover, this continuum between the ancient and the modern means this is a difficult land, one that resists agriculture and that can only be redeemed and made to yield up its 44. Produce by the extraordinary effort of Jewish immigrants and Zionist pioneers. It mattered little that in reality most of Palestine, other than the Negev, was no desert but an intensely and successfully cultivated fertile land. In October 1991, Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, in his address to the Madrid Peace Conference, resorted to quoting from The Innocents Abroad by Mark Twain to prove that Palestine was an empty territory, a kind of civilizational barrenness that no one wanted, a desolate country which sits in sackcloth and ashes, a silent, mournful expanse which not even imagination can grace with the pomp of life, won the same axiom of a ruined *desolate/ empty country was used by two prime ministers, Shamir and Binyamin Netanyahu, to justify Zionist colonization of Palestine at the expense of its native inhabitants. 16 For the Zionist settler who is coming to redeem the land of the Bible, the indigenous people earmarked for dispossession are usually invisible. They are simultaneously divested of their human and national reality and classed as a marginal nonentity. Furthermore, Zionism, like all European settler colonial movements, had to demonize and dehumanize the indigenous people in its path in order to legitimize their displacement and dispossession. Thus, the Palestinians were depicted as conniving, dishonest, lazy, treacherous, liars, murderers and Nazis. Indeed, Zionist historiography provides ample evidence suggesting that from the very beginning of the Yishuv in Palestine the attitude of most Zionist groups towards the native Arab population ranged from a mixture of indifference and patronizing racial superiority to outright denial of its national rights, the goal being to uproot and transfer it to neighboring countries. Leading figures such as Israel Zangwill, a prominent Anglo-Jewish writer, close lieutenant of Theodor Herzl and advocate of the transfer solution, worked relentlessly to propagate the slogan that Palestine was a land without a people for a people without a land. Another use of the same myth of an empty country was made in 1914 by Chaim Weizmann, later president of the World Zionist Congress and the first president of the State of Israel. In its initial stage, Zionism was conceived by its pioneers as a movement wholly depending on mechanical factors. There is a country which happens to 45. Be called Palestine, a country without a people, and, on the other hand, there exists the Jewish people, and it has no country. What else is necessary, then, than to fit the gem into the ring, to unite this people with this country? The owners of the country must, therefore, be persuaded and convinced that this marriage is advantageous, not only for the people and for the country, but also for themselves. A few years after the Zionist movement obtained the Balfour Declaration, Zangwill wrote, "If Lord Shaftesbury was literally inexact in describing Palestine as a country without a people, he was essentially correct, for there is no Arab people living in intimate fusion with the country, utilizing its resources and stamping it with a characteristic impress. There is at best an Arab encampment." This and other pronouncements by Weizmann and other leading Zionists embodying European supremacy planted in the Zionist mind the racist notion of an empty territory, empty not necessarily in the actual absence of its inhabitants, but rather in the sense of civilizational barrenness, justifying Zionist colonization at the expense of the native population and their eventual removal. Disposable people, Zionism seen by its victims. Neither Zangwill nor Weizmann intended these demographic assessments in a literal fashion. They did not mean that there were no people in Palestine, but rather that there were no people worth considering within the framework of the notions of European white supremacy that then held sway. In this connection, a comment by Weizmann to Arthur Ruppin, head of the colonization department of the Jewish Agency, is particularly revealing. When asked by Ruppin about the Palestinian Arabs and how he obtained the Balfour Declaration in 1917, Weizmann replied, "The British told us that there are some 100,000 Negroes and for those there is no value." Such pronouncements by Weizmann, Zangwill and other leading Zionists planted in the Zionist mind the racist notion of an empty territory, empty not necessarily in the sense of an actual absence of inhabitants, but rather 46. In the sense of a civilizational barrenness justifying Zionist colonization at the expense of the native population and its eventual removal. In earlier works, which are largely based on Hebrew and Israeli archival sources, I have dealt with the evolution of the theme of population transfer, a euphemism denoting the organized removal of the Arab population of Palestine to neighboring or distant countries. I have shown that this concept, delicately described by its proponents as population exchange, Arab return to Arabia, emigration, resettlement and rehabilitation of the Palestinians in Arab countries, and so on, was deeply rooted in mainstream Zionist thinking and in the Yishuv as a solution to Zionist land and political problems. Although the desire among Zionist leaders to solve the Arab question through transfer remained constant until 1948, the envisaged modalities of transfer changed over the years according to circumstances. From the mid-1930s onwards, a series of specific plans, generally involving Transjordan, Syria, and Iraq, were produced by the Yeshuv's transfer committees and senior officials. The justifications used in defense of the transfer plans in the 1930s and 1940s formed the cornerstone of the subsequent argumentation for transfer, particularly in the proposals put forward after 1948 and in the wake of the 1967 conquest of the West Bank and Gaza. After 1967, Zionist territorial maximalists and proponents of transfer continued to assert, often publicly, that there was nothing immoral about the idea. They assert that the Palestinians were not a distinct people but merely Arabs, an Arab population, or an Arab community that happened to reside in the land of Israel. Closely linked to this idea of the non-existence of the Palestinians as a nation and their non-attachment to the particular soil of Palestine was the idea of their belonging to an Arab nation with vast territories and many countries. As Ben-Gurion put it in 1929, Jerusalem is not the same thing to the Arabs as it is to the Jews. The Arab people inhabit many great lands. And if the Palestinians did not constitute a distinct, separate nation, had little attachment to Jerusalem, were not an integral part of the country and were without historical ties to it, then they could be transferred to other Arab countries without undue prejudice. Similarly, if the Palestinians were merely a marginal, local segment of a larger 47 population of Arabs, then they were not a major party to the conflicts with Israel, therefore Israeli efforts to deal over their heads were justified. Despite their propaganda slogans of an underpopulated land, of Palestine's civilizational barrenness and of their making the desert bloom, all of which were issued partly for external consumption, the Zionists from the outset were well aware that not only were there people on the land, but that they were there in large numbers. Zhang Will, who had visited Palestine in 1897 and come face to face with the demographic reality of the country, himself acknowledged in a 1905 speech to a Zionist group in Manchester that Palestine proper had already its inhabitants. The Pashalik of Jerusalem is already twice as thickly populated as the United States, having 52 souls to the square mile, and not 25% of them Jews. Abundant references to the Palestinian population in early Zionist texts show clearly that from the beginning of the Zionist settlement in Palestine, the Palestinian Arabs were far from being an unseen or hidden presence. Thus, Yitzhak Epstein, an early settler leader who arrived in Palestine from Russia in 1886, warned not only of the moral implications of the Zionist colonization but also of the political dangers inherent in the enterprise. In 1907, at a time when Zionist land purchases in the Galilee were stirring opposition among Palestinian peasants forced off land sold by absentee landlords, Epstein wrote an article entitled The Hidden Question in which he strongly criticized the methods by which Zionists had purchased Arab land. In his view, those methods entailing dispossession of Arab farmers were bound to cause political confrontation in the future. Reflected in the Zionist establishment's angry response to Epstein's article are two principal features of mainstream Zionist thought: the belief that Jewish acquisition of land took precedence over moral considerations, and the advocacy of a physically separate, exclusionist, and literally pure Jewish Yeshuv. If we want Hebrew redemption 100%er, then we must have a 100%er Hebrew settlement, a 100%er Hebrew farm, and a 100%er Hebrew port, declared Ben-Gurion at a meeting of the Va Adlumi, the Yeshuv's National Council, on May 5, 1936. The idea of transfer/ethnic cleansing is old as modern political Zionism and has accompanied its evolution and praxis during the past century. 17 Ben-Gurion, in particular, was an enthusiastic 48 and committed advocate of the transfer solution. The importance he attached not merely to transfer but forced transfer is seen in his diary entry for July 1937. The compulsory transfer of Arabs from the valleys of the proposed Jewish state could give us something which we never had, even when we stood on our own feet during the days of the First and Second Temple. Ben-Gurion was convinced that few, if any, Palestinians would voluntarily transfer themselves to Transjordan. He also believed that if the Zionists were determined in their effort to put pressure on the British mandatory authorities to carry out compulsory transfer, the plan could be implemented. We have to stick to this conclusion in the same way we grabbed the Balfour Declaration, more than that, in the same way we grabbed Zionism itself. We have to insist upon this conclusion with our full determination, power, and conviction. We must uproot from our hearts the assumption that the thing is not possible. It can be done. Ben-Gurion went as far as to write in his memoirs, "We must prepare ourselves to carry out the transfer." A letter to his son Amos, dated October 5, 1937, shows the extent to which transfer had become associated in his mind with expulsion. Ben-Gurion wrote, "We must expel Arabs and take their places, and, if we have to use force, not to dispossess the Arabs of the Negev and Transjordan, but to guarantee our own right to settle in those places, then we have force at our disposal." At the 20th Zionist Congress, held 3 August 1937, Ben-Gurion emphasized that transfer of Arab villagers had been practiced by the Yishuv all along, was the transfer of the Arabs ethical, necessary, and practicable. Transfer of Arabs had repeatedly taken place before in consequence of Jews settling in different districts. 3*. A year later, at the Jewish Agency Executive's transfer discussions of June 1938, Ben-Gurion put forward a line of actions entitled The Zionist Mission of the Jewish State. 49. The Hebrew state will discuss with the neighboring Arab states the matter of voluntarily transferring Arab tenant farmers, workers, and fellahin from the Jewish state to neighboring states. For that purpose the Jewish state, or a special company, will purchase lands in neighboring states for the resettlement of all those workers and fellahin. Ben-Gurion elaborated on the idea in his Lines for Zionist Policy on October 15, 1941. We have to examine, first, if this transfer is practical, and secondly, if it is necessary. It is impossible to imagine general evacuation without compulsion, and brutal compulsion. The possibility of a large-scale transfer of a population by force was demonstrated, when the Greeks and the Turks were transferred. In the present war the idea of transferring a population is gaining more sympathy as a practical and the most secure means of solving the dangerous and painful problem of national minorities. 40. Ben-Gurion went on to suggest a Zionist-inspired campaign in Britain and the United States that would aim at influencing Arab countries, especially Syria and Iraq, to collaborate with the Jewish Yishuv in implementing the transfer of Palestinians in return for economic gains. There is a great deal of evidence showing that in the pre-1948 period, transfer/ethnic cleansing was embraced by the highest levels of Zionist leadership, representing almost the entire political spectrum. Nearly all the founding fathers of the Israeli state advocated transfer in one form or another, including Theodor Herzl, Leon Moeskin, Naaman Sirkin, Menahem Ussishkin, Chaim Weizmann, David Ben-Gurion, Yitzhak Tabenkin, Avraham Granevsky, Israel Zangwill, Yitzhak Ben-Tzvi, Pinchas Rutenberg, Aaron Aronson, Vladimir Jabotinsky, and Burl Katznelson. Menahem Ussishkin, a Russian Jew and one of the leading figures of the Yishuv, long the chairman of the Jewish Agency Fund and a member of the Jewish Agency Executive, publicly called for the transfer of the Palestinians to other parts of the Middle East. In an address to journalists in Jerusalem on April 28, 1930, he stated, "We must continuously raise the demand that our land be returned to our possession. If there are other inhabitants there, they must be transferred to some other place. We must take over the land. We have a greater and nobler ideal than preserving several hundred thousands of Arab fellahin*. 50. 11 years earlier, in an address to the representatives of the Western powers at the Versailles Peace Conference in February 1991, the deeply secular Ussishkin had this to say. "In the name of the largest Jewish community, the Jews of Russia, I stand here before you, in order to put forward the historic demand of the Jewish people, for our return to our own borders, for the restoration to the Jews of the land that was promised to them 4,000 years ago by the power above __ that country was forcibly taken from the Jewish people 1,800 years ago by the Romans. And now I, come, to you who serve both politically and culturally as the heirs to the Romans and make my demand to your restore that historic robbery to us. In August 1937, Burl Katznelson, who was one of the most popular and influential leaders of the MAPE party, had this to say in a debate at the World Convention of Ehud Poel Zion about ethnic cleansing. The matter of population transfer has provoked a debate among us. Is it permitted or forbidden? My conscience is absolutely clear in this respect. A remote neighbor is better than a close enemy. They will not lose from it. In the final analysis, this is a political and settlement reform for the benefit of both parties. I have long been of the opinion that this is the best of all solutions. I have always believed and still believe that they were destined to be transferred to Syria or Iraq too. A year later, at the Jewish Agency Executive's discussions of June 1938, Katznelson declared himself in favor of maximum territory and the principle of compulsory transfer *. What is a compulsory transfer? Compulsory transfer does not mean individual transfer. It means that once we resolve to transfer, there should be a political body able to force this or that Arab who would not want to move out. Regarding the transfer of Arab individuals, we are always doing this. But the question will be the transfer of much greater quantity of Arabs through an agreement with the Arab states. This is called a compulsory transfer. We have here a war about principles, and in the same way that we must wage a war for maximum territory, there must also be here a war. We must insist on the principle that it must be a large agreed transfer. 41. 5.1. In the early 1940s, Katznelson found time to be engaged in polemics with the left-wing Hashomer Hatzair about the merits of transfer. He said to them, "Don't stigmatize the concept of transfer and rule it beforehand. Has Merhavia not been built on transfer? Were it not for many of these transfers, neither Merhavia or Mishmar HaEmek or other socialist kibbutzim would have been set up." Supporters of voluntary transfer included Arthur Ruppin, a co-founder of Brit Shalom, a movement advocating binationalism and equal rights for Arabs and Jews, moderate leaders of MAPE such as Moshe Shertok and Eliezer Kaplan, Israel's first finance minister, and leaders of the Histadrut such as Golda Meyerson and David Reme. Perhaps the most consistent, extreme, and obsessive advocate of compulsory transfer was Yosef Weitz, a Polish Jew who arrived in Palestine in 1908 and later became director of the settlement department of the Jewish National Fund and head of the Israeli government's official transfer committee of 1948. Weitz was at the center of Zionist land purchasing activities for decades. His intimate knowledge of and involvement in land purchase made him sharply aware of its limitations. As late as 1947, after half a century of tireless efforts, the collective holdings of the JNF, which constituted about half of the Yishuv total, amounted to a mere 3.5% of the land area of Palestine. A summary of Weitz's political beliefs is provided by his diary entry for December 20, 1940, "Amongst ourselves it must be clear that there is no room for both peoples in this country. After the Arabs are transferred, the country will be wide open for us. With the Arabs staying, the country will remain narrow and restricted. There is no room for compromise on this point. Land purchasing will not bring about the state. The only way is to transfer the Arabs from here to neighboring countries, all of them, except perhaps Bethlehem, Nazareth, and Old Jerusalem. Not a single village or a single tribe must be left. And the transfer must be done through their absorption in Iraq and Syria and even in Transjordan. For that goal, money will be found, even a lot of money. And only then will the country be able to absorb millions of Jews. There is no other solution." A countryside tour in the summer of 1941 took Weitz to a region in central Palestine. He recorded in his diary seeing the Bible and Zionism 5*. Large villages crowded in population and surrounded by cultivated land growing olives, grapes, figs, sesame, and maize fields. Would we be able to maintain scattered settlements among these existing villages that will always be larger than ours? And is there any possibility of buying there? And once again I hear that voice inside me called, evaluate this country. Earlier in March 1941 Weitz wrote in his diary after touring Jewish settlements in the Esdraelon Valley, the complete evacuation of the country from its inhabitants and handing it to the Jewish people is the answer. In April 1948 Weitz recorded in his diary, I made a summary of a list of the Arab villages which in my opinion must be cleared out in order to complete Jewish regions. I also made a summary of the places that have land disputes and must be settled by military means. In 1930, against the background of the 1929 disturbances in Palestine, Weizmann, then president of both the World Zionist Organization and the Jewish Agency Executive, actively began promoting ideas of Arab transfer in private discussions with British officials and ministers. He presented the colonial secretary, Lord Pasfield, with an official, albeit secret, proposal for the transfer of Palestinian peasants to Transjordan, whereby a loan of £1 million Palestinian pounds would be raised from Jewish financial sources for the resettlement operation. Lord Pasfield rejected the proposal. However, the justification Weizmann used in its defense formed the basis of subsequent Zionist transfer arguments. Weizmann asserted that there was nothing immoral about the concept of transfer, that the transfer of Greek and Turkish populations in the early 1920s provided a precedent for a similar measure regarding the Palestinians, and that the uprooting and transportation of Palestinians to Transjordan, Iraq, Syria or any other part of the vast Arab world would merely constitute a relocation from one Arab district to another. Above all, for Weizmann and other Jewish agency leaders, transfer was a systematic procedure requiring preparation, money, and a great deal of organization, which needed to be planned by strategic thinkers and technical experts. 53. While the desire among the Zionist leadership to be rid of the Arab demographic problem remained constant until 1948, the extent of the preoccupation with, and the envisaged modalities of, transfer changed over the years according to circumstances. Thus, the wishful and rather naive belief in Zionism's early years that the Palestinians could be spirited across the border, in Herzl's words, or that they would simply fold their tents and slip away, to use Zangwill's formulation, soon gave way to more realistic assessments. Between 1937 and 1948 extensive secret discussions of transfer were held in the Zionist movement's highest bodies, including the Zionist Agency Executive, the 20th Zionist Congress, the World Convention of Ehud Poalet Zion, and various official and semi-official transfer committees. Many leading figures justified Arab removal politically and morally as the natural and logical continuation of Zionist colonization in Palestine. There was a general endorsement of the ethical legitimacy of transfer. The differences centered on the question of compulsory transfer and whether such a course would be practicable without the support of the colonial power, Britain. From the mid-1930s onwards the transfer solution became central to the assessments of the Jewish Agency. The Jewish Agency produced a series of specific plans, generally involving Transjordan, Syria, or Iraq. Some of these plans were drafted by 3 transfer committees. The first 2 committees, set up by the Yishuv leadership, operated between 1937 and 1944, the third was officially appointed by the Israeli cabinet in August 1948. As of the late 1930s, some of these transfer plans included proposals for agrarian legislation, citizenship restriction, and various taxes designed to encourage Palestinians to transfer voluntarily. However, in the 1930s and early 1940s, Zionist transfer proposals and plans remained largely confined to private and secret talks with British senior officials. The Zionist leadership generally refrained from airing the highly sensitive proposals in public. More importantly, however, during the Mandate period, for reasons of political expediency, the Zionists calculated that such proposals could not be effected without Britain's active support and even actual British implementation. Moreover, the Zionist leadership was tireless in trying to shape the proposals of the Royal Commission of 1937, which proposed a partition of Palestine between Jews and Arabs. It has generally escaped the attention of historians that the most significant transfer proposal submitted to the Commission, the one destined to shape the outcome of its findings, was put forward by the Jewish Agency in a secret memorandum containing a specific paragraph on Arab transfer to Transjordan. Jewish David against an Arab Goliath? The Palestinian Nakba and politicide. The 1948 Palestine War is known to Palestinians as the Nakba, the disaster or catastrophe 44, and to Israelis as the War of Independence Melamed Ha'atzmaut, or War of Liberation Melamed Hasharar. In the middle of the war, in May, the Zionist leadership issued the Declaration of Independence, which stated, "The land of Israel was the birthplace of the Jewish people. Here their spiritual, religious, and national identity was formed. Here they created a culture of national and universal significance. Here they wrote and gave the Bible to the world. While the State of Israel itself, according to the Declaration, was declared on the basis of natural and historical rights and on the basis of the November 1947 partition resolution of the UN, it was also supposed to be based on the precepts of liberty, justice, and peace, as taught by the Hebrew prophets." The declaration added that the state will uphold the full social and political equality of all its citizens, without distinction of race, creed, or sex, but not nationality. The War of Liberation, which led to the creation of the State of Israel on 78% of historic Palestine, resulted not in equality for all citizens as 55. Taught by the Hebrew prophets, but in the destruction of much of Palestinian society, and much of the Arab landscape, in the name of the Bible, by the Zionist Yeshuv, a predominantly European settler community that emigrated to Palestine in the period between 1882 and 1948. The 1948 war was presented by the Zionist leadership in messianic terms as a miraculous clearing of the land and as another war of liberation modeled on the Book of Joshua. The question is, from whom was the land liberated? From the British, whose colonial administration in Palestine after 1918 had alone made it possible for the growth of the European Jewish settlement against the will of the overwhelming majority of Palestinians? Or from its indigenous inhabitants, who had tilled the land and owned the soil for many centuries and for whom the Bible had become an instrument mandating expulsion? From the territory occupied by the Israelis in 1948, about 90% of the Palestinians were driven out, many by psychological warfare and/or military pressure, and a very large number at gunpoint. The war simply provided the opportunity and the necessary background for the creation of a Jewish state largely free of Arabs. It concentrated Jewish Zionist minds, and provided the security, military and strategic explanations and justifications for purging the Jewish state and dispossessing the Palestinian people. Today some 70% of the Palestinians are refugees. There are over 4 million Palestinian refugees in the Middle East and many more worldwide. In 1948 a minority of Palestinians -160,000, who remained behind, many of them internally displaced, became second-class citizens of the State of Israel, subject to a system of military administration by a government that confiscated the bulk of their lands. The conquest narrative of the Old Testament contains the legend of the Israelites, under the leadership of Joshua, sacking the city of Jericho and killing its inhabitants, after the city walls came tumbling down miraculously. Central to the conquest narrative of the Zionist leadership was the miraculous clearing of the land in 1948. Following the 1948 conquest, Ben-Gurion and other leaders invented several foundational myths, including the myth of no expulsions, the myth of self-defense, and the Haganah slogan/myth of purity of arms. The myth of no expulsion was echoed by the first United States ambassador to 56. Israel, James MacDonald, who told of a conversation he had with the President of Israel, Chaim Weizmann, during which Weizmann spoke in messianic terms about the 1948 Palestinian exodus as a miraculous simplification of Israel's tasks. MacDonald said that not one of Israel's big three, Weizmann, Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion and Foreign Minister Moshe Sharad, and no responsible Zionist leader had anticipated such a miraculous clearing of the land. Available evidence, however, shows that the Big Three had all enthusiastically endorsed the concept of transferring the Palestinians in the 1937-48 period and had anticipated the mass flight of Palestinian refugees in 1948, referred to by Palestinians as the Nakba. In the official Zionist rendition of the 1948 war, the events are presented as a battle between a Jewish David and an Arab Goliath. Central to key narratives in Israeli culture is the myth which depicts the Israel-Palestine conflict as a war of the few against the many. Since the early 20th century, Zionist historiography has based this narrative of the few against the many on the biblical account of Joshua's conquest of ancient Palestine, while mainstream Israeli historians continue to portray the 1948 war as an unequal struggle between a Jewish David against an Arab Goliath, and as a desperate, heroic, and ultimately successful Jewish struggle against overwhelming odds. 46 The European Zionist settlers brought with them to Palestine the few against the many narrative, a widespread European cultural myth which has appeared in many variations, including the American Western cowboy variation of the early 20th century. Turning the Jewish faith into secular ideology, Israeli historians and authors have adopted and reinterpreted biblical sources and myths and mobilized them in support of post-1948 Israeli objectives. The few who overcame the many by virtue of their courage and absolute conviction were those European Zionist settlers who emulated the fighters of ancient Israel, while the many were those Palestinians and Arabs who were the embodiment of various ancient oppressors. The Zionist struggle against the indigenous Palestinians was thus portrayed as a modern reenactment of ancient biblical battles and wars, including David's slaying of Goliath, the Hasmonean uprising against ancient Greece, and the Jewish wars against the Romans, with the Zealots. 57. Last stand at Masada in 73 AD and the Bar Kokhba revolt 67 years later. While the David and Goliath version of the Israel-Palestine conflict continues to gain hegemony in the Western media, since the late 1980s, however, many of the myths that have come to surround the birth of Israel have been challenged by revisionist Israeli historians, including Flipan, Morris, Papp, Schleim. Furthermore, the new and recent historiography of Palestine-Israel has shown that the 1948 Palestinian catastrophe was the culmination of over half a century of often secret Zionist plans and, ultimately, brute force. The extensive evidence shows a strong correlation between transfer discussions, their practical application in 1948 and the Palestinian Nakba. The primary responsibility for the displacement and dispossession of 750,000 Palestinian refugees in 1948 lies with the Zionist Jewish leadership, not least David Ben-Gurion. The work of revisionist Israeli historians contributed to demolishing some of the long-held Israeli and Western misconceptions surrounding Israel's birth. Containing remarkable revelations based on Hebrew archival material, their studies throw new light on the conduct of the labor Zionist founding fathers of the Israeli state. The new historiography of Israel-Palestine shows that in reality throughout the 1948 war, the Israeli army outnumbered all the Arab forces, regular and irregular, operating in the Palestine theater. Estimates vary, but the best estimates suggest that on May 15, 1948 Israel fielded 35,000 troops whereas the Arabs fielded 20-25,000.47. Moreover, during the war imported arms from the Eastern Bloc, artillery, tanks, aircraft, decisively tipped the military balance in favor of Israel. During the second half of 1948 the Israelis not only outnumbered but also outgunned their opponents. While the Arab coalition facing Israel in 1948 was one of the most deeply divided, disorganized and ramshackle coalitions in the history of warfare, the final outcome of the war was not a miracle but a reflection of the underlying Arab-Israeli military balance. 4 Furthermore, since 1948 the Arab-Israeli military imbalance has been illustrated by the fact that Israel has developed the fourth most powerful army in the world and has become the only nuclear power in the region. 58. Ben-Gurion's 1948 war against the Palestinians was a form of politicide. 49 Ben-Gurion entered the 1948 war with a mindset and premeditation to expel Palestinians. On December 19, 1947, he advised that the Haganah, the Jewish pre-state army, adopt the method of aggressive defense. With every attack we must be prepared to respond with a decisive blow, the destruction of the place or the expulsion of the residents along with the seizure of the place. There is also plenty of evidence to suggest that as early as the beginning of 1948 his advisors counseled him to wage a total war against the Palestinians, and that he entered the 1948 war with the intention of expelling Palestinians. Plan Dalet, a straightforward document, this Haganah plan of early March 1948 was in many ways a blueprint for the expulsion of as many Palestinians as possible. It constituted an ideological strategic anchor and basis for the destruction of Arab localities and expulsion of their inhabitants by Jewish commanders. In conformity with Plan Dalet, the Haganah cleared various areas completely of Arab villages. The general endorsement of transfer schemes and the attempt to promote them secretly by mainstream labor leaders, some of whom played a decisive role in the 1948 war, highlight the ideological intent that made the 1948 refugee exodus possible. Ben-Gurion in particular emerges as both an obsessive advocate of compulsory transfer in the late 1930s and the great expeller of the Palestinians in 1948. In 1948 there was no need for any cabinet decision to drive the Palestinians out. Ben-Gurion and senior Zionist military commanders, such as Yuval Alon, Moshe Carmel, Yugal Yadin, Moshe Dayan, Moshe Kalman, and Yitzhak Rabin, played a key role in the expulsions. Everyone, at every level of military and political decision-making, understood that the objective was a Jewish state without a large Arab minority. There is plenty of evidence to suggest that a policy of mass expulsion was adopted and carried out in 1948. Aharon Cohen, who in 1948 was the director of the Arab Department of MAPAM, wrote a memorandum dated May 10, 1948. There is reason to believe that what is being done out of certain political objectives and not only out of military necessities, as they claim sometimes. In fact, the transfer asterisk of the Arabs from 59. The boundaries of the Jewish state is being implemented. The evacuation/clearing out of Aksab villages is not always done out of military necessity. The complete destruction of villages is not always done because there are no sufficient forces to maintain garrison. Yosef Sprintsak, who in 1948 was Secretary General of the Histadrut, stated at a debate at the Mappé Center on July 24, 1948, which was held against the background of the Ramallah expulsions of 12 to 13 Judi. There is a feeling that fates accomplis are being created. The question is not whether the Arabs will return or not return. The question is whether the Arabs are expelled or not. I want to know, who is creating the facts? And the facts are being created on orders. Sprintsak added that a line of action of expropriating and of emptying the land of Arabs by force. With the 1948 war, Prime Minister Ben-Gurion and the Zionist leadership succeeded in many of their objectives. Above all, they created a vastly enlarged Jewish state in which the Palestinians were forcibly reduced to a small minority. The available evidence shows that the evacuation of some 750,000 Palestinians in 1948 can only be ascribed to the culmination of Zionist expulsion policies and not to mythical orders issued by the Arab armies. Israeli historian Benny Morris's The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem explodes many Israeli myths surrounding the 1948 exodus. Morris assesses that of 330 villages whose experience he studied, a total of 282 were depopulated as a result of direct Jewish attack. Ben-Gurion, who was personally responsible for many of the myths surrounding 1948, had this to say in the Israeli Knesset debate of October 11, 1961. The Arabs' exit from Palestine began immediately after the UN resolution, from the areas earmarked for the Jewish state. And we have explicit documents testifying that they left Palestine following instructions by the Arab leaders, with the Mufti at their head, under the assumption that the invasion of the Arab armies at the expiration of the mandate will destroy the Jewish state and push all the Jews into the sea, dead or alive. 50. 60 Ben-Gurion was propagating two myths, there were orders from the neighboring Arab states and the Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, for the Palestinians to evacuate their homes and lands on the promise that the Arab armies would destroy the nascent Jewish state, that those armies intended to push all the Jews into the sea, dead or alive. Ben-Gurion gave no attribution for this phrase, nor did he claim that it was a quotation from an Arab source. Since the Second World War, the show had been used as a legitimizer of Zionism. However, the phrase "push all the Jews into the sea," a highly emotive phrase invoking images of the Holocaust, though adapted to a Mediterranean setting, has since acquired extraordinary mythical dimensions as it is constantly invoked by Israelis and Zionists in order to justify the policies of Israel towards the Palestinians as well as the continuing occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. *1 Although Ben-Gurion and his commanders did not drive the Palestinians into the sea, they did drive them from their homes and villages and ancestral lands and from Palestine into squalid refugee camps. The irony of Ben-Gurion's chilling phrase should not escape us. He demanded deference for a fictitious intention on the part of the Palestinians and Arabs. *2 While denying his own direct and personal involvement in the very real expulsion of the Palestinians. Lydda and Rami. From the territory occupied by the Israelis in 1948-49, about 90% of the Palestinians were driven out, many by psychological warfare and / military pressure. A very large number of Palestinians were expelled at gunpoint. A major instance of outright expulsion is the widely documented case of the twin towns of Lydda and Rami in July 1948. More than 60,000 Palestinians were expelled, accounting for nearly 10% of the total exodus. Ben-Gurion and 3 senior army officers were directly involved, Yuval Alon, Yitzhak Rabin, and Moshe Dayan. Shortly before the capture of the towns, Ben-Gurion met with his army chiefs. Alon, commander of the Palma, the Haganah's elite military force, asked Ben-Gurion, "What shall we do with the Arabs?" Ben-Gurion answered, "Expel them." This was 61. Immediately communicated to the army headquarters and the expulsion implemented. Morris writes. At 13:30 hours on July 12, Lieutenant Colonel Yitzhak Rabin issued the following order: 1. The inhabitants of Lydda must be expelled quickly without attention to age. They should be directed to Beit Nabala. Implement immediately. A similar order was issued at the same time to the Kiryati Brigade concerning the inhabitants of the neighboring town of Rami, occupied by Kiryati troops that morning. On 12 and July 13, Yifta and Kiryati brigades carried out their orders, expelling the 50,000 to 60,000 remaining inhabitants of and refugees camped in and around the two towns. In the case of Nazareth, Ben-Gurion arrived only after its capture. On seeing so many Palestinians remaining in situ, he angrily asked the local commander, "Why are there so many Arabs? Why didn't you expel them?" The Haganah and the myth of purity of arms. The view that the Bible provides Jews with a title deed to the land of Israel combined with European Zionism's self-perception as morally superior to the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine, was echoed in the myth of purity of arms, a slogan initially coined by the Haganah/Palma in early 1948. In the period between the mid-1930s and 1948, the Yishuv labor leadership had embraced the concept of transfer while quietly pondering the question of whether there was a more humane way of expelling the indigenous Palestinians. In Land and Power, the Zionist resort to power, Anita Shapira shows that already during the Great Palestinian Rebellion of 1936-39 the Zionist leadership abandoned the slogan of Havlaga, a restrained and proportionate response, and legitimized the use of terror against Palestinian civilians. The Zionist nationalist end justified the means. More crucially, however, the War of Independence proved that engineering mass evacuation was not possible without perpetrating a large number of atrocities. According to Israeli military historian Aryeh Yitzhaki, about 10 major massacres and about 100 smaller massacres were committed by Jewish 6 forces in 1948-49. Yitzhaki argues that these massacres, large and small, had a devastating impact on the Palestinian population by inducing and precipitating the Palestinian exodus. Yitzhaki suggests that in almost every village there were murders. Another Israeli historian, Yuri Milstein, corroborates Yitzhaki's assessment and goes even further to suggest that each battle in 1948 ended with a massacre. In all Israel's wars, massacres were committed, but I have no doubt that the War of Independence was the dirtiest of them all. Both Israeli new historiography and Palestinian oral history confirm that in almost every Palestinian village occupied by the Haganah and other Jewish militias during the 1948-49 war, atrocities, such as murders, execution of prisoners and rape, were committed. Moreover, the most striking result of the new historiography of Israel-Palestine is that the discourse has shifted away from the Orthodox Zionist interpretation of the Deir Yassin massacre as exceptional. The focus of study is no longer so much on the terrorism carried out by the Irgun Tzvei Leumi, the military arm of Beitar Zionism, and Lehi irregular forces before and during the 1948 war, but on the conduct of the mainstream Haganah/Palma and Israeli Defense Force. At issue are the roles and involvement of the Haganah and the Israeli army in the numerous atrocities carried out in 1948. Sharif Kanana of Birzeit University places the massacre of Deir Yassin and the evacuation of Arab West Jerusalem in 1948 within the framework of what he terms the Zionists' Maxi massacre pattern in their conquest of large Palestinian cities. Jewish attacks produced demoralization and exodus. A nearby massacre would result in panic and further flight, greatly facilitating the occupation of the Arab city and its surrounding towns and villages. Deir Yassin was the site of the most notorious massacre of Palestinian civilians in 1948, a massacre which became the single most important contributory factor to the 1948 exodus, a powerful marker of the violence at the foundation of the State of Israel. On April 9, between 120 and 254 unarmed villagers were murdered, including women, the elderly and children. There were also cases of rape and 63. Mutilation. Most Israeli writers today have no difficulty in acknowledging the occurrence of the Deir Yassin massacre and its effect, if not its intention, of precipitating the exodus. However, most of these writers take refuge in the fact that the massacre was committed by dissidents of the Irgun, then commanded by Menahem Begin 54, and Lehi, then co-commanded by Yitzhak Shamir, thus exonerating Ben-Gurion's Haganah, the mainstream Zionist military force. Recently published Hebrew material, however, shows that, in January 1948, the Mukhtar of Deir Yassin and other village notables had reached a non-aggression agreement with the Haganah and the neighboring Jewish settlements of Givat Shal and Montefiore. The Irgun's assault on the village on April 9 had the full backing of the Haganah commander of Jerusalem, David Shultiel, who not only chose to break his agreement with the villagers but also provided rifles and ammunition for the Irgunists. The Haganah contributed to the assault on the village by providing artillery cover. A Haganah intelligence officer in Jerusalem, Meir Pa*il, was dispatched to Deir Yassin to assess the effectiveness and performance of the Irgun forces. Although the actual murders of the non-combatant villagers were carried out by Lehi and the Irgun, the Haganah must share responsibility for the slaughter. The atrocity was fiercely condemned by liberal Jewish intellectuals, most prominent of whom was Martin Buber, who wrote repeatedly to Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion about the massacre. But apparently Ben-Gurion did not reply. According to Israeli historian Benny Morris, Ben-Gurion was at that very time explicitly sanctioning the expulsions of the Palestinians. More significantly, the recently published Israeli material shows that Deir Yassin was only one of many massacres carried out by Jewish forces in 1948. Recent research shows that the Palestinians were less prone to evacuate their towns and villages in the second half of the war. Hence the numerous massacres committed from June 1948 onwards, all of which were geared at forcing mass evacuation. In 1948, Al-Dawayma, situated in the western Hebron Hills, was a very large village, with a population of some 3,500 people. Like Deir Yassin, Al-Dawayma was unarmed. It was captured on October 29, 1948 without a 64. Fight. The massacre of between 80 and 100 villagers was carried out at the end of October 1948, not in the heat of the battle but after the Israeli army had clearly emerged victorious in the war. The testimony of Israeli soldiers present during the atrocities establishes that IDF troops under Moshe Dayan entered the village and liquidated civilians, throwing their victims into pits. The children they killed by breaking their heads with sticks. There was not a house without dead. The remaining Arabs were then shut up in houses without food and water as the village was systematically razed. One commander ordered a sapper to put 2 old women in a certain house, and blow up the house. One soldier boasted that he had raped a woman and then shot her. One woman, with a newborn baby in her arms, was employed to clear the courtyard where the soldiers ate. She worked a day or 2. In the end they shot her and her baby. A variety of evidence indicates that the atrocities were committed in and around the village, including at the mosque and in a nearby cave, that houses with old people locked inside were blown up, and that there were several cases of the rape and shooting of women. Clearing the Galilee. The evidence surrounding the Galilee expulsions shows clearly the existence of a pattern of actions characterized by a series of massacres designed to intimidate the population into flight. On 29–31 October 1948, the Israeli army, in a large military campaign named Operation Hiram, conquered the last significant Arab-held pocket of the Galilee. According to new Israeli archival material uncovered by Benny Morris, commanding officers issued expulsion directives. There was a central directive by Northern Command to clear the conquered pocket of its Arab inhabitants. Moreover, the operation was characterized by a series of atrocities against the Arab civilian population. On November 6, 1948, Yosef Naamani, director of the Jewish National Fund office in the Eastern Galilee between 1935 and 1965, toured the newly conquered areas. He was accompanied by Emmanuel Fried of Israel's Minority Affairs Ministry, who briefed him on the cruel acts of our soldiers, which Naamani recorded in his diary. In Sussov, after the inhabitants had raised a white flag, the COL left and separated the men and women, tied the hands of 50–60 fellahin and shot and killed them and buried them in a pit. Also, they raped several women. At Elabun and Faradia the soldiers had been greeted with white flags and rich food, and afterwards had ordered the villagers to leave, with their women and children. When they had begun to argue, had opened fire and after some 30 people were killed, had begun to lead the rest. Where did they come by such a measure of cruelty, like Nazis? Is there no more humane way of expelling the inhabitants than such methods? The following is only a partial inventory of other IDF massacres committed in the Galilee in 1948, Sussov, Jish, Sasa, Salihah, Elabun, Magd al-Kuram, Deir al-Assad, al-Bayani, Nasr al-Din, Ain Zaytun, al-Tanshara, Lida, Tel Gezer, Qasas, Kisariya, Kabri, and Abu Shusha. Erasing villages and deleting historic Palestine, biblical naming and the Hebraicization of Palestinian geography. In 1948 more than half of the Palestinians were driven from their towns and villages, mainly by a deliberate Israeli policy of transfer and ethnic cleaning. The name of Palestine disappeared from the map. To complete this transformation of the country, in August 1948, a de facto transfer committee was officially appointed by the Israeli cabinet to plan the Palestinian refugees' organized resettlement in the Arab states. The 3-member committee was composed of Ezra Danan, a former senior Haganah intelligence officer and a senior foreign ministry advisor on Arab affairs since July 1948, Zalman Lifshitz, the prime minister's advisor on land matters, and Yosef Weitz, head of the Jewish National Fund's Land Settlement Department, as head of the committee. The main Israeli propaganda lines regarding the Palestinian refugees and some of the myths of 1948 were cooked up by members of this official transfer committee. Besides doing everything possible to reduce the Palestinian population in Israel, Weitz and his colleagues sought in October 1948 to amplify and consolidate the demographic transformation of Palestine by 65. 66. preventing Palestinian refugees from returning to their homes and villages, destroying Arab villages, settling Jews in Arab villages and towns and distributing Arab lands among Jewish settlements, extricating Jews from Iraq and Syria, seeking ways to ensure the absorption of Palestinian refugees in Arab countries and launching a propaganda campaign to discourage Arab return. Apparently, Prime Minister Ben-Gurion approved of these proposals, although he recommended that all the Palestinian refugees be resettled in one Arab country, preferably Iraq, rather than be dispersed among the neighboring states. Ben-Gurion was also set against refugee resettlement in neighboring Transjordan. An abundance of archival documentation shows a strong correlation between the Zionist transfer solution and the 1948 Palestinian Nakba. By the end of the 1948 war, hundreds of villages had been completely depopulated and their houses blown up or bulldozed. The main objective was to prevent the return of refugees to their homes, but the destruction also helped to perpetuate the Zionist myth that Palestine was virtually empty territory before the Jews entered. An exhaustive study by a team of Palestinian field researchers and academics under the direction of Walid Khalidi details the destruction of 418 villages falling inside the 1949 armistice lines. The study gives the circumstances of each village's occupation and depopulation, and a description of what remains. Khalidi's team visited all except 14 sites, made comprehensive reports and took photographs. The result is both a monumental study and a kind of memorial. It is an acknowledgement of the enormous suffering of hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees. Of the 418 depopulated villages, 293 were totally destroyed, and 90 were largely destroyed. 7 survived, including Ain Karim, but were taken over by Israeli settlers. A few of the quaint Arab villages and neighborhoods have actually been meticulously preserved. But they are empty of Palestinians and are designated as Jewish artistic colonies. Wallen. 67. Observant traveler can still see some evidence of the destroyed Palestinian villages. In the main, all that is left is a scattering of stones and rubble. The names of Palestinian villages were deleted from the map and the Arabic names of geographical sites were replaced by newly coined Hebrew names, some of which resembled biblical names. In his recent book, A History of Modem Palestine, Israeli historian Elon Papp remarks, "Hen winter was over and the spring of 1949 warmed a particularly frozen Palestine, the land as we have described. Reconstructing a period stretching over 250 years, had changed beyond recognition. The countryside, the rural heart of Palestine, with its colorful and picturesque villages, was ruined. Half the villages had been destroyed, flattened by Israeli bulldozers which had been at work since August 1948, when the government had decided to either turn them into cultivated land or to build new Jewish settlements on their remains. A naming committee granted the new settlements Hebraized versions of the original Arab names. Libya became Lavi, and Safuria Zippori. David Ben-Gurion explained that this was done as part of an attempt to prevent future claim to the villages. It was also supported by the Israeli archaeologists, who had authorized the names as returning the map to something resembling ancient Israel. The destruction of Palestinian villages and the deletion of the demographic and political realities of historic Palestine and the erasure of Palestinians from history centered on key issues, the most important of which is the contest between a denial and an affirmation. The deletion of historic Palestine was designed not only to strengthen the newly created state but also to consolidate the myth of the unbroken link between the days of Joshua and the Israel state. In the post-1948 period, several Israeli leaders adopted Hebrew names. For instance, Moshe Shertok, who became foreign minister in 1948, chose to Hebraicize his last name to Sherut in 1949. Golda Meyerson Hebraicized her last name to Meir, only after she became foreign minister in 1956. 2 Israeli prime ministers, Yitzhak Yezernetsky became Yitzhak Shamir, and Ariel Sharon was born Ariel Shinerman to Shmuel and Vera, immigrants from Russia. Earlier during the mandatory period, David Green became David Ben-Gurion and Yitzhak Shimshilevitz became Yitzhak Ben-Tzvi. But the post-1948 project 68. Concentrated mainly on the Hebraicization of Palestinian geography and the practice of naming events, actions, places in line with biblical terminology. The Hebraicization project deployed renaming to construct new places and new geographical identities related to supposed biblical places. The new Hebrew names embodied an ideological drive and political attributes that could be consciously mobilized by the Zionist hegemonic project. The official project began with the appointment of the Governmental Names Committee by Prime Minister Ben-Gurion in July 1949. Ben-Gurion had visited the Negev in June and been struck by the fact that no Hebrew names existed for geographical sites in the region. The June 11, 1949 entry for his war diary reads, Eilat, we drove through the open spaces of the Arava, from Ein Huzb to Ein Waba. We must give Hebrew names to these places, ancient names, if there are any, and if not, new ones. The committee, which included members of the Israeli Exploration Society and some leading Israeli biblical archaeologists, concentrated in its initial efforts on the creation of a new map for the Negev. Throughout the documents produced by the committee, there were reported references to foreign names. The Israeli public is called upon to uproot the foreign and existing names and in their place to master the new Hebrew names. Most existing names were Arabic names. The Committee for Assigning Hebrew Names in the Negev held its first meeting on July 18 and subsequently met 3 times a month for a 10-month period, and assigned Hebrew names to 561 different geographical features in the Negev, mountains, valleys, springs, and waterholes, using the Bible as a resource. Despite the obliteration of many ancient Arabic names from the Negev landscape, some Arabic names, such as Seal Imran, became the similar-sounding Nahal Umrum, apparently named after the father of Moses and Aaron. The Arabic Jabal Haraf became Har Harav, Jabal Dibal became Har Dlaat. After rejecting the name Har Geshur for the people to which David's third wife belonged, as a Hebrew appellation for the Arabic Jabal Idaid, the committee decided to call it Har Karkam, because crocuses grow through the Negev. However, the sound of the Arabic name Idaid was retained in the nearby 69 springs, which are now called Birat Oded, possibly after the biblical prophet of the same name. 54 The committee report of March 1956 stated, in the summarized period 145 names were adopted for antiquities sites, ruins, and tells, 8 names were determined on the basis of historical identification, 16 according to geographical names in the area, 8 according to the meaning of the Arabic words, and the decisive majority of the names were determined by mimicking the sounds of the Arabic words, a partial or complete mimicking, in order to give the new name a Hebrew character, following the grammatical and voweling rules. Throughout the country, the Hebraicization project included renaming Muslim holy men's graves and holy sites as Jewish and biblically sounding ones. In the 50s and 60s, Meron Benvenisti writes, the location and redemption of holy men's graves was in the hands of the religious establishment, especially the Ministry of Religions, and of Ashkenazi Haredi groups. According to an official list, issued by a group known as the Foundation of the World and appended to a book published by the Ministry of Defense, there are more than 500 Jewish holy places and sacred graves in Palestine. Many of these, albeit not the majority, are former Muslim sites. Among the many Judaist Muslim holy places were 2 sites, Nabi Yemen and Nabi Samaon, located in the center of the country, 1 kilometer east of the Jewish town of Kfar Saba, itself named after a Palestinian village destroyed in 1948. Until 1948, Benvenisti writes, these 2 sites were sacred to Muslims alone, and the Jews ascribed no holiness to them. Today they are operated by ultra-Orthodox Jewish bodies, and members of the religion from which they were taken do not set foot there, despite the fact there is a large Muslim population in the area. The tomb of Nabi Yemen was renamed the Grave of Benjamin, representing Jacob's youngest son, and Nabi Samaon became the Grave of Simeon. Jewish women seeking to bear offspring pray at the Grave of Benjamin. The dedication inscriptions from the Mamluk period remain engraved on the stone walls of the tomb, and beside them hang tin signs placed there by the National Center for the Development of the Holy Places. The clothes. 70. Embroidered with verses from the Quran, with which the gravestones were draped, have been replaced by draperies bearing verses from the Hebrew Bible. Digging up the Bible, biblical archaeology. Settler colonialism and military conquest. The role of colonial archaeology in justifying South African apartheid has been described elsewhere. In contrast, however, although a great deal has been written about the role of Israeli ethnocentric biblical archaeology in confirming the legitimacy of the Zionist claim, little attention has been paid to the role of the biblical paradigm of promised land, chosen people and biblical archaeology in providing the ideological justification for the expulsion and dispossession of the Palestinians. However, while the colonial attitudes of European and North American academics and archaeologists towards former colonies of the West began to be re-evaluated in the post-colonial period, the Israelis, by contrast, chose to maintain the colonial tradition with only minor changes. Biblical archaeology in Israel has always been an obsession, and the convergence between biblical archaeology and Zionist settler colonialism has always loomed large, but became most pronounced after the post-1967 conquests. Paradoxically, however, while Israeli biblical archaeology has remained central to secular Zionism, most Orthodox Jews in Israel were and still are indifferent to its findings. In Israel, the ancient history and archaeology of Palestine are arranged to emphasize the Jewish connection to the land, adding designations such as the biblical, Hasmonean, Mishnaic, and Talmudic periods. The country's archaeological chronology is generally arranged in periods named after its foreign conquerors: Roman, Byzantine, Early Arab, Crusader, Mamluk, Ottoman and British. These designations and the division of the Arab-Muslim rule of 1,400 years into periods, in order to make it look shorter than the ancient Jewish rule over the land of Israel, is designed to portray the history of the country as a long period of rule by a series of foreign powers who had robbed it from the Jews, a period that ended in 1948 with the re-establishment of Jewish sovereignty in Palestine. It was thus possible to obscure the fact that the indigenous Muslim Arab population 7.1 was part and parcel of the ruling Muslim peoples, and instead to depict the history of the local population, its internal wars, its provincial rulers, its contribution to the landscape, as matters lacking in importance, events associated with one or another dynasty of foreign occupiers. Thus wars of conquest were central to Israeli archaeology. Moreover, secular Israeli politicians have tended to use the Bible during and after wars of conquest. In November 1956, when the Sinai Peninsula was conquered during the Anglo-French-Israeli collusion and initiation of the Suez War, the Israeli attack on the Egyptian army was described by Ben-Gurion as a return to roots. Ben-Gurion's views of the biblical borders are found in his 197. A book. Ben-Gurion looks at the Bible. In days of old our neighbors were Egypt and Babylon. In 1956 Ben-Gurion explained to the Israeli parliament the political and military reasons for Israel invading Sinai. In spite of being an atheist, proud of his complete disregard for the commandments of the Jewish religion, he pronounced in the Knesset on the third day of that war that the real reason for it was the restoration of the kingdom of David and Solomon to its biblical borders. At this point in his speech most Knesset members rose spontaneously and sang the Israeli national anthem. The Gulf of Sharm el-Sheikh was now called Mifratz Shlomo, and Ben-Gurion declared the whole war to be a new Sinai revelation, a historical repetition of the national birth at Mount Sinai. However, as a realist and pragmatic labor expansionist, Ben-Gurion argued, in his public debates with maximalist Zionists who sought a Jewish state from the Nile to the Euphrates, for the need to distinguish between biblical and historical rights and the necessity of achieving internationally recognizable borders for the State of Israel. 59 Ben-Gurion was credited with many Zionist projects. Among these are, making the Book of Joshua central to Zionist politics and Israeli political culture, and deploying the biblical narrative and biblical archaeology in the service of Israeli state policies. Ben-Gurion was instrumental in making the study of the Book of Joshua a major component of the school curriculum in Israel. He initiated the conducting of Bible quizzes in Israel and the Jewish diaspora. He participated in conferences on 7. A rather uncritical biblical archaeology and initiated a regular nationalist Bible study circle in his official residence. 40. The ideological and political overtones of Israeli court archaeology have long been recognized. Although archaeology and antiquities have been used in other countries to weld the social bonds and nationalist consciousness essential to building modern nations, archaeology in Israel has always been a political and academic obsession, driven partly by the Ben-Gurion axiom "the Bible is our mandate." Its finds have been used in virtually all Israeli national symbols, from the state seal to medals and postage stamps. Inevitably its sites and finds were bound to be used by Ben-Gurion and others to prove Jewish historical roots and common descent, rights to Palestinian territories, and overall the superiority of Zionist claims. In her 1995 book Recovered Roots, Collective Memory and the Making of Israeli National Tradition, the Israeli-American historian Yael Zerubbabel highlights the role that biblical archaeology played in shoring up the fiction of modern Israeli identity and reinforcing Zionist claims to the land of Palestine by creating a continuity between the modern state of Israel and biblical Israel through large, government-funded excavation projects. Archaeology thus becomes a national tool through which Israelis can recover their roots in the ancient past and the ancient homeland. To participate in the archaeological excavation, is to perform a patriotic act of bridging exile to re-establish the connection with the national past and authenticate national memory. In the post-1948 period heavily politicized, massive Israeli government-sponsored excavation projects were carried out by leading members of the first generation of Israeli archaeologists, the most important of whom were Professors Benjamin Mazar and Yigael Yadin, the latter an army general who carried out large excavations at Masada, Hazor, and Megiddo from the 1950s to the 1970s. Both archaeologists chose to Hebraicize their last name. Benjamin Mazar was born Benjamin Mazler in Poland and was educated in Germany. After he emigrated to Palestine in 1929 he Hebraicized his name to Mazar. Yigael Yadin was born Yigael. 73. Skinik in 1917 to archaeologist Eliezer Lipa-Skinik, who emigrated from Russia to Palestine in 1911. In the post-1967 period Israeli claims of exclusive control over Jerusalem benefited greatly from the discoveries of Mazar and other court archaeologists. Mazar, the father of the Israeli branch of biblical archaeology, was president of the Hebrew University, and Yadin was the head of the Institute of Archaeology of the Hebrew University, the oldest university department of archaeology in Israel, established by the Yishuv in 1926. After 1948 Mazar continued the nationalist project of digging up the Bible, a project started by American archaeologist William Foxwell Albright during the mandatory period *1. In 1943 he joined the faculty of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, where he served as professor of biblical history and archaeology of Palestine from 1951 to 1977. During the mandatory period he served as secretary of the Jewish Palestine Exploration Society, renamed after 1948 the Israel Exploration Society. Mazar earned a formidable academic reputation through leadership of the Israeli branch of biblical archaeology, combining a traditional Zionist account of biblical history with archaeological evidence. Extensive excavations under the direction of Mazar were undertaken in the southwestern corner of the Muslim Al-Haram al-Sharif in 1968-78. The site became accessible to Israeli archaeologists after the occupation of the Old City in 1967 and the excavations were undertaken by the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the semi-official Israel Exploration Society. As we shall in Chapter 7, much of the work undertaken by Mazar has been discarded by a growing number of academics and new archaeologists, who view the United Kingdom of Judah and Israel as a piece of fiction. In Israeli popular imagination, the hero of the Six-Day War was Ben-Gurion's protege, the charismatic defense minister Moshe Dayan, who, perhaps more than any other Israeli official, typified labor territorial expansionism in the post-1967 era. He was a renowned military leader and politician, whose influence over Israel was considerable. In 1956 Dayan was chief of staff, leading the Israeli army to, and in, the 1956 Suez War. General Dayan, who was an amateur archaeologist and wrote a book entitled Living with the Bible, and did more than any 74 other labor establishment figure to popularize the concept of Greater Israel and to begin the actual integration of the newly occupied West Bank and Gaza into Israel proper. It was also Dayan who, upon arriving at the Wailing Wall, in the Old City of Jerusalem, on the war's fourth day, uttered the widely publicized words, "We have returned to all that is holy in our land. We have returned never to be parted again." On another occasion that followed the 1967 war, during an emotional ceremony for the burial of Jewish casualties of 1948 on East Jerusalem's Mount of Olives, Dayan repeated the same vision of Greater Israel, a revived vision which was also symbolically illustrated by the title of his 1969 book, A Nizo Map, Other Relationships. Our brothers who fell in the War of Independence, we have not abandoned your dream and we have not forgotten your lesson. We have returned to the Temple Mount, to the cradle of our people's history, to the inheritance of the patriarchs, the land of the judges and the fortress of the kingdom of the house of David. We have returned to Hebron and Shechem, to Bethlehem and Anato, to Jericho and the crossings of the Jordan at Adam Ha'ir. Zionism's ongoing demographic battle with the indigenous Palestinians has always been a battle for more land and less people, or a battle for maximum land and minimum Arabs. General Dayan epitomized this politically pragmatic, demographically racist labor Zionism in the post-1967 period. He was appointed defense minister on the eve of the 1967 war and retained this powerful post until 1974. He was the most famous and typical exponent of Israeli post-1967 expansionism and the de facto integration of the occupied territories into Israel. Dayan instituted a policy of creeping annexation, a process by which Israeli administration, jurisdiction, and law gradually, incrementally and draconian ally were imposed on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, in ever-expanding areas, yet without a comprehensive act of legal annexation. That process, also described as de facto annexation, is seen in the actual transformation of the demographic and physical realities of the administered territories of Judea and Samaria. Living together in Judea and Samaria had been 75. Repeatedly used by Dayan since June 1967 as a euphemism to express Israel's determination to hold on to the West Bank and Gaza. The 1967 war not only reopened the question of Israel's borders but also rekindled mass interest and excitement in the so-called whole land of Israel. The influence of the biblical narrative in the secular intentions of labor Zionism, including biblical conquests as narrated in the book of Joshua, had always been evident. In the wake of the 1967 conquests, Israeli author Amos Elon writes, the daily Hebrew press was filled with maps of Joshua's, Solomon's, and Herod's conquests on both sides of the Jordan, and with argumentative articles proclaiming Israel's right to the whole of Palestine, irrespective of the wishes of its Palestinian inhabitants. According to Elon, Jewish biblical borders included Sinai and the Syrian Golan Heights. Apparently he was upset by the Dayan declaration that Israel's historical borders included only the West Bank. Zionist Israelis advanced their claims of Jewish rights to the whole land based on security or economic or demographic or religious considerations. And so the contest over biblical Israel and its boundaries continued. There were many reasons why the expansionist sentiments of Greater Israel were sharply reawoken in the post-1967 period. First, the claims of Jewish historical rights in the whole land of Israel had a deep basis in mainstream secular labor Zionism. Second, the spectacular and manifold consequences of the 1967 military successes underline the success of Zionism and the creation of a dynamic, powerful and expansionist settler society. Third, the mobilization of neo-Zionist, Jewish fundamentalist political and social forces in Israel was highly effective. Fourth, according to Amos Elon, the territory of Israel prior to the 1967 conquests, though rich in Roman, Byzantine, Nabatean, Crusader and Muslim historical sites, actually had almost no historical monuments testifying to an ancient Jewish past. The pre-1967 territory never embraced the ancient territory of the Hebrews, who were peoples of the hills, but rather, according to the Bible, that of their plain land's enemies, the Philistines, as well as the Negev of the Edomites and Galilee of the Gentiles. The 1967 conquest suddenly brought the vast mythic repertoire of the Old Testament and its biblical sites of Judea, Hebron, and Jericho under Israeli control. It would be illuminating to compare the irredentist drive. 76. For Greater Israel in the post-1967 period with some of its Central European equivalents, nations which were born in the 19th or the early 20th century and are committed to the recovery of their unredeemed national territories which are populated by still more national groups. But it would also be illuminating to compare the religious messianism of the post-1967 period with the First Latin Crusade. In the euphoric and feverously messianic environment of post-1967, Amos Elon writes, "Tombs of renewed Hebrew prophets and kings, all said to be absolutely authentic, as well as Saul's own throne and Samson's alleged cave were all discovered almost daily by enthusiastic and amateur archaeologists. The new discoveries also included tombs of minor biblical figures such as Abner, King Saul's chief of staff, and the prophet Nathan. Dayan never took academic courses in archaeology. However, during 3 decades between 1951 and 1981, he obsessively collected a vast collection of antiquities acquired through illicit excavations. In addition, he bought, exchanged, and sold antiquities in Israel and abroad. He turned his Zahala Tel Aviv house into an archaeological garden." One Israeli hagiographer commented thus on Dayan's collection, "The precious relics in the garden, as well as in his house, have made ancient Israel, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Mediterranean islands an inseparable part of his daily thoughts." Dayan seldom spoke explicitly about his obsession with antiquity, but much can be read between the lines of his book Living with the Bible. The most famous incident of his digging activities took place at Azza near Tel Aviv in 1968, when he was badly injured by a landslide while robbing a burial cave, and hospitalized for 3 weeks. Most of Dayan's looting was done in areas conquered after 1967 and under his own military rule. It is even claimed that Dayan ordered a training exercise with soldiers practicing entrenching at a known antiquity site, so that once the exercise was over he could go and look for antiquities. Other IDF commanders began to follow Dayan in collecting and stealing antiquities. 42. 77. Dayan's army colleague Professor Yigael Yadin, who served from 1949 to 195 as the second chief of staff of the army, was one of the founding fathers of Israeli archaeology. He was a military advisor to Prime Minister Levi Eshkol in 1967 and dominated Israeli archaeology from the 1950s to the 1970s. Yadin's life has been described by Professor Neil Asher Silberman in A Prophet from Amongst You, The Life of Yigael Yadin, Soldier, Scholar, and Mythmaker of Modern Israel. Under Yadin, archaeology in Israel was not strictly an academic activity but a means of communication between the people and the land. For Yadin, like Ben-Gurion, biblical archaeology and biblical history were a kind of civic religion. Commenting on his own mobilized archaeology, Yadin wrote in the Israeli Army Journal Bamahain of March 1969. "Everyone feels and knows that he is discovering and excavating findings and artifacts from the days of his fathers. And every finding bears witness to the connection and covenant between the people and the land. As far as Israel is concerned, it seems to me that the factor I mentioned, the search and building of the connection to the people and the land, must be taken into consideration. In my view reinforces the Hebraic consciousness, let us say, the identification and the connection with ancient Judaism and Jewish consciousness." In 1962-63 Yadin was put in command of the excavation of Masada, a hilltop fortress where some 1,000 Jewish warriors had committed suicide rather than surrender to the Romans in AD 73. The mythical narratives produced by Yadin's excavations at Masada fed into what Zerubbabel refers to as the master commemorative narrative that highlights their members' common past and legitimizes their aspiration for a shared destiny. One of the outcomes of Yadin's biblical archaeology was the emergence of Masada, a mountaintop Hellenistic Roman fortress site in the southern desert near the Dead Sea, as Israel's main secular nationalist military shrine, a place where Israeli army recruits were assembled to take an oath of allegiance in dramatic nighttime ceremonies, this despite complaints on the part of critical biblical scholars that evidence for a mass suicide was lacking and that there was reason to believe that ancient accounts of the event were actually falsified. 43 After the 1967 war, Dayan started to buy antiquities on a large scale in shops in the West Bank and Gaza, mainly in Jerusalem. 78. Dayan was a robber of antiquities, who had never acquired nor showed the slightest interest in acquiring scientific knowledge, such as methods of excavation, dating, stratigraphy. As a deeply secular man, religion was not important for Dayan. He associated all antiquities with the biblical narrative. Raz Kletter, of the Israel Antiquities Authority, writes, "At first, Dayan was helped by family members, but soon he became involved with amateur and professional robbers, dealers, and smugglers. I have documented 35 sites where evidence of robbing and illegal digging by Dayan exists. No doubt, this is only the tip of the iceberg, but it testifies to the scale and temper of his activities. The distribution of sites fits his arena of activities, first in the south when he commanded the southern front, then in whole Israel until 1967, later extending to the occupied territories. I present a sample OF4 of the robbed sites. Dayan robbed antiquities, lied about it, abused his high position by using army personnel and material for his private aims, he sold antiquities, and did not pay income tax on the profits he made. 64. His illicit digging activities and his eclectic collection were put on display in the Israel Museum in Jerusalem in April 1985. His Israeli critics complained that he corrupted in his archaeological activities the whole archaeology of Israel. 66. Some liberal Israelis criticized the Israel Museum for displaying stolen antiquities, and for buying them for so much money. But leaders of archaeological research institutions and Israeli took no action. Dayan apparently was given free rein by Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister. After many private complaints about Dayan's activities, Ben-Gurion concluded that Dayan should not be allowed to dig illicitly, but should be allowed to go after the plow and pick up stray antiquities. Other Israeli army commanders started to cultivate their own collections. The 1967 conquests, population transfer and the Holy City of Jerusalem. All Palestinian areas conquered by Israel in June 1967 experienced immediate and substantial outmovements of Arab residents, both of the native population and of those Palestinian refugees who had been driven out from present-day Israel in 1948–49. Among the first to go were the 79 inhabitants of the three ancient villages of Tamwaz Yalu and Beit Nuba, situated near the Green Line in the Latron area northwest of Jerusalem. 6 On December 31, 1997, the Hebrew daily Haaretz revealed the details of an extraordinary conversation that took place between General Narkis and the Israeli army's chief rabbi, Shlomo Goren, in June 1967. Narkis recalled in an interview that only a few hours after the Old City was captured by the Israeli army he was urged by Rabbi Goren to blow up the Dome of the Rock. The paratroopers wandered around the plaza as if in a dream. Rabbi Shlomo Goren was among them. I was alone for a moment, lost in thought, when Rabbi Goren approached me. Rabbi Goren said, "Now is the time to put 100 kilograms of explosives into the Mosque of Omar so we may rid ourselves of it once and for all." I said to him, "Rabbi, enough." He said, "Uzi, you will go down in history if you do this. This is an opportunity that can be taken advantage of now, at this moment. Tomorrow it will be too late." I said, "Rabbi, if you don't stop, I'll take you to jail." He simply walked away silently. He was completely serious. 67. Also on December 31, 1997, Israel's army radio played a recording of a speech Rabbi Goren made in 1967 to a military convention, in which he said the following about the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. "Certainly we should have blown it up. It is a tragedy that we did not do so. 6 Whether or not the third holiest shrine of Islam came close to being blown up by Israeli paratroopers immediately after it was captured in June 1967 remains an open question. However, in the 1980s, members of a militant Jewish group were arrested and put on trial for plotting to blow up these shrines. Clearly, the destruction of these shrines remains a most vivid fear for Palestinians and Muslims and an ambition for most extremist Jewish fundamentalists in Israel. The June 1967 war began suddenly and ended quickly. In the course of hostilities and in the immediate aftermath of the June 1967 war, with its rapidly changing circumstances, and particularly given the fact that most Western governments applauded the overwhelming Israeli victory, Defense Minister Dayan and other army generals found an ideal opportunity to drive out tens of thousands of Arabs from their villages, towns, and refugee camps in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Among the first evictees were the residents of the ancient Al-Magharba quarter in the Old City of Jerusalem. They were turned out of their homes on June 2 days after the capture of East Jerusalem by the Israeli military. After 3 hours' notice. Apparently the quarter was completely demolished because it was located immediately adjacent to the southern part of the Wailing Wall, the western wall of Al-Haram al-Sharif. Its inhabitants, about 135 families, were the beneficiaries of an ancient and important Islamic waqf foundation originally established in 1193 by al-Malik al-Athal, the son of Salah al-Din. Its obliteration in June 1967 resulted also in the destruction of several historic religious sites which the quarter contained. 70 Narkis Department of Immigration and Absorption and in 1995 chairman of the agency's Department of Information, also commanded the troops who captured Jerusalem and clearly approved of the order to evict the Al-Magharba quarter. The Old City of Jerusalem was captured by the Israeli army on June 7, 1967. In his book Jerusalem, A City Without a Wall, Uzi Ben-Zaman, a prominent journalist of the daily Haaretz, described in detail the circumstances surrounding the destruction of this Muslim quarter. The story began on June 7, while Israeli paratroopers were advancing through the alleys of the Old City. An engineering corps officer in the Central Command, Eitan Ben Moshe, approached Shlomo Laha, a senior military officer in the Central Command and the designated military governor of Jerusalem, and proposed the demolition of a building used as a public toilet, which was part of the Al-Magharba quarter and adjacent to the Wailing Wall. In fact, Defense Minister Dayan had already requested from Laha, before the latter had arrived in Jerusalem, to clear pathways to the Wailing Wall so that 200,000 Jews would be able to visit during the forthcoming Feast of Shavuot. This seemed to suggest that the original idea to level at least part of the quarter came from Dayan. Furthermore, according to Ben-Zaman's account, several senior Israeli commanders in the Jerusalem district, as well as Dayan, the mayor of West Jerusalem Teddy Kollek, and former Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion were all involved, one way or another, either in the initial decision or in the actual implementation of the systematic operation to destroy the Arab quarter. To begin with, Laha approved of Ben Moshe's idea and sent the demolition plan to Uzi Narkis. Moreover, on June 8 Ben-Gurion, accompanied by Teddy Kollek and Reserve Colonel Yaakov Yaneh, director of the National Parks Authority, visited the Wailing Wall. Both Ben-Gurion and Kollek were strongly in favor of the removal of Arab buildings adjacent to the Wailing Wall. Kollek, who had long been closely associated with Ben-Gurion and who had been elected mayor of West Jerusalem in 1965, appeared to have played a central role in the formulation and implementation of the decision to demolish the Al-Magharba quarter. He apparently also informed the Minister of Justice, Yaakov Shimshon Shapira. The latter replied, "I'm not certain of the legal position, but what should be done, do it quickly, and let the God of Israel be with you." In addition to Defense Minister Dayan, who represented the civil authority as well as approving and controlling the conduct of the field commanders, and, as we shall see, oversaw the progress of the demolition. Shapira's answer suggests at least some indirect and tacit ministerial approval of the action. However, the actual order to evict the quarter and destroy its houses was given by Shlomo Laha, then the commander of Jerusalem, with the express approval of Uzi Narkis, commanding general of the Central Command, whose approval was given at a meeting with Laha on June 9. On the following day, Saturday, June 10, Mayor Kalek assembled a group of experts at his apartment to discuss basic information about the Wailing Wall and the Al-Magharba quarter. The group included Dan Max Tana, the engineer of the National Parks Authority, the historian and archaeologist Professor Michael Aviona, Yaakov Yaneh, Aryeh Sharon, chairman of the National Parks Authority, Yaakov Salman, deputy military governor of East Jerusalem and Laha's assistant. Kalek explained to the participants the reasons for this urgent meeting. 82. The Al-Magharba quarter adjacent to the Wailing Wall must be demolished. The responsibility for executing the plan will be in the hands of the National Parks Authority in order to give the matter as far as possible an unofficial character. The Department of Antiquities in the Ministry of Education and the Israel Defense Force are not interested in involvement, publicly, in the execution of the plan, although they both bless it and will accord it practical assistance. Kalek put Tana in charge of executing the operation, possibly seeking to bestow upon it a civilian legitimacy. Central to the planning and mode of procedure by Kalek and his technical experts was the need to act speedily in order to stave off internal criticism and potential obstruction and avoid attracting too much attention by the foreign media. At noon Kalek and his colleagues proceeded to the area of the Wailing Wall and decided on the spot to bulldoze the entire Arab quarter with the aim of creating a vast plaza for the western wall which was big enough to hold at least 100,000 people. Kalek also got in touch with several Jerusalem construction companies and asked them to make earth-moving equipment available and undertake the demolition task as a donation to the city. While the actual demolition job was partly assigned to a civilian body called the Guild of Builders and Contractors, the Israeli Army, particularly its Central Command's Engineering Corps, rendered the needed assistance. Sometime during the afternoon or the evening of the same day an army officer went from one house to another ordering the residents of the quarter to move out. When many families refused to leave their homes, an army unit moved in and evicted the bulk of the inhabitants by force. Meanwhile 2 bulldozers and other heavy equipment were assembled by the Engineering Corps, and those in charge of the operation sought to complete the whole work on the night of 10 to 11 June. Commenting on this driven urgency by those responsible for the deed, Ben Zaman explained. Those who were presiding over the destruction of the neighborhood assumed that their action was motivated neither by security nor by mere town planning. They were driven that night by an almost mystical feeling, that, in their eyes, they were the representatives of the Jewish people, who came to assert sovereignty over its most sacred site, the fate of. The speed with which the Israeli authorities sought to carry out the leveling of the Arab residential houses was also evident in the fact that in the same evening one demolished wall of a house revealed an unconscious, badly injured, middle-aged Arab woman. By midnight she was dead. The head of the OC Central Command, Uzi Narkis, came to the site in the early morning of Sunday, June 11, and ordered that the leveling be completed speedily. More men and heavy equipment were brought in. In the afternoon of the same day Defense Minister Dayan appeared on the site. He also ordered Laha to complete the leveling of the quarter very quickly, possibly in order to prevent foreign journalists seeing the remains of the destroyed Arab quarter. In fact, only muted internal questioning of the leveling of the quarter was made by the Minister of Religious Affairs, as well as by Prime Minister Levi Eshkol himself, who asked Narkis on the telephone, "Why are residential houses being demolished?" The Ministry of Religious Affairs, in particular, appeared to be concerned that the action could tarnish Israel's image abroad. However, backed by the powerful defense minister, who conducted the June 1967 war with great independence, Narkis and Laha managed easily to ignore the criticism and pursued the policy of leveling and forcible evacuation with and without the approval of the civilian authorities. Ben Zaman believed that The policy of evacuation and demolition continued only for several days after the entrance into the city within the walls. It was executed at the initiative of middle military echelons and with the tacit approval of senior-level command. There was lack of communication between the civil authorities and the military government. In practice the latter exercised civilian functions. The military echelon, on its own responsibility, encouraged the Arab residents to get out of Jerusalem and other cities in the West Bank and to go to the East Bank. The evicted residents of the Al-Magharba quarter were dispersed in West Bank villages close to Jerusalem as well as in the Muslim quarter of the Old City of Jerusalem. None of the Israeli government ministries was prepared to accept responsibility for the demolition of the quarter, and no attempt was made to offer the 83. 84. Evictees alternative accommodation. Like the eviction of the three large villages in the Latron area, this removal should be seen as an internal expulsion rather than transfer out of the occupied territories. However, it is extremely important to remember that these cases of internal expulsion had a psychological effect on the 1967 exodus from the West Bank to Jordan, helping to precipitate and encourage further exodus out of the country, especially in the first few weeks following the war. The leveling of the Al-Magharba quarter was only the beginning of the sweeping changes carried out by Israel, changes designed to wrest control of the Old City and make it, eventually, an exclusively Jewish area. On June 17, 1967 at 4 a.m. the Israeli army ordered the inhabitants of the former Jewish quarter and the surrounding houses to leave the premises within 24 hours. Apparently this measure affected several hundred Palestinian families who, according to the 1967 Jerusalem diary of Sister Marie Therese, could be observed all day carrying their belongings through the alleys of Jerusalem. Some of them were able to find refuge with relatives and friends. But the majority had to leave the town. 71 In the Old City's Jewish quarter and its surrounding districts, some 4,000 Palestinians were evicted to make possible the reconstruction of a vastly enlarged and completely Jewish quarter, excluding its former Arab residents. The destruction of the Al-Magharba quarter should be seen as part of a wider internal debate that took place during and after the 1967 war about the future of the Muslim shrines in the Old City of Jerusalem, particularly the third holiest site of Islam, the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock. The Zionist deployment of the Old Testament in the post-1967 period with the aim of driving Palestinians out of Jerusalem and the continuing threats to the Muslim shrines in Jerusalem will be discussed in subsequent chapters. 2. Christian Zionism, Armageddon theology, and the battle for Jerusalem. Christian support for Jewish restoration to Palestine, on biblical, theological or political grounds, preceded secular Jewish Zionism by nearly 4 centuries and paved the way for the latter's rise in the late 19th century. Indeed, the Zionist dream of establishing a Jewish state in Palestine was nurtured and shaped by Christian Zionists long before Israel was established in 1948. Although the term Zionism was first coined in the late 19th century, Christian Zionism and the idea that the creation of a Jewish state in Palestine would lead to the fulfillment of biblical prophecies were deeply rooted in post-Reformation Europe. The historical roots of Christian Zionism have been examined by many authors. 3 important works on the subject are, Barbara Tuchman's Bible and Sword, England and Palestine from the Bronze Age to Balfour and Regina Sharif's Non-Jewish Zionism, Its Roots in Western History, and Stephen Sizer's Christian Zionism, Roadmap to Armageddon. T. Vichman looked at a large body of literature, demonstrating the historical roots of England's fascination with the Jews and the idea of Zion, while Sharif offers the 86. First and best critical analysis of Christian Zionism, surveying its historical, theological and political dimensions. Several scholarly works on the attitudes of Christian Zionists towards the State of Israel, Jerusalem, and the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine have also been written. Other critical scholars have emphasized what they saw as the invention of the heretical tradition of Christian Zionism, whose principal ideas contravene New Testament teaching, arguing that the New Testament had declared the fulfillment of Old Testament prophecies and had degeographized faith, and that within the scope of Christian theology there was neither meaning nor need for Jewish restoration to Palestine. Bishop Kenneth Cragg and Professor Rosemary Radford Ruether have shown that modern Christian Zionism and Western colonialism, with its lingering effects still reverberating in the Middle East, were, and still are, based directly upon the most primitive and savage elements of Old Testament Hebrew tribalism, of promised land chosen people theology. Ruether sums up the basic tenets of modern-day crusading Christian Zionism, tenets which are based on the following interconnected propositions. God gave the Jews all of the land of Palestine as a promised land in biblical times, and this divine donation of land gives Jews today a permanent and unconditional right to occupy all of this land, regardless of people who have been living there historically. As preparation for the events that will culminate world history, all the Jewish people must return to the land, resettle all of it, rebuild the temple, and the founding of the State of Israel and Jewish settlement of the land are fulfillments of biblical prophecy which will usher in the final days of judgment and redemption. This will be completed when the Jews are converted to Christianity. The Battle of Armageddon will then take place, killing the enemies of God. The saints will be raptured to heaven when God cleanses the earth of evildoers. Then those saints will descend to a purified earth and enjoy millennial blessing. Dr. Stephen Sizer argues that Christian Zionism distorts the Bible and marginalizes the universal imperative of the Christian message of 87. EQUAL grace and common justice. The supremacist nature of Christian Zionism was highlighted by Bishop Cragg, who observes that the biblical paradigm of promised land Jewish chosenness can only be interpreted as either ethnic exclusivism or political chauvinism. It is so. God chose the Jews, the land is theirs by divine gift. These dicta cannot be questioned or resisted. They are final. Such verdicts come infallibly from Christian biblicists for whom Israel can do no wrong, thus fortified. But can such positivism, this unquestioning finality, be compatible with the integrity of the prophets themselves? It certainly cannot square with the open peoplehood under God which is the crux of New Testament faith. Nor can it well be reconciled with the ethical demands central to law and election alike. The historical roots of Christian Zionism. The Protestant Reformation and prophetic politics. Christian Zionism was a product of the Protestant Reformation and Christian Biblicism. The term Biblicism is used here to describe a position which maintains that the Bible is the sole source for Christian theology. The 16th century upheavals in Western Latin Christianity witnessed major shifts in attitude of European Christians towards their own identity and the invention of new Christian traditions. Furthermore, the emergence of militant nationalist monarchy as in Spain, Portugal, France, Holland, and Britain made the nation, rather than the universal European Christian community, the new focus of European identity. These Christian nations were engaged in wars with each other that mingled religious rivalry, created by the Reformation, with trade competition and for colonies in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. As Rosemary and Herman Ruether put it, central to the invention of a new Christian tradition was the idea of the new Israel was shifted from a universal religious community, the Christian Church, to the nation as an elect people commissioned by God to defend the true faith and evangelize the heathen. In Britain and later in the United States, Christian fundamentalists began to interpret history written in the framework of the biblical 88. Israelite history, using Hebrew Bible texts such as Joshua's conquest of the Canaanites, and to identify themselves as the inheritors of the ancient Israelites, the new Israel, God's chosen people who were destined to play a strategic role in the world. The nationalizing of the new Israel and the racializing of the Jews in European thought were also added by the new biblicist scholarship of the Reformation and Renaissance. Protestants of the Reformed tradition, in particular, saw the Hebrew Bible as the source of all truth, including political truth. This invented tradition created a new identification between biblical Israel and the nationalist and racialist Christian New Israel. The biblical paradigm of promised land chosen people is central to both Christian Zionism and Protestant fundamentalism, which is also often associated with the idea of biblical literalism. But, as James Barr has shown, not all Protestant fundamentalists take the Bible literally. For many of them the debate is not about the literality of the Bible, but rather its inerrancy. For them the Bible does not contain error. In order to avoid imputing error to the Bible, fundamentalists twist and turn back and forth between literal and non-literal exegesis. However, for Protestant fundamentalists of the post-Reformation period, James Barr writes, "The Bible is more than the source of verity for their religion, more than the essential source or textbook. It is part of the religion itself. Indeed, it is practically the center of the religion, the essential nuclear point from which lines of light radiate into every particular aspect. The Bible is a verbalized, inscripturated entity, the given form of words in which God has made himself known, and thus the Bible equally enters into all relations. Its words cannot be quoted too often, its terms, cadences and lineaments are all to be held dear. While Christ is the divine Lord and Savior, the Bible is the supreme religious symbol that is tangible, articulate, possessible, accessible to men on earth." Regina Sharif highlights the importance of the Protestant Reformation for the emergence of modern non-Jewish Zionist doctrines. To the Christian mind in Protestant Europe, Palestine became the Jewish land. The Jews became the Palestinian people who were foreign to Europe, absent from their homeland, but in due time were to be returned to Palestine. Manifestations of early non-Jewish Zionism were thus neither isolated. 89. Incidents nor espoused only by religious eccentrics and outsiders. A voluminous religious literature on the role and the destiny of the Jews spread rapidly during the 17th century and, by its millenarian nature, never fell out of vogue. Many millenarians were rebuked, persecuted, and sometimes even executed for their heretical beliefs. Nevertheless, their writings helped to entrench the notion of a Jewish restoration to Palestine. It was not long until the more practical questions, as to when and how a restoration was to take place, began to gain importance. Other historians have also traced the origins of Christian Zionism to specific historical events and theological developments taking place in the post-Reformation period, and also crucially, to the revivalist, millennialist, fundamentalist, and apocalyptic eschatology which was fairly popular between the 17th and 19th centuries in Europe and America. Since the 16th century, Christian prophetic politics and premillennialist thinking have become popular towards the end of each century. The British Library houses one of the oldest documents on Christian Zionism in the English language, Apocalypsis Apocalypsios, a monograph of less than 50 pages, was written in 1585 by a millennialist Anglican priest, Thomas Brightman, described as the father of the restoration of the Jews, who also predicted the imminent conversion of the Jews to Christianity. Donald Wagner, Executive Director of Evangelicals for Middle East Understanding and a leading authority on Christian Zionism, writes, "To my knowledge, Apocalypsis is the first Christian publication in English that calls for the creation of a Jewish state in Palestine in order to fulfill biblical prophecy." 1 Brightman also believed that the rebirth of a Christian Israelite nation would become the center of a Christian world. As is common to early millennialist, fundamentalist, and apocalyptic writings concerning end-times prophetic politics, Brightman's pamphlet argued that the restoration of the Jews to Palestine was necessary if England was to be blessed by God when history enters its latter days and the prophetic texts of the Old Testament's Book of Daniel are fulfilled. In 1621, Sir Henry Finch, a prominent British lawyer and member of Parliament, developing Brightman's biblical prophecy further, wrote a 90. book entitled The World's Great Restoration, in which he suggested that European Jews should be encouraged to assert claims to Palestine. Where Israel, Judah, Zion, and Jerusalem are named, the Holy Ghost meant not the spiritual Israel, or the Church of God collected of the Gentiles or of the Jews and Gentiles both, but Israel properly descended out of Jacob's loins. The same judgment is to be made of their returning to their land and ancient seats, the conquest of their foes. The glorious church they shall erect in the land itself of Judah. Apparently Brightman drew a hostile reaction from the church establishment and was forced to take his views and his followers underground. Restorationism, however, remained the general belief of some Protestant fundamentalists, such as in a large-scale end-times conversion of the Jewish people to Christianity. Such ideas were often used in support of Christian Zionism, which had a long tradition that began with the Protestant idea of restoration, but had initially demanded the conversion of the Jews as a first step towards the Palestine goal. The 19th century witnessed major efforts at Christian-Jewish reconciliation in Europe, and subsequently Christian Zionism began to revise its restorationist doctrine, suggesting that the conversion might happen after restoration. As we shall see, by the late 19th century conversion had been largely dropped as a necessary requirement for Anglo-American Christian Zionism. The latter had instead become generally identified with a Jewish return to Palestine. While the Anglo-American fundamentalist Puritans were deeply influenced by the Hebrew Bible, the revival of Christian prophetic premillennialism during 1790 to 1800 was particularly marked on both sides of the Atlantic. Its popularity in the 19th century, according to Donald Wagner, was a direct result of the turmoil Europeans felt in the wake of the French and American revolutions coupled with the approach of a new century. The British, like Europeans on the continent, began to feel that their world was falling apart. People turned away from new secular philosophy and political answers and embraced a more fundamentalist form of Christian teachings that included a revived form of prophetic interpretations of the Bible. In this troubled and uncertain climate, Christian Zionism began to take root. 9.1. 19th century prophetic politics and British colonial interests, the Christian Zionist lobby and the road to the Balfour Declaration. Ideas centered on the Bible's prophecy and Jewish restoration to Palestine remained largely dormant until the rise of European secular nationalism in the 19th century, in the context of post-Enlightenment illiberal romantic nationalism, which coincided with the full bloom of British and French imperialism. Napoleon's invasion of Egypt in 1798 and his foray into Palestine had important consequences for the modern history of biblical scholarship and Romantic Orientalism, consequences which are beyond the scope of this study. A year after the invasion, the French imperial armies were camped outside Acre. Napoleon issued a letter offering Palestine as a homeland to the Jews under a French colonial protectorate. The project was stillborn because Napoleon was defeated and forced to withdraw from the Near East, but his colonial ideas took root in 19th century Britain. A combination of Protestant religious and imperialist considerations drove some Britons to produce Christian Zionist novels, to set up exploration societies and to advocate the restoration of the Jews to Palestine in public and in private. 2 Furthermore, a succession of archaeological discoveries in the Near East, military adventurism, and a growing number of travelogues fired the imagination of Protestant missionaries, European officials and Arabist scholars and led to the direct involvement of European powers in the Holy Land. This European obsession with the archaeological past was marked by a decided contempt for the indigenous people of Palestine and life in modern Palestinian villages and towns. At the height of the British Empire and the Victorian era, prophetic politics of biblical regeneration and restoration went hand in hand with increasing British colonial involvement in the Orient. The Holy Land in the 19th century was an attractive target for several European nations which were flexing their colonial muscles around the globe. The region was ready for Western penetration, particularly while the Ottoman Empire was showing signs of political and economic disintegration. The race for a European national presence and colonial commercial interests, 9 in the East, and in the Holy Land in particular, was masked by scholarly activities and Oriental studies. Coinciding with the European scramble for Palestine *, various sectors of the Western Academy, and most of the Western Christian churches, displayed an increasing interest in Palestine. Invariably foreign interest took the form of establishing Christian institutions. The Turkish reforms after the Crimean War granted equal rights, including property rights, to non-Muslims, thereby uniting Christian missionary endeavor with national influence. The interests of God and country ran parallel. The British moved early 3 and soon were emulated by the Russians 4 Germans 3 Austrians and others, marking the beginning of extensive Western influence in Palestine, an influence which the Turks feared might be a prelude to attempting to recover Palestine as a Christian state. 4 Such was the degree of Western penetration that the Austrian consul, the Count de Cabaga, reported in 1880 that Jerusalem had become a European city, and Captain Charles Warren, of the British Royal Engineers and one of the key officers of the British Palestine Exploration Fund, who was sent to map the biblical topography of Jerusalem and investigate the site of the temple, noted. King Consul rules supreme, not over the natives of the city, but over strangers, but yet these strangers for the most part are the rightful owners, the natives, for the most part, are usurpers. The Palestine Exploration Fund, which was founded in 1865 by a group of academics and clergymen, most notably the Dean of Westminster Abbey, Arthur P. Stanley, also worked closely with the British military establishment. With offices in central London, the Palestine Exploration Fund today is an active organization which publishes an academic journal, the Palestine Exploration Quarterly. In addition, the PEF presents public lectures and funds research projects in the Near East. According to its website, between 1867 and 1870 Captain Warren carried out the explorations in Palestine which form the basis for our knowledge of the topography of ancient Jerusalem and the archaeology of the Temple Mount/Haram al-Sharif, in addition to his explorations on, under, and around the Temple Mount/Al-Haram al-Sharif. Warren 93. Surveyed the plain of Philistia and carried out a very important reconnaissance of central Jordan. 7. Both Warren and the long-serving and famous British consul, Finn, who was a biblicist Zionist involved with the mission to the Jews, and who apparently literally burrowed beneath Jerusalem to chart the original dimensions of the Temple Mount, his biblical archaeology and topography remain basic data for some archaeologists of today. After his Palestine explorations, Warren was sent to South Africa, taking up military and administrative posts in the Cape Colony and fighting in the Boer War. Warren, a keen Freemason and master of the First Lodge, wrote in 1875 a treatise entitled The Land of Promise, in which he proposed that a colonial organization similar to the East India Company, which had been dissolved in 1858, should undertake the colonization of Palestine with Jews under the protection of one or more or the imperial powers. Protestant Zionists and British imperialists believed that a Jewish Palestine would be convenient for a British protectorate there along the main route to India. From the late 19th century to the middle of the 20th century, three famous British prime ministers were closely associated with Centile Zionism in Britain: Benjamin Disraeli, who was successful in securing for Imperial Britain the control of the Suez Canal; David Lloyd George, whose government issued the Balfour Declaration of 1917, and Sir Winston Churchill, who for nearly half a century in and out of office was devoted to political Zionism and the British Empire. Both Disraeli and Lloyd George were fascinated by the theories of amalgamation or affinity between Christianity and Judaism. Lloyd George, a Protestant Zionist, was once quoted as saying, "T was taught far more history about the Jews than about the history of my own people," and Disraeli was Baptist as a Protestant, but remained fascinated by his Jewish background. Describing Protestant Christianity as completed Judaism, he, like many Christian Zionists, delighted in describing himself as the missing page between the Old and New Testaments. Disraeli's civilizing Christian imperialism combined patronizing attitudes towards the Jews with imperialist foreign policies towards the Middle East, policies which he justified. 94. By invoking paternalistic and racist theories which saw imperialism as a manifestation of what Britain's imperial poet, Rudyard Kipling, WOULD referred to as the white man's burden. Following in the footsteps of European imperialists, before the First World War some Zionist leaders, conceived the reality of Palestine, and the material benefits European Jewish colonization would bring to Palestine, to be similar to the supremacist concept of the white man's burden. During the mandatory period, however, it became clear to the Zionist leadership that a systematic dislocation and transfer of the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine was the conditio sine qua non of the Zionist enterprise. In the late 19th century, the British Christian Zionist lobby included establishment figures such as the 7th Earl of Shaftesbury, Lord Lindsay, Lord Manchester, George Eliot, Holman Hunt, and Hall Caine. Shaftesbury, a Tory member of the House of Commons, and subsequently of the Lords 9, was, in particular, the most ardent propagator and lobbyist of the restoration of God's ancient people, as he styled the Jews. 10 Shaftesbury and the influential circle he dominated were under the influence of the end of times prophetic politics, messianic politics based on the Old Testament's book of Daniel, which they believed would be fulfilled by the literal return and restoration of the Jews to Palestine. The massive growth of Christian Zionism in Victorian Britain was illustrated by Byron's Hebrew Melodies, Disraeli's novel Tancred and George Eliot's novel Daniel Deronda. Written in 1876, Daniel Deronda became a Victorian classic, and subsequently Zionist Jews in Russia found the novel hugely inspiring and turned it into their Zionist Bible. In the pessimistic Victorian age, Christian Zionist prophetic politics was fixated with the fulfillment of the messianic prophetic texts of the Hebrew Bible, especially the Book of Daniel. Perhaps it is no surprise that the hero of Eliot's Daniel Deronda, the first Zionist novel in the history of Western fiction, is a Jew called Daniel. Daniel, adopted son of an aristocratic Englishman, becomes fascinated with Jewish traditions when he meets an ailing Jewish philosopher named Mordecai. Providentially, Daniel then discovers that he is himself Jewish. Of course. 95. Is also about Mary Ann Evans, who wrote under the pen name George Eliot, discovering she was a Christian Zionist. Another novel inspired by the Hebrew Bible was Disraeli's Tancred. The following, inspired by the Book of Judges, is taken from Disraeli's novel. The most popular poet in England is the Sweet Singer of Israel. Since the days of the heritage, there never was a race who sang so often the odes of David as the people of Great Britain. It was the sword of the Lord and of Gideon that won the boasted liberties of England, and the Scots upon their hillsides achieved their religious freedom chanting the same canticles that cheered the heart of Judah amid their glens. In the 19th century, the Western rational secularism of the 18th century was replaced by Romantic nationalism, and Biblicist prophetic politics were constructed as an antidote. As Tuckman suggests, Christian Zionism, Romantic Biblicism and 19th century anti-rationalism were all part of the same creed. For now the pendulum had swung back again, after the Hellenic interlude of the 18th century, to the moral earnestness of another Hebraic period. 18th century skepticism had given way to Victorian piety, 18th century rationalism was once again surrendering to revelation. Whenever Christians returned to the authority of the Old Testament, they found it prophesying the return of its people to Jerusalem and felt themselves duty-bound to assist the prophecy. Bible-bashing Lord Shaftesbury was a myth-maker. Pushing zealously the myth of a ubiquitous and perennial Jewish diaspora longing to return, on November 4, 1840 he placed an advertisement in the Times. Restoration of the Jews, a memorandum has been addressed to the Protestant monarchs of Europe on the subject of the restoration of the Jewish people to the land of Palestine. The document in question, dictated by a peculiar conjunction of affairs in the East, and other striking signs of the times, reverts to the original covenant which secures that land to the descendant of Abraham. Shaftesbury was directly responsible for the propagandist slogan *A country without a nation for a nation without a country 11 later to become a key Zionist Jewish myth, a land without a people for a people without a land. Assessing the 96. Significance of his lobbying efforts on the fortunes of the Biblicist Zionist movement in Britain, Wagner writes. One cannot overstate the influence of Lord Shaftesbury on the British political elites, church leaders, and the average Christian layperson. His efforts and religious political thought may have set the tone for England's colonial approach to the Near East and in particular the Holy Land during the next 100 years. He singularly translated the theological positions of Brightman, Henry Finch, and John Nelson Darby into a political strategy. His high political connections, matched by his uncanny instincts, combined to advance the Christian Zionist vision. Some British colonial officials residing in the region and several British members of Parliament continued to lobby for Jewish restorationism throughout the second half of the 19th century, and this lobbying intensified towards the end of the century as British imperialist interests in the Middle East increased. In 1841 Charles Henry Churchill, a British resident of Damascus and a zealous advocate of the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine, wrote a letter to the British Jewish philanthropist Moses Montefiore, stating, "I consider the object to be perfectly obtainable. But, two things are indispensably necessary. Firstly, that the Jews will themselves take up the matter unanimously. Secondly, that the European powers will aid them in their views." 11 In 1880 F. Lawrence Oliphant, MP, novelist, and evangelical Christian, a follower of Shaftesbury, published a book entitled The Land of Gilead 14, in which he presented a plan of Jewish restoration and a detailed project for Jewish settlement east of the River Jordan. He urged the British Parliament to assist Jewish immigration from Russia and Eastern Europe to Palestine. Not surprisingly, he also advocated that indigenous Palestinian Arabs be removed to reservations like those of the indigenous inhabitants of North America. 11, or hinting at the Bantustan concept later developed by South Africa. Until the mid-18th century, by and large, Western Orientalists were biblical scholars, students of the Semitic languages and Islamic specialists. In the 19th century, Lawrence Oliphant, Lord Shaftesbury, and George Eliot, who wrote under the influence of N. 97. herself contributed to the growth of a new romantic literary Orientalism in the West, were typical of British pro-Zionist authors and novelists. Their impulse was towards biblically framed questions and romantic Orientalism with virtually no reference to the rights of the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. British Christian Zionism of the 19th century was obsessed with the prophetic texts of the Book of Daniel. George Eliot's novel Daniel Deronda was central to the evolution of British Romantic literary writings. This biblically framed discourse entails both the shaping of history, so that this history now appears to confirm the validity of Zionist claims to Palestine, thereby denigrating Palestinians' claims, and the Zionist legitimization of Zionist colonization in Palestine, a process that did not end with the creation of Israel in 1948, but intensified after 1967. The Palestinians had to be dispossessed in order to be civilized. However, it was in the capital cities of the West that Christian biblicists deployed their colonialist rhetoric of the civilizing mission and argued that Palestine was largely a land without a people, empty and uncultivated, inhabited by backward natives. 16 Christian Zionists, Lord Shaftesbury in particular, were associated with liberalism, reforms, and philanthropy. By contrast, their enemies, the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine, and Arabs, and Muslims in general, were associated with Oriental despotism, ignorance, fanaticism, and backwardness. In his Orientalism, Edward W. Said subjected Western Oriental studies to a devastating critique and exposed the underlying presumptions of the discipline. He also concluded that biblical studies were part of and an extension of the Western Orientalist discourse, which had been constructed without any Oriental/Arab/Muslim reader in view. For said, in this biblical Orientalist discourse, the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine were presented as incapable of unified action and national consciousness. The biblical scholars, following in the footsteps of the Western Orientalists, concentrated on historical and archaeological questions. In The Question of Palestine, which came out 2 years after Orientalism, Said also tried to explain the erasure of Palestinians from history. For him, the deletion of the reality of Palestine centered on 3 key issues. The first is the representation of Palestine, the Palestinians, and Islam in the West. In this regard, Said's book covering Islam should be treated as the third part of a trilogy which includes Orientalism and the Question of 98. Palestine. For Said, the representations of Islam in the West are an important part of the question of Palestine because they are used to silence the Palestinians, the majority of whom are Muslims. The second is the contest between an affirmation and a denial. The THIRD is Western Orientalist attitudes towards Arabs and Islam, Western racial prejudices and, especially, the Western narrative of a contest between the civilizing forces of the Zionist European settlers and the uncivilized, treacherous and degenerate Oriental Arabs. The interplay between British war and imperial interests, Jewish Zionist lobbyists and Christian Zionist prophetic politics would lead to the Balfour Declaration of 1917. The key to understanding the contribution of Britain to the 20th century's Palestinian catastrophe lies in the intensity with which some British Christian restorationists embraced the project of a Jewish homeland in Palestine, the way in which the Bible, divine rights and divine promises were seen by the likes of British Prime Minister Lloyd George and his Foreign Secretary, Arthur James Balfour, and generally the extraordinary appeal political Zionism had in the West. Although the Balfour Declaration was partly motivated by Great War calculations, it was not issued in an ideological vacuum. Its content reflected the Christian Zionist prophetic politics which became deeply rooted in 19th-century nationalist Protestant Britain. 17 This all meant that, from the beginning, the reality of Palestine and the Palestinians lay outside Western and Zionist conceptions of the Jewish homeland in Palestine. Furthermore, as Edward Said argued, the site of the Zionist struggle was only partially in Palestine. The crucial site remained until 1948 in the capital cities in the West, while the reality of Palestine and the native resistance to the Zionists was either played down or ignored in the West. By removing the struggle from the Middle East, the Palestinians were prevented from representing themselves and were deemed incapable of representing themselves. They cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. 1 A major success of the Christian and Jewish Zionists has been their ability to occupy the space from which they were all to represent and explain the Arabs to the West. Zionists took it upon themselves as a partially Eastern people who had emancipated themselves from the worst Eastern excesses, to explain the Oriental Arabs to the West, to assume responsibility for expressing what the Arabs were really like and about, never to let the Arabs appear equally with them as existing in Palestine. This method allowed Zionism always to seem both involved in and superior to the native realities of Middle Eastern existence. Applying theories of contemporary literary deconstruction based on the works of Said, Derrida and Freud, Irish scholar John McDonough has suggested that these supremacist attitudes towards the realities of Palestinian existence were partly derived from age-old Western prejudices towards the ancient Philistines, a highly cultured, seafaring people who had settled in Canaan during the 13th and 12th centuries BC and who had given their name to Palestine. The biblical Philistines have, for centuries, suffered under the weight of their relentlessly negative portrayal in the books of the Old Testament. McDonough showed that, surrounded by biblical myths from Goliath to Delilah, in the West the Philistines have personified the intrinsically evil other in the narrative myth of the Israelites. Their name, in particular, has entered the lexicon of mute shame, ranking alongside the barbarians as the personification of the outsider. The Philistines were destined to play out the role of scapegoats in the biblical narrative used for sustaining the myth of the existence of the Israelite nation. Their name has been used from biblical times to the present day to distinguish between those who have set the cultural and political agendas and those who have stood irredeemably outside the ideologies which were propagated to facilitate the rationalization of the nation's space. In the Bible the Philistines became the archetypal other, whose sole function in the text was to plot the destruction of civilization, and whose activities provided justification for the expansion of the Israelites. The Philistines, not unlike the modern Palestinians, had become the other as a result of the challenge they posed to the burgeoning collective Hebrew identity, within the parameters established by the biblical narrative. The ignorant and demonic Philistines, then, fulfilled a role in the construction of the great colonial edifice of otherness that was later to be played by, among others, Arabs and Muslims, Africans, Indians, Aboriginals. This role furthermore, 99. Ironically played out to tragic effect by the Jews themselves over centuries of persecution in the West. In 1917 the interplay between Jewish Zionist lobbyists, British Empire interests, First World War Considerations and Christian Zionism brought about the famous Balfour Declaration which promised a Jewish homeland in Palestine. Then an imperial world power, Britain gave sanction for the first time to the Zionist campaign for possession of Palestine. This highly controversial document, dated November 2, was issued by Foreign Secretary Arthur James Balfour, in the form of a letter to a prominent British Jewish supporter of the Zionist movement, Lord Rothschild, declaring British support for political Zionism. Her Majesty's government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done to prejudice the civil and religious rights of the existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in other countries. For centuries, and for more than 80 years of political Zionism, the Palestinian Arabs were an absolute majority in Palestine. Balfour was fully aware of this fact when, on August 11, 1919, he expressed his typically colonialist views with frankness when he wrote, "Zionism, be it right or wrong, good or bad, is rooted in age-long traditions, in present needs, in future hopes, of far profounder import than the desires and prejudices of the 700,000 Arabs who now inhabit that ancient land. The idea of planting a minority of outsiders upon an indigenous majority population, without consulting it, was not calculated to horrify men who had worked with Cecil Rhodes or promoted European settlement in Kenya." In 1925 Balfour visited Palestine and was a key guest of honor at the opening of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He was greeted enthusiastically by the leadership of the small European Zionist Yeshuv in Palestine, while the majority of indigenous inhabitants of Palestine welcomed him with black flags. During the mandatory period several other passionate British Gentile Zionists worked tirelessly for the International Zionist IOI movement. The niece of Arthur Balfour, Blanche Dugdale, worked in the political department of the London office of the Jewish Agency, alongside Chaim Weizmann. In her biography of her uncle she noted that Balfour's interest in the Jews and their history was lifelong, originating in the Old Testament training of his mother, and his Scottish upbringing. In her diary Dugdale vividly describes Weizmann's diplomatic activities in London, while comparing and contrasting these with Old Testament images. "The walls of Jericho have fallen, fallen. The great anti-colonial Palestinian rebellion of 1936–39 was crushed with the expertise of a British military strategist and Christian Zionist Bible basher, Colonel Charles Ord Wingate, and his special night squads." Wingate, an enthusiastic convert to Centile Zionism, trained the Field Company's 19 an elite strike force established as the commando arm of the Labour Zionist Haganah Force in 1937 mainly to combat the Palestinian uprising. By March 1938 FOSH had 1,500 trained soldiers, armed with British weapons, divided into 13 regional groups. From its headquarters at the Jewish kibbutz settlement of Ein Harod, in Marj ibn Amr, Wingate's special night squads conducted swift raids on Palestinian villages. Wingate, who was subsequently killed in a plane crash in Burma, where he led a guerrilla force fighting the Japanese, was later described in Israel as one of founders of the Israeli army. F. Degree N. Crossman, writing in the Chicago Tribune on Israel's 50th anniversary, summed up Wingate's legacy under the title "Remembering one of Israel's founding fathers, a Protestant Scotsman." He spent scarcely 3 years in the land that was then part of the British Empire and known as Palestine. Yet he developed tactics that remain the combat philosophy of Israel's armed forces today. He also tutored many who became its famed commanders, including Dayan and Yugal Alon, whose elite strike force, the Palma, utilized Wingate's trademark aggressively mobile tactics to win the 1948 War of Independence. Crossman goes on to describe Wingate's commitment to the Zionist project. Wingate also had a special feeling for the Bible, keeping his own well-worn copy always at hand. When stumped by a strategic problem, he would turn to 102. The Book of Judges. There he would find inspiration in the account of Gideon, the great general of ancient Israel and, like Wingate, a master of hit-and-run guerrilla tactics. That attachment to the scriptures inspired Wingate with a feeling for Palestine's Jewish inhabitants that set him apart from other British military officers. 21. In 1957 Israel's National Center for Physical Education and Sport, the Wingate Institute, was inaugurated and named in honor of Ord Charles Wingate. Proving the veracity of the Bible. Digging up the Bible under British mandate. The political and ideological premises of Israeli archaeology can be traced to the very foundations of the Western discipline of biblical archaeology in Palestine, which developed in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, simultaneously with European imperial competition for influence in the Near East. The Eurocentric obsession with historical roots, the evidence for the Bible and the biblical paradigm has been discussed by many authors. The first biblically oriented topographical study of Palestine was carried out in 1838 by two American scholars, Dr. Edward Robinson and Eli Smith, who identified scores of biblical sites on the basis of modern Arabic place names. At the end of the 19th century, archaeologist Sir William Matthew Flinders Petrie began to explore the large number of mounds, or tells, as possible biblical sites. From its beginning, the Western discipline was established to prove the veracity of Scripture. The main push behind archaeological research in Palestine was the country's relationship with the Old and New Testaments. This drive to authenticate the Bible also determined the choice of archaeological sites. The first excavators in Jericho and Nablus were biblical researchers who were looking for the remains of the cities mentioned in the Bible. Biblical archaeology also became an index of diplomatic prestige for the European powers in their scramble for the Holy Land. One of the shaping events in biblical historiography was the story of how the land was seized from the Canaanites by the Israelite tribes led by 103. Joshua. Under the British Palestine Mandate, this biblical paradigm and the land conquest narrative dominated Western biblical archaeology, which gathered momentum with the activity of William Foxwell Albright, an American academic from Johns Hopkins University, who then came to epitomize Oriental studies in the West. The son of a Christian priest, Albright arrived in Palestine in December 1919, at the age of 28, to begin his postgraduate research as the Thayer Fellow of the American School in Jerusalem. The following year he became director of the school, a position he held between 1920 and 1929 and again from 1933 to 1936. Albright began excavating in Palestine in the 1920s. His declared position was that biblical archaeology was the scientific means to refute the critical claims against the historical veracity of the biblical stories, particularly those of the Julian Wellhausen School in Germany. 12 For several decades Albright and his students would deploy linguistics and biblical archaeology to authenticate the historicity of the Hebrew Bible. The Wellhausen School of Biblical Criticism, which had developed in Germany in the second half of the 19th century, challenged the historicity of the biblical stories and claimed that biblical narrative was articulated during the Jewish Babylonian exile, the later reconstruction of events being made with a theological purpose. Albright, for his part, believed that the Bible is a historical document which reflected the ancient reality. As a biblicist Zionist, he was convinced that the ancient remains of Palestine would provide proof of the historical truth of the events relating to the Jewish people, their rights to the land, the period of the patriarchs, the Canaanite cities that were destroyed by the Israelites as Joshua conquered the land, the boundaries of the 12 tribes, and so forth. During the mandatory period, large-scale excavations were conducted by Albright and his students to create a reliable history of the Bible. These Western archaeologists brushed aside the historical and contemporary social realities of Arab and Muslim Palestine in favor of the biblical paradigm. For them, the Palestinian uprisings raging in the late 1920s and 1930s meant little in comparison to the eternal verities of the Bible. Their efforts to rewrite the history of Palestine and to exclude the indigenous inhabitants of the land contributed to the overall Zionist project, with disastrous consequences for the Palestinian quest. 104. For self-determination during the mandatory period. For the Albrightians, Palestine was simply a biblical space and the cradle of the Judeo-Christian tradition a landscape created by Old Testament declarations of God's purposes and promises, a space to be excavated and recovered through archaeology and relived through Jewish political restoration to Palestine. Archaeology laid bare the birthplace of the Bible, Albright wrote in 192a, the land where the sacredest of human possessions came into being, and hardly a mile of its surface is not hallowed by biblical associations. In the illustration, elucidation, and, if need be, Confirmation of this masterpiece of world literature archaeology justifies itself finally. Point 21. In the same year Albright wrote in the Bulletin of the American Schools of Oriental Research. These unassuming mounds among the hills of Ephraim and Benjamin are of greatest interest to us. They represent authentic monuments of the Israelite past. Every stone and potsherd they conceal is hallowed by us by association with the great names of the Bible. We can think of the tells which mark ancient Mizpah and Sabiah without a thrill as memory calls up the shade of Samuel, and the heroic figure of Saul. Point 2. Adopting a virtually fundamentalist approach to archaeology, Albright and his pupils based the sites of excavation on biblical names: Megiddo, Lachish, Sezer, Shechem, Jericho, Jerusalem, Ai, Gibeon, Beit Shean, Beit Shemesh, Tanach and Hazor, the last the site of the ancient Canaanite city-state mentioned in the book of Joshua, the same city whose subsequent excavation later became a major landmark in the history of mobilized Israeli archaeology. In 1949 Albright wrote that only a few diehards among older scholars had not accepted the essential historicity of the patriarchal traditions in the light of archaeological data, and that it was no longer fashionable to view those traditions as artificial creations by the scribes of the monarchic period. He repeated this statement 14 years later. Until the early 1970s, biblical archaeology was convinced that the Bible accurately reflected the material world where it developed. Studies such as the Archaeology of Palestine and the Biblical Period from Abraham to Ezra by Albright, A History of Israel by John Bright, The Land of the Bible by Yohanan Aharoni, and Archaeology in the Holy Land by Kathleen Mary Kenyon used archaeology to demonstrate the historical accuracy of the Bible. These political histories uncritically accepted the biblical traditions as reliable reflections of past events. The Western archaeologists involved were not on the margins of archaeology, but rather prominent figures in their field. For instance, Dame Kathleen Kenyon, who conducted extensive excavations at Jericho from 195 until 1958, was the eldest daughter of Sir Frederick Kenyon, a biblical scholar and later director of the British Museum. Point 25. She was the first female president of the Oxford Archaeological Society and contributed to the foundation of the Institute of Archaeology of University College, London. In 196 a Kenyon was appointed principal of St. Hugh's College, University of Oxford. During the same Albrightian period, similar arguments were formulated by the Hebrew archaeology of the Yishuv, whose links to the archaeology of the State of Israel and Jewish nation building have been discussed elsewhere. After 1948 a nationalist Hebrew archaeology became a cornerstone of an Israeli civic religion, testifying to Jewish claims to the land. But the new state-driven Israeli archaeology did not emerge in a vacuum. By the 1960s attempts had already begun to separate the archaeology of ancient Palestine from biblical and theological studies. As we shall see in Chapter 7, broadly speaking, the collapse over the last 2 decades of the historicity of the narrative described in the Hebrew Bible, Iron Age I, has been the result of several factors, including the emergence of new archaeological evidence, literary criticism, and a post-colonial critique of biblical studies. 10.5. The 1967 War and the rise of crusading American fundamentalism. In the early 20th century, following the devastating toll of the First World War, and then the Great Depression, American evangelical fundamentalism appeared to be more preoccupied with refuting critical biblical theories and theological liberalism in the USA and less with political IO6 Zionism and prophetic politics. This situation radically changed after the 1967 war, which was a turning point for American evangelism and Jewish religious nationalism. The war marked a significant watershed for evangelical Christian interest in Israel and Zionism. With the occupation of East Jerusalem and the West Bank, while liberal Protestant organizations such as the World Council of Churches increasingly distanced themselves from Zionism, Israeli expansionist policies fueled enthusiasm among conservative American evangelicals. Moreover, while in the 19th century the Holy Land was reimagined and constructed by the expertise of British restorationists and prophetic biblical scholars for the benefit of the British imperial project, Since 1948 the Holy Land has been appropriated and constructed by the expertise of Israeli Orientalists for the benefit of both the Israeli colonial project and the American Empire. The success of the representations of the Palestinians by both biblical and Orientalist Zionists effectively suppressed the Palestinian capacity for self-representation. Karen Armstrong traces in modern Christian Zionism evidence of the Western legacy of the Crusades. Christian fundamentalists have, she argues, returned to a classical and extreme religious crusading star. Of course the Latin Crusaders were, like Christian Zionists of the post-Reformation period, religious fundamentalists. The idea of Muslim control of the Christian holy places in Jerusalem was anathema to them. They attacked Muslims, persecuted Jews, and declared a holy war against all manner of people. Historians have examined in detail the lasting impact of the Latin Crusaders and have traced the devastating consequences of the sacralising of medieval European military designs to claim the Holy Land for the Church and get rid of infidels, that is, Muslims and Jews. As Pope Urban II put it in 1095, wrest the land from the wicked race. 2t For the Crusaders, Muslims and Jews had no religious rights in Jerusalem. They also looked down on the Orthodox Church and wanted its leaders out of the way. The conquest of Jerusalem by the Crusaders on July 15, 1099 started a new period of terror against Muslims and Jews, all of whom were driven out of the city, their mosques and synagogues destroyed. The city became exclusively Christian. The Al-Aqsa Mosque, the third holiest shrine in Islam, and the Dome of the Rock were turned into Christian churches. The Templars took over the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the Dome of the Rock was consecrated as the House of the Lord*. In 1142, with a gilded cross placed above the dome, the Holy Sepulchre, which was renewed and enlarged, was entrusted to the Hospitallers. Roy H. May, Jr., writing in Joshua and the Promised Land, notes: during the Middle Ages, European Christians launched military campaigns to take the Holy Land from the Muslims. Early on the Crusaders took Jericho. Following the example of Joshua 6, they marched around the city led by clergy carrying sacred banners and pictures of Christian saints. When the walls did not fall down as expected, they attacked and overran the city. Then they massacred the inhabitants. Jews were locked in their synagogue and burned alive. Even some of the Crusaders were horrified by the slaughter. 27. Such religious arrogance and the consequent extermination of the Jewish and Muslim inhabitants of Jerusalem by the European Crusaders unleashed a spiral of barbaric savagery which has fermented for 1,000 years, each side locked in what Armstrong calls a murderous triangle of hatred and intolerance. Bishop Kenneth Cragg draws some important conclusions about the effect of the Latin Crusades on the Eastern psyche. Whatever the problematics of the Arab Christian east of the Greek association, those of the Latin West were, for the most part, blatant and malign. They had to do not with the subtleties and strife of theology but with arrogance and intrusion. The Western, Latin Rome saw the Christian East in terms of juridical dominance and ecclesiastical power. The Crusades became an enduring symbol of malignancy as well as heroism, of open imperialism and private piety. They left noble piles of architecture on the eastern landscape but seared the eastern soul. They gave Arab Muslims through every succeeding century a warrant of memory to hold against Christian Arabs as, by association, liable to pseudo-Arabness or worse. What the Crusaders did to the eastern psyche, Muslim and Christian, long outlived their tenure of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem. The image of them is one that no century since has been able to exorcise. The crusading kingdom in Jerusalem lasted 88 years from 1099 to 1187, when Salah al-Din recovered the city from the Latins. His Qadi, al-Fadil, however, paid a generous tribute to the physical legacy of the expelled crusaders. 10:7. In 08 Islam received back a place which it had left almost uninhabited, but which the care of the unbelievers had transformed into a paradise garden. Those accused once defended with lance and sword the city which they had rebuilt with columns and slabs of marble, where they had founded churches and palaces of the Templars and the Hospitallers, houses as pleasant as their gardens which made them look like living trees. After the eviction of the Crusaders from the Holy Land in 1291, Christians were compelled to translate their conception of Jerusalem from earthly to a heavenly one. The Crusaders not only unleashed a huge conflict with Islam, but also set in motion a great earthly contest between the Eastern and Western churches for control of the holy places, above all the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem and the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem. Unable to agree among themselves, the squabbling Christian sects agreed in 1289 to hand over the keys of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to a Muslim family for safekeeping. This Muslim family still has the keys to the Holy Sepulchre. When the last Crusader fortress in Palestine, at Acre, fell in 1291, the main Latin institutional presence in Palestine was that of the Franciscans, who had first arrived in 1217. In the early 14th century the Pope appointed them to the custody of the Holy Land. This stronghold of Roman Christianity fought major battles with the Eastern churches over control of the holy places in Jerusalem. This fight carried on into modern times. It is still going on. This struggle between the various Christian denominations over control of the holy places dominated many aspects of Christian life in Jerusalem, but was also linked with the diplomatic rivalry of the great powers in relation to the city. For both Christians and Jews, in many ways, the Holy City was at once a symbol of unity and the fault line of deep internal schisms and differences. Many scholars have observed that the combination of the founding of the State of Israel in 1948, the capture of Jerusalem and the West Bank in 1967, and the defeat on both occasions of the combined Arab armies, all contributed to the rise in America of prophetic politics. These events increasingly came to be seen as significant fulfillment of biblical prophecy by a new crusading generation of evangelical American and European. 10.9. Fundamentalists. For example, Jerry Falwell did not begin to speak about modern-day Israel until after Israel's 1967 military victory. James Price and William Goodman wrote. Falwell changed completely. He entered into politics and became an avid supporter of the Zionist state. The stunning Israeli victory made a big impact not only on Falwell, but on a lot of Americans. Remember that in 1967, the United States was mired in the Vietnam War. Many felt a sense of defeat, helplessness, and discouragement. As Americans we were made acutely aware of our own diminished authority, of no longer being able to police the world or perhaps even our own neighborhoods. Any Americans, including Falwell, turned worshipful glances toward Israel, which they viewed as militarily strong and invincible. They gave their unstinting approval to the Israeli takeover of Arab lands because they perceived this conquest as power and righteousness. Macho or muscular Christians such as Falwell credited Israeli General Moshe Dayan with this victory over Arab forces and termed him the miracle man of the age, and the Pentagon invited him to Vietnam and tell us how to win that war. 21. In July 1967, shortly after the war, Billy Graham's father-in-law, L. Nelson Bell, the editor of Christianity Today, a highly influential organ of American conservative evangelicalism, appeared to express the sentiments of many American evangelicals when, in an editorial, he wrote, that for the first time in more than 2,000 years Jerusalem is now completely in the hands of the Jews, gives a student of the Bible a thrill and a renewed faith in the accuracy and validity of the Bible. 24. The concentration on earthly political Jerusalem is central to post-1967 pro-Zionist Christian fundamentalism. For Christians the sanctity of Jerusalem derives wholly from the events associated with the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. The city witnessed the birth of the faith. For Christians, even for those who have not visited Jerusalem, places such as the Via Dolorosa, the Mount of Olives, the Garden of Gethsemane conjure up very powerful images. Of course, devotion to the sacred geography of Jerusalem is a phenomenon also found in Islam and Judaism. 30. Although Jerusalem was not founded by Jews, Christians, or Muslims, it is one of the oldest cities on earth, founded by the Jebusites, who belonged to a Canaanite tribe. About 5,000 years ago, the city, for different reasons, became central to the sacred geography of the three Abrahamic faiths. Such is the symbolic power of this ancient city that its future status poses a major obstacle to a comprehensive regional peace in the Middle East. Furthermore, the religious attitudes towards the sacred geography of Jerusalem, the Jewish, Christian and Muslim holy NSEs of the city, have evolved historically and will continue to do so, under ever-changing social and political conditions. The emerging Christian faith generally detached itself from the old biblical paradigm of the centrality of promised land and chosen people, although for Christianity, as for Judaism, throughout history tension existed between the concept of heavenly, spiritual Jerusalem and the reality of earthly, physical and political Jerusalem. Historically speaking, however, there is no evidence to suggest that Christians attached any particular sanctity to Jerusalem until the 4th century, and it is only then that we find the first recorded account of a Christian pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Until the 4th century we encounter two distinct theological views of Jerusalem among Christians. The first view is represented by Saint Jerome who, in the 4th century, went on pilgrimage to the Holy Land and spent the last 34 years of his life in a monastery in Bethlehem. Saint Jerome argued that Jerusalem was part of the Christian faith, to adore where his feet have stood and to see the vestiges of the Nativity, of the Cross, and of the Passion. The second view was represented by Saint Gregory of Nyssa, who wrote to a disciple, "When the Lord invites the blessed to their inheritance in the kingdom of heaven, he does not include a pilgrimage to Jerusalem among their good deeds." Also, in contrast to the views of Eusebius, Bishop of Caesarea in Palestine, the father of church history, Cyril of Jerusalem maintained that the prerogative of all good things was in Jerusalem. Either way, the turning point in the conception of the sanctity of Jerusalem was the 4th century. Recent scholarship has actually focused on the struggle in the 4th century within the Church between those who affirmed the sanctity of Jerusalem and those who tended to play it down. Pwl. Walker cites the dismissive views of Eusebius regarding Jerusalem's holiness, his opinion derived partly from competition between Jerusalem and Caesarea. But Walker also argues that the dismissive view * was born of a desire to combat an incorrect emphasis on the physical earthly Jerusalem. From the 4th century onward, however, Holy Jerusalem became the dominant view of the Church. Under the Byzantine Emperor Constantine, the triumph of the Christian theological view of Jerusalem's holiness was an outcome not only of debate among the Church Fathers but also of the political triumph of the Emperor Constantine, who ruled Jerusalem from 324 AD. The famous journey of his mother Helena to Jerusalem, to identify the sites of the crucifixion and resurrection, marked a radical turning point in the church history of the city. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre was erected over the tomb at Constantine's command and inaugurated in 335 AD, replacing the Temple of Aphrodite at the same location. 31 Like so many other holy places and shrines in Jerusalem, the Holy Sepulchre from its very outset gave physical expression to a competitive religious spirit, in this case between Christianity and paganism. With Helena's visit, Jerusalem became firmly established as a center of veneration and pilgrimage for Christians. The Christian glorification of Jerusalem and external financial support for religious intuitions all date back to the Byzantine period. In the early Muslim period, in the 7th century, the Christians formed a majority of the population in the city. There was even a Christian governor of the province of Jerusalem. On Christmas Day 800 AD, the coronation day of Charlemagne in Rome, the new emperor was reported to have received the key to Church of the Holy Sepulchre and the flag of the Holy City as a token of respect from the Patriarch of Jerusalem. While the city was under Muslim rule, Charlemagne and his son Louis built many new Christian institutions in Jerusalem. There was a certain amount of competition between Muslims and Christians over construction work in Jerusalem. In 827 AD, some Muslims complained that Christians had built a bigger dome over a church than that over the Muslim shrine of the Dome of the Rock. But the latter, an Islamic masterpiece erected by the Umayyad Caliph Abd al-Malik with the skills and crafts of Christian artisans, remained the most exquisite edifice in the city. The magisterial splendor of the Dome of the Rock, as Bishop Cragg remarks, was An index to such approximation by conquerors to the conquered taking place in all the spheres to which architecture belong, art, prestige, identity, faith, and perpetuity. Perhaps the prime purpose of the Dome of the Rock lay in serving notice on Christianity that a suppression was underway. Its splendor would certainly outshine the Church of the Resurrection hard by. The choice of Jerusalem for its site could hardly be misread nor the import of its quality. The calligraphy, moreover, from the Quran had largely to do with the passages incriminating Christology and the doctrine of the Trinity and underlining the role of Jesus as prophet and as exemplary Muslim. The scribes and Charamicists of Christendom were thus employed to join the issues between the Caliph and Patriarch. The Dome of the Rock was in this way the sign and the herald of Dar al-Islam, the realm of displaced creed and the replaced power and the shape of their interaction. The rise of highly influential Christian Zionism in the USA was particularly noticeable in the 1980s and 1990s. The collapse of the Soviet Union, the rise of radical Islam, the first American-led Gulf War against Iraq, and the approaching third millennium fueled a fervent rhetoric among North American premillennial dispensationalists, while the same anti-Arab prejudices and Orientalist stereotypes continued. Some call American Christian dispensationalist fundamentalists the Armageddon lobby, others have referred to them as the Christian AIPAC. Biblical Armageddon incorporates the Hebrew name Megiddo, referring to the plains of Esdraelon and Megiddo, an area in Palestine southeast of Haifa stretching towards Nazareth, north of the Carmel mountain range. For the dispensationalists, the biblically predicted Battle of Armageddon, the final battle between the forces of light and darkness, signals the end of this age and the beginning of the earthly reign of Jesus Christ. Barr writes, dispensationalism is a totally fundamentalist scheme. Liberal and critical analysis lie almost entirely below its horizon. While orthodox fundamentalism is very busy in polemics against modern criticism, once we get to the dispensationalist world we are in a very different atmosphere. Here liberal and critical perceptions scarcely need to be combated, because they scarcely exist. Dispensationalism, though it may say with general fundamentalism that the Bible is in principle a human book as well as divinely inspired Holy Scripture, in fact goes a good deal farther in treating it as a direct transcript of the divine will. The surface markings of the biblical texts are a direct transcript of God's will and future plans. During the 1980s, under the Reagan administration, there was an upsurge in evangelical Christian Zionism and dispensationalist prophetic politics. The growth in political readings of the books of Daniel and Revelation seemed to encourage belligerency in U.S. foreign policy, even to provide ideological legitimation for unleashing nuclear war as a step in God's plan for the end of the world. In her book Prophecy and Politics, Militant Evangelists on the Road to Nuclear War, Grace Halsell, who was a White House speechwriter under Lyndon Johnson, observes, convinced that a nuclear Armageddon is an inevitable event within the divine scheme of things, many evangelical dispensationalists have committed themselves to a course for Israel that, by their own admission, will lead directly to a Holocaust indescribably more savage and widespread than any vision of carnage that could have generated in Adolf Hitler's criminal mind. The Reagan administration, closely aligning itself with the Israeli Likud government, enabled the evangelical Christian Zionists to expand their political influence in Washington, D.C. The first Bush administration, which proclaimed after the Gulf War and the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 the New World Order led by America, however, remained restrained in its support for the evangelical Zionists. According to Wagner, there are a number of evangelical Christian Zionist leaders even more right-wing than Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson, who in the 1980s had direct access to President Reagan and the White House. Among them are Terry Risenhoover and Doug Krieger, who in the early 1980s were the prime movers providing support for the Temple Mount Faithful, a radical Israeli organization based in Jerusalem. Both evangelical Christian Zionists and the Temple Mount Faithful support the destruction of the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque and the rebuilding of the Third Jewish Temple. For fundamentalist evangelicals, however, these acts are necessary for the return of Jesus. 33 The Likud Israeli government, for its part, was keen on exploiting to the full this Christian Zionist coalition, and in the spring of 1991, Following the Gulf War, the Israeli Ministry of Tourism hired the fundamentalist musician Pat Boone, described by Guided Group Tours of Israel as entertainer, Christian ambassador for tourism to the evangelical community 34, to promote pilgrimages in 113. North America through a series of advertisements in evangelical journals and on television. Typically, contemporary Christian Zionist lobbyists, like their British 19th-century counterparts Shaftesbury and Oliphant, are completely oblivious to the consequences of Zionism and its biblical paradigm for the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. They are completely in denial about the Palestinian Nakba of 1948. They blindly subscribe to one major tenet: they see the founding of the State of Israel in 1948 as highly significant, even signaling the end of 000 years of Jewish exile. Christian Zionists, like Jewish Zionists, equate 1948 as another Exodus, a return to the Promised Land in fulfillment of biblical prophecy and divine blessing. Of course, this theological interpretation of the historical events surrounding the founding of the secular State of Israel in 1948 is highly controversial. To begin with, both peoples, the Israeli Jewish settlers and the indigenous Palestinian Arabs, not only claim the same land, but endow the same locations with different place names and religious significance. Both peoples also promote rival and contradictory nationalist histories of the 1948 events, with the Israelis celebrating their independence and the Palestinians mourning their Nakba. Therefore, it is difficult for both Western tourists and Christian pilgrims visiting the Holy Land to maintain a neutral position. As British scholar Glenn Bowman has observed, most tourists, in accord with the Israeli Ministry of Tourism, call the land Israel, but in United Nations terminology the land is Israel and the occupied territories. This variance in nomenclature reflects a deeper issue of identity. Israel, with the area it occupied in the 1967 war, constitutes a deeply, and violently, divided country. Christian Zionism, the Israel Lobby and Armageddon, the shaping of U.S. policy on Israel-Palestine. There are a number of similarities between 19th-century British and 20th-century American attitudes to Israel. In both, as the international power brokers of their day, religion and politics became inextricably entwined. In the closing decades of the 19th and the early 20th century, there was a convergence of British strategic 114. Colonial interests and Christian Zionism within significant segments of the intellectual and political intelligentsia. Likewise, current American foreign policy in the Middle East largely coincides with that of the powerful Christian Zionist lobby. Both parties, now as then, favor a strong and dominant pro-American presence in the Middle East, whether for pragmatic reasons of military strategy, or because it conforms to their particular eschatology. Among a consensus of American Christian fundamentalist leaders, these twin motives, religious and political, are unashamedly connected and intrinsic to a predicted apocalyptic scenario, which one writer has gone so far as to describe as Operation Desert Storm 2 star. Clearly, the Christian Zionist lobby, with its influence among powerful elites in the United States, has become a major factor in U.S. policy towards the Middle East, a policy whose centerpiece since 1967 has been the U.S. relationship with Israel. Since 1973, Washington has provided Israel with a level of support dwarfing that given to any other state. Israel has been the largest annual recipient of direct economic and military assistance since 1976, and is the largest recipient in total since World War II, to the tune of well over $140 billion. Israel receives about $3 billion in direct assistance each year, roughly one-fifth of the foreign aid budget. 33 The Christian Zionist lobby is also a major component of the Israel lobby. In an important recent article in the London Review of Books, two U.S. scholars, John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, of Chicago and Harvard universities respectively, argued that U.S. Middle East policy derives almost entirely from the activities of the Israel lobby, which exerts a stranglehold on this policy and inhibits public debate of the issue. The Israel lobby is described by Mearsheimer and Walt as follows. The lobby includes prominent Christian evangelicals like Kerry Bauer, Jerry Falwell, Ralph Reed, and Pat Robertson, as well as Dick Armey and Tom DeLay, former majority leaders in the House of Representatives, all of whom believe Israel's rebirth is the fulfillment of biblical prophecy and support its expansionist agenda. To do otherwise, they believe, would be contrary to God's will. Neoconservative Gentiles such as John Bolton, Robert Bartley, the former Wall Street Journal editor, William Bennett, the former Secretary of Education, Jeane Kirkpatrick, the former UN ambassador, and the influential columnist C. Orgewell are also steadfast supporters. 16. 115. II-6 The Christian Zionist lobby includes the following advocacy organizations based in Washington, D.C., Christians Israel Public Action Campaign, the International Christian Embassy in Jerusalem, Christian Coalition, Southern Baptist Convention, Bridges for Peace, Jerusalem Friendship Fund, Jerusalem Prayer Team, Stand with Israel, Christian Broadcasting Network, International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, Family Research Council, Council for National Policy, and Christians for Israel/USA. In America, the Israel lobby realized the potential significance of wooing the political endorsement of the powerful 50 to 60 million evangelical bloc vote through their evangelical leadership and through evangelical television personalities, most of whom are Christian Zionists. In the 1980 presidential elections, 80% of U.S. evangelicals supported the conservative wing of the Republican Party, and Ronald Reagan in particular. In 2000, George W. Bush received roughly 50 million votes, 30 million of them from evangelical Christians, of whom approximately 15 million were dispensationalists. The percentage of Christian Zionists voting for Bush in 2004 was similar. The faith of Bush is seen in his frequent incorporation of the scriptures into his speeches, in his personal commitment to biblicist Zionism, and in his sympathy for Christian fundamentalism. His civilizing Christian imperialism and Middle East policies are powerfully shaped by a Christian supremacist vision, oil imperialism, and the belief that an American-Israeli alliance is central to U.S. domination of the Middle East. Earlier in May 2002, following the Israeli army's re-invasion and reoccupation of the West Bank, Time magazine published an article under the title, Right's New Crusade, Lobbying for Israel, which stated, "Today the most influential lobbying on behalf of Israel is being done by a group not usually seen as an ally of the largely democratic Jewish community, evangelical Christians." *7 In 1976–77 several events occurred simultaneously which had the effect of accelerating the influence of Christian Zionism as a political phenomenon in America. A religious and political marriage was consummated between American Zionist organizations, the Israeli leadership and Christian fundamentalists. 38 In 1977 the Likud party under Menahem Begin came to power on an expansionist Zionist platform. Using biblical phraseology to justify the settlement of the West Bank. It was Begin, for example, who intensified the colonization of the occupied territories, and insisted on the use of biblical terms such Judea and Samaria to justify the occupation and colonization of the West Bank. 39 Although fundamentalist sermons through Sunday school lessons and Bible reading have influenced the belief of a large number of evangelical Christians in the USA, the actual dispensationalist doctrine or Armageddon theology appear to have influenced smaller but highly active groups. However, with this in mind, in 1979, the Israeli government honored Jerry Falwell with the Jabotinsky Award in appreciation of his support of Israel. They also provided him with a Learjet to assist in his work on their behalf. 40 American prophetic politics is not confined to hardline evangelicals and the Christian right. It was also propagated by leading moderate evangelicals such as President Jimmy Carter, who, in 2002, was given the Nobel Peace Prize for his commitment to nonviolent problem solving. In 1977, Carter, a Southern-born Baptist and Democrat, became America's first evangelical president. His presidency was a catalyst for evangelical political activism in the 1970s, laying the basis for its key role in American political life under three successive U.S. presidents, including Ronald Reagan, and the two Bush presidents. Carter, the first American president to place American evangelism at the center of the American political agenda, also applied his biblical beliefs to U.S. policy towards Israel-Palestine. In a speech in 1978 he explained how he saw the state of Israel as a return at last, to the biblical land from which the Jews were driven so many hundreds of years ago. The establishment of the nation of Israel is the fulfillment of biblical prophecy and the very essence of its fulfillment. 41. In another speech, this time given before the Israeli Knesset in March 1979, Carter dwelt on the special relationship between America and Israel, stressing how it has been and it is a unique relationship. And it is a relationship that is indestructible, because it is rooted in the consciousness and the morals and the religion and the beliefs of the American people themselves. Israel and the United States were shaped by pioneers. My nation is also a nation of 117.28 immigrants and refugees, by peoples gathered in both nations from many lands. We share the heritage of the Bible. 2. President Carter made several trips to the Middle East, where he met both Israeli and Palestinian leaders. His recollection of those meetings demonstrates a certain political naivete, especially when faced with the reality of the denial of basic human rights among the Palestinians under Israeli occupation. Although out of office, and especially more recently, he has shown greater sensitivity to Palestinian rights. But more crucially, his conservative evangelical roots were evident in the fact that following the failure of the Camp David agreements to solve the issue of Palestine, he came to believe the Israel-Palestine conflict could not be solved by the intervention of the international community, or pressure from the American administration, Israel's chief sponsor, but only by internal Israeli changes effected by the Israeli electorate alone. Carter's eventual downfall was, in part, due to the loss of the evangelical fundamentalist bloc vote and the support of the Christian right. The religious conservatives within the USA ultimately used their power to replace Carter with President Ronald Reagan, who more carefully articulated their religious and political agenda. The Christian pro-Israeli forces came to play a major role in the post-Carter era, and the Reagan presidency itself publicly subscribed to a premillennial dispensational theology. These groups centered on evangelicals' concern for Israel, and on the moral major ITY as a political campaigning organization under Jerry Falwell. With a sympathetic administration, the Christian right groups all combined to give a considerable boost to the Israel lobby in the USA. The election of President Reagan in 1980 ushered in not only the most pro-Israel administration in history but gave several Christian Zionists prominent political posts. In addition to the president, those who subscribed to a futurist premillennial theology and Christian Zionism included Attorney General Ed Meese, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, and Secretary of the Interior James Watt. Evangelical Christian Zionist televangelists and writers were given direct access to the president and to cabinet members, Falwell, Christian Zionist televangelist Mike Evans and author Hal Lindsey among them. White House seminars became a regular feature of Reagan's administration, bringing Christian Zionists into direct personal contact with national and Congress-Zional leaders. In a personal conversation reported in the Washington Post in April 1984, Reagan told the chief Israeli lobbyist, Tom Dine, "You know, I turn back to the ancient prophets in the Old Testament and the signs foretelling Armageddon, and I find myself wondering if we're the generation that is going to see that come about. I don't know if you've noted any of these prophecies lately, but believe me, they certainly describe the times we're going through." For Christian fundamentalists such as Falwell, America is seen as the great redeemer, its role in the world providentially and politically preordained. The two nations of America and Israel are like Siamese twins, linked not only by common self-interest but more significantly by similar religious foundations. Together they were perceived to be pitted against an evil world dominated by communist and Islamic regimes antithetical to the values of America and Israel. Traditionally, U.S. policy has dwelt with the issue of Jerusalem by the continued presence of an embassy in Tel Aviv and a consulate in Arab East Jerusalem. The East Jerusalem consulate is the most interesting U.S. diplomatic mission in the Middle East. It represents the Arabist front line against the pro-Israel section of the State Department, as represented by the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv, 45 minutes away with no crossing points in between. The consulate building in Arab East Jerusalem was a rebuke to the State of Israel. It was, to all intents and purposes, an American embassy located on territory controlled by the Israeli government. But the consulate did not recognize the Israeli government in Jerusalem, nor did it primarily deal with Israelis. Its main purpose was to deal with Palestinians in Jerusalem and the West Bank under Israeli military rule. Because the United States did not recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital, the consulate tried to insist that when the U.S. ambassador to Israel visited Jerusalem from Tel Aviv he should not fly the American flag on the hood of his limousine. Jerusalem was the consulate's turf, not the embassy's. The consulate in East Jerusalem, a graceful old stone building near the medieval Arab souk, was Arab, while the embassy, situated on a noisy and garish street in the heart of Jewish Tel Aviv, clearly was not. A war raged between the two installations. 44 Although 119. 120. George Bush promised to move the American embassy to Jerusalem, in reality his administration successfully deflected congressional pressures in favor of relocation. Dispensationalist perspectives on Jerusalem. Armageddon theology and the building of the Third Temple. Proponents of contemporary Christian Zionism insist that the movement is mandated in both Old and New Testaments, which, they claim, are the source of their motivation. 4 SC Christian Zionists, like their Jewish counterparts, talk about the unbroken chain of Jewish presence in the city, from the earliest times to the rise of Zionism in the late 19th century. While Jerusalem was central in the religious imagination, this was never in fact translated into political, social, economical, demographic, cultural and intellectual realities. Indeed, Jerusalem was never a major center for Judaism during the last 800 years. Religiously, of course, the city has been at the heart of Jewish religious thought and symbolism. Its holiness for Jews derives from the perception that it was the site of the temple. Hal Lindsey, one of the most influential U.S. Christian Zionist fundamentalists and the father of the modern-day Bible prophecy movement, wrote, "Long ago the psalmist predicted the final mad attempt of the confederated Arab armies to destroy the nation of Israel. The Palestinians are determined to trouble the world until they repossess what they feel is their land. The Arab nations consider it a matter of racial honor to destroy the state of Israel. Islam considers it a sacred mission of religious honor to recapture Old Jerusalem. It is important politically for the Israelis and Christian Zionism to predicate a constant and enduring Jewish presence in the city for 2,000 years." Bernard Wasserstein, a distinguished British Jewish historian, argues that the historical evidence for this claim is highly questionable. He explains that Jews were even forbidden to enter the city throughout the period of Roman and Byzantine rule. Although some Jewish pilgrims appear to have visited Jerusalem, there is no evidence of a Jewish community in Jerusalem for 5 centuries between the 2nd and 7th centuries. The traditional 121. Anti-Jewish view was reflected in the writings of the father of church history, Eusebius, Metropolitan Bishop of Caesarea, who believed that Jerusalem could be rebuilt only with the second coming of Jesus Christ, tried to account for why the Second Temple was destroyed. From that time seditions and wars and mischievous plots followed each other in quick succession, and never ceased in the city and in all Judea until finally the siege of Vespasian overwhelmed them. Thus the divine vengeance overtook the Jews for the crimes which they dared to commit against Christ. The belief in the second coming of Christ was a major component of Christian thought and central to writings of early Christian theologians, but these writings have little to do with the doctrine of modern premillennialist dispensationalism, described below, which lays considerable emphasis on the advent of Christ. Ironically, in the light of the fact that the current conflict over the city is mainly between Israeli Jews and predominantly Muslim Palestinians, it was only after the Arab conquest in 638 AD, when Muslims took over the city, that Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. In fact, for most of its history, Christianity has had a worse record of persecuting Jews, with the Crusades, the Inquisition, the bloody religious wars of the 16th and 17th centuries, meaning that Europe saw far more blood spilled for religion's sake than did the Muslim world. A number of documents found in the Cairo Geniza record the financial contribution of rich Jews in Egypt and Sicily towards the support of poor Jews in Jerusalem and the maintenance of a synagogue next to the Wailing Wall, which, of course, is adjacent to the Muslim holy shrines the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock situated on Al-Haram al-Sharif, the area situated in the southeast of the Old City, known in Hebrew as Mount Moriah, supposedly the site of the Second Jewish Temple. Israeli architect Tivia Sajaf argues that the total destruction of the Second Temple by Titus, the massive building program by Hadrian and the cutting off of Jews from the city of Jerusalem all caused confusion in the identification of the site. 122. Of the Temple. Thus, it was written in the 3rd century AD that the Jews of Babylon could not identify the site of the Temple/7. Jerusalem was central to the spiritual identity of Muslims from the very beginning of their faith. When the Prophet Muhammad first began to preach in Mecca in about 612 AD, according to the earliest biographies, he had his converts prostrate themselves in prayer in the direction of Jerusalem. Thus Jerusalem acquired a unique status as the first Qibla of Islam. 4 * When the Muslims conquered the city, they identified the area as the Temple Mount, cleared the rubbish that had gathered, and identified it as Solomon's Temple. As the Quran states, it was to Al-Aqsa that the Prophet Muhammad was carried on his night journey from Mecca, and from the Rock of Abraham, the patriarch of Islam and Judaism, the Prophet ascended to the 7th heaven. On this Quranic basis the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, the most beautiful of all Muslim shrines, were built on the site of Solomon's Temple. According to Sajaf, with Muslim identification of the area as Solomon's Temple, an error was begun. European Christians, travelers, and later investigators all claimed that the walls of the Al-Haram al-Sharif were the remnants of the Jewish Temple Mount. For many Christians, Muslims, and Jews, the identification of the Moriah Mount as delineated by the walls of the Temple Mount has become a fundamental principle which needs no proof. 49 However, the fact that for centuries Muslim rulers allowed the Jewish community to build and maintain a Jewish synagogue next to the third holiest shrine of Islam is striking. For different reasons, however, both Israeli Jews and Palestinians prefer to gloss over the historical fact that Jewish and Muslim holy places and holy spaces coexisted side by side in the city. Registered the arguments put forward by dispensationalist Christians concerning Israel-Palestine rehash not only some of the official Israeli propaganda line on Jerusalem but the rhetoric of Jewish supporters of Greater Israel. The dispensationalists argue, the Islamic claim to Jerusalem, including its claim to the Temple Mount, is in direct contradiction to the biblical and historical significance of the city and its holiest site, and this claim is of later religio-political origin rather than arising from any Quranic text or 123. Early Muslim tradition. Because of the sovereign purposes of God for the city, Jerusalem must remain undivided, under Israeli sovereignty, the capital of Israel only, and all nations should so concur and place their embassies in Jerusalem. The truths of God are sovereign, and it is written that the land which he promised to his people is not to be partitioned. It would be wrong for the nations to recognize a Palestinian state in any part of biblical Eretz Yisrael. The Golan Heights are part of biblical Israel and are a vital strategic asset necessary for the security and defense of the entire country. Greater Israel. Christian theology which does not recognize the ongoing biblical purposes for Israel and the Jewish people is doctrinal error. Christians should seek to encourage and assist in the continuing process of return of the exiles to Eretz Israel, and indeed tens of millions of dollars have been raised by Christian Zionist organizations in the USA and Europe and donated to Jewish settlers in the West Bank. There is, of course, a basic difference between Jewish and Christian fundamentalisms and mainstream and fundamentalist Muslim attitudes on the question of the shrines in the Old City. Palestinian Muslims in occupied East Jerusalem are on the defensive. struggling against the creeping Judaization of the Old City and seeking to preserve the religious and prayer status quo on Al-Haram al-Sharif SL, while Jewish and Christian fundamentalists are on the offensive, running joint and well-funded campaigns in both Israel and the USA for the building of the Jewish Third Temple on Al-Haram al-Sharif. The latter seek to alter the situation of the Muslim shrines radically, something which could result in a local and global conflagration. For some Christian fundamentalist evangelicals, in particular, the battle for Jerusalem is the end of days battle of Armageddon. Apparently in the USA some 60 million evangelical Christians adhere to this apocalyptic eschatology. In the battle for Jerusalem, Christian fundamentalists have found common ground with Jewish religious radicals and hardline Zionists. The fundamentalists share 5 tenets: belief in the sanctity of the modern state of Israel, support for Greater Israel and Zionist territorial expansionism, including Jewish sovereignty over the whole land of Israel, support for exclusive Jewish sovereignty over Greater Jerusalem, the desire for, and indeed the determination. 124. To build, the Third Temple on the site of the Muslim shrines at Al-Haram al-Sharif, and a general hostility towards Islam, including the claim that Muslims worship a different God from that of Jews and Christians, which is perceived as a common enemy. It is important to note that such views are confined to fundamentalist circles, foreign alike to Palestinian and mainstream international Christianity. Furthermore, Palestinians, both Christians and Muslims, see these views as the violation of their fundamental human right to exist autonomously in the land of their birth and forefathers. Fundamentalist end-time eschatology. Pro-Zionist or anti-Semitic and genocidal. Disturbingly also, the secular sacred package of the State of Israel, Jerusalem, and the Third Temple, the Second Coming of Christ, and the end-time Battle of Armageddon have all become central to dispensationalist Christian fundamentalist belief and aspiration. Dispensationalism is one of the most influential theological systems within the evangelical church today. Largely unstudied until recently, it has increasingly shaped the presuppositions of American fundamentalist, evangelical, Pentecostal and charismatic thinking concerning Israel and Palestine over the past 150 years. Dispensationalist fundamentalists hold that there are several ages of God's history. Each age is a dispensation from God. The ages are named after Old Testament figures such as Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, and others. These ages are followed by the Christian or Church age, which culminates in the Messianic and New Heaven and New Earth ages. 53 The emphasis on the theory of historical dispensations can be traced back to John Nelson Darby, the founding father of modern premillennial dispensationalism. Darby was at first a Church of England clergyman and later a main founder of the Plymouth Brethren movement. Darby, who believed that the Church was hopelessly corrupt and authoritarian, founded what would become a widespread prophetic movement, and insisted that these dispensations were irreversible, speculating that the Church would soon be replaced on earth by a revived national Israel. His dispensationalist theology, which has become central to contemporary Christian Zionism, represented a radical departure from historic Christian doctrine, by dividing biblical and human history into distinct periods, in his case 7, which he called dispensations, representing different succeeding systems of relations between God and man. Like Darby, most modern dispensationalists divide history into 7 epochs, beginning with creation and ending with the kingdom of Jesus, which is to follow the Battle of Armageddon. There is, of course, a variety of interpretations among Christian fundamentalists, and some of them tend to be both pro-Zionist and, at the same time, deeply anti-Semitic. 54 However, the trends we describe here are broadly shared by Christian fundamentalists. For pro-Zionist dispensationalist fundamentalists, in particular, the battle for Jerusalem is also the key to their theory of the end times. A critical element of this doctrine is the unshakable belief in the inerrancy of the Bible. The Scriptures, representing the Word of God, provide a roadmap, not for peace in the Middle East, but for future turbulence. Moreover, the Bible prophesies a second coming by Christ. There is some disagreement as to whether the second coming would be precipitated by humankind's positive advances and achievements, or by its failings. In either case, the signs of the times are invariably bad news: political conflict in the Middle East, religious apostasy, increased wickedness, earthquakes, plagues and widespread misfortune. The first event in the redemptive process is the rapture, whereby faithful Christian believers would be caught up together to meet the Lord in the air. The rest of humanity will be left behind to endure the tribulation, a series of terrible calamities that will last for 7 years, under the direction of the Antichrist. In the course of the tribulation, the Antichrist will force people to wear the mark of the beast and will desecrate the third temple in Jerusalem. The second coming of Christ and the battle of Armageddon, and the tribulation will be followed by the millennium and the last judgment. Those who are redeemed will be granted eternal bliss, while the wicked will be condemned to eternal punishment. The righteous, who will meet the Lord during the rapture, will presumably avoid all this tribulation, and the key to their salvation and selection for the rapture will be unwavering adherence to the Scriptures. 125. According to Jeff Halper, coordinator of the Israeli Committee AGA in St. House demolitions, what is deeply anti-Semitic in this apparently pro-Zionist doctrine is the fact that it is predicated upon the outcome of Armageddon, where, among other horrendous outcomes, not only will the state of Israel be completely wiped out as a political entity, but most Jews would be killed. Sir Sham Gorenberg, in his book The End of Days, Fundamentalism and the Struggle for the Temple Mount, writes, "I've listened to American evangelical ministers who insist on their deep love for Israel and nevertheless eagerly await apocalyptic battles on Israel's soil so terrible that the dry river beds will, they predict, fill with rivers of blood. I also came to realize that the center of my story had to be the Temple Mount. What happens at that one spot, more than anywhere else, quickens expectations of the end in 3 religions. And at that spot, the danger of provoking catastrophe is greatest." A similar assessment was offered by Rosemary Ruether. This extraordinary theology, while ultimately anti-Jewish and genocidal, places these fundamentalist Christians on the side of the most militant of Jewish fundamentalist settlers who desire to settle all of the land, expel all Palestinians, and destroy the Muslim holy buildings on the Temple Mount in order to rebuild the temple, founding a strictly observant Torah state. Although many liberal Israelis, like Halper, were critical of this basically anti-Semitic theology, in the mid-1990s, under the influence of the then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli government was enthusiastically canvassing the support of Christian Zionists. Exploiting the association of Armageddon theology and the apocalypse with biblical Megiddo, in 1996 Israeli planners and architects, with Netanyahu's encouragement, began creating a 3-dimensional virtual Megiddo. While some Israeli critics described it as apocalypso, Israeli officials were keen to capitalize on the millions of additional visitors expected to flock to mark the end of the millennium in gloomy style. There is currently one critical element missing from the end-time theological package: there is no temple in Jerusalem. Consequently, the Jews, despite the obvious irony, must construct it on the Temple Mount in order that the followers of the Antichrist may desecrate it, in accordance with whose understanding of the fulfillment. 126. 127. OF Biblical Prophecy. Hal Lindsey, the father of the modern-day Bible prophecy movement, is a prolific writer, with at least 18 books dealing directly or indirectly with the end-time theology, his own radio and television programs, seminars, Holy Land tours, and by subscription, his monthly Countdown magazine and International Intelligence Briefing. In the late great Planet Earth, Hal Lindsey had this to say: "Obstacle or no obstacle, it is certain that the temple will be rebuilt. Prophecy demands it. With the Jewish nation reborn in the land of Palestine, ancient Jerusalem once again under total Jewish control for the first time in 2600 years, and talk of rebuilding the great temple, the most important sign of Jesus Christ's soon coming is before us. It is like the key piece of a jigsaw puzzle being found. For all those who trust in Jesus Christ, it is a time of electrifying excitement. This most influential of Lindsay's book has been described by the New York Times as the first nonfiction bestseller of the decade. It has gone through more than 100 printings, with sales by 1993 in excess of 18 million in English, with a further 30 million copies sold in 31 foreign editions. Despite dramatic changes in the world since its publication in 1970, the book remains in print in its original unrevised form. Lindsay has subsequently become a consultant on Middle Eastern affairs to both the Pentagon and the Israeli government. Lindsay's particular kind of reading of history, colored by a literalist exegesis of selected biblical scriptures, is dualistic, dogmatic, triumphalist, apocalyptic and confrontational. Lindsay's last but one book, The Final Battle, includes the statement on the cover, "Never before, in one book, has there been such a complete and detailed look at the events leading up to the Battle of Armageddon." Lindsay, like some other Christian and Jewish fundamentalists, believes that the Muslim Dome of the Rock must be destroyed and the third Jewish temple built in order to ensure the return of Jesus. He argues that the world is degenerating and that the forces of evil manifest in godless communism and radical Islam are the real enemies of Israel. He describes in detail the events leading to the great battle at Megiddo between the massive Russian, Chinese and African armies that will attempt but fail to destroy Israel. He and others like Louis Goldberg, a professor of theology and Jewish studies at the Moody Bible Institute, offer detailed illustrated plans ostensibly showing future military movements of armies and naval convoys leading up to the Battle of Armageddon. Lindsay writes, "These will merely hasten the return of Jesus Christ as King of the Jews, who will rule over the other nations from the rebuilt Jewish temple on the site of the destroyed Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. Jerusalem will be the spiritual center of the entire world. All people of the earth will come annually to worship Jesus, who will rule there." One of the reasons Christian fundamentalists appear so enthusiastic about such a terrible scenario may have to do with their hope of the secret rapture. Just before the final conflagration, they believe, Jesus will rapture true Christians into the upper air, while the rest of humankind was being slaughtered below. 144,000 Jews would bow down before Jesus and be saved, but the rest of Jewry would perish in the mother of all holocausts. The Moody Bible Institute and Dallas Theological Seminary have played no small part in promoting a fundamentalist and Zionist eschatology among thousands of American ministers and missionaries. A critique of Christian Zionism. Dr. Stephen Sizer and Professor Donald Wagner, two leading experts on dispensationalist writings, have highlighted the predominance of militaristic and apocalyptic terminology in the titles of popular books written by Christian Zionists since the 1980s. These include, Hal Lindsey, The TG-8OS, Countdown to Armageddon, Israel and the Last Days, The Road to Holocaust, The Final Battle and the Apocalypse Code, Dave Hunt, Peace, Prosperity and the Coming Holocaust, Billy Graham, Approaching Hoofbeats, The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse and Storm Warning, John F. Walvoord. 128. Armageddon, Oil and the Middle East Crisis, Moishe Rosen, Beyond the Gulf War, Overture to Armageddon, Edgar C. James, Arabs, OIL, and Armageddon and the New World Order. These authors are representative of apocalyptic dispensationalism, or what Don Wagner calls Armageddon theology. Andrew Walker has described this as PMT or premillennial tension. We recounting up to the year 2000 and there's a strong apocalyptical anxiety. 60 Another indication of how seriously American fundamentalists take the military aspect of their apocalyptic scenario can be seen from the content of the itinerary followed by Jerry Falwell on his friendship tour to Israel in 1983. The tour included meetings with senior Israeli government and military officials and an on-site tour of modern Israeli battlefields. Official visit to an Israeli defense installation, strategic military positions, plus experience firsthand the battle Israel faces as a nation. 61 Many Christian fundamentalists find common ground with many fundamentalist Jews and hardline secular Zionists. Their ideologies are founded upon biblically authorized land theft and slaughter. To such fundamentalists, the existence of the Palestinians, including a Palestinian Christian church, is either ignored completely or maligned as theologically liberal and spiritually dead, an irrelevance in the inexorable movement of world history towards the imminent return of the Jewish Messiah. Since their fate and that of the entire world is at stake, Christian fundamentalists and the Christian right in the USA are committed to supporting and protecting Greater Israel and exclusive Israeli domination of Jerusalem at all costs. This alliance between fundamentalist Christian Zionists and Israeli Jewish fundamentalists has serious implications for interfaith and communal relations in the Holy Land. The new War on Terror * provides for more immediate and direct expressions of Christian Zionist animosity towards any and all who stand between militant Zionism and their dreams of and desire for rapture, heavenly release, on a schedule of their own making. Since the setting up of the International Christian Embassy in Jerusalem in 1980, the city has seen a hugely active international movement. The ICEJ, which employs an international staff of 50 and has representatives in over 80 countries, operates from Edward Said's former family home in West Jerusalem, and was established 129. 13 degrees at a time when other governmental embassies were being moved out of Jerusalem to Tel Aviv in protest at Israel's unilateral annexation of East Jerusalem. Among other things, the work of the ICEJ specifically includes promoting Christian Zionist pilgrimages, and the imposition of a Zionist narrative and Israeli political agenda on pilgrimage itineraries. ICEJ offers unconditional support for exclusive Israeli sovereignty over the city and the Judaization of Arab Jerusalem. Since the 1980s, the ICEJ has become the driving force behind a coalition of Christian religious and political Zionist organizations, frequently exploited by the Israeli government whenever a sympathetic Christian viewpoint is needed to enhance their own policies, and rebut Western criticism. For example, in October 1996, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke at the Jerusalem 3000 Years rally organized by the ICEJ in Jerusalem to support Israeli policies in the city. This rally followed the provocative opening of an underground tunnel by the Israelis through the Muslim quarter in the Old City, and Netanyahu was cheered when he insisted the tunnel would be kept open 6 years later. On September 21, 2002, some 2,500 Christian Zionists from a dozen countries gave an ovation to another Israeli Prime Minister, Ariel Sharon, in the annual Feast of Tabernacles celebration organized by the ICEJ in Jerusalem. Sharon told the largely evangelical crowd that names of places in Israel had remained unchanged for 3,000 years and that Pope John Paul II, prior to his visit to Jerusalem in 2000, had told Sharon that Jerusalem was holy to Jews, Christians, and Muslims, but it was promised only to the Jews. 61 Critics of the ICEJ and evangelical Zionism have argued that their doctrine has aggressively imposed an aberrant expression of the Christian faith and an erroneous interpretation of the Bible which is subservient to the political agenda of the modern state of Israel. Dispensationalism is being used today to give theological justification to what the United Nations regards as racism and the denial of basic human rights. It supports the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from their historic lands, endorses the building of Jewish settlements in the occupied territories, incites religious fanaticism by supporting the rebuilding of a Jewish temple on Mount Moriah, dismisses moderate Jewish opinion willing to negotiate land for peace, and advocates an apocalyptic eschatology likely to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Other critics have argued that Christian biblicists have failed to recognize the reality in Palestine-Israel. They have distorted the Bible and marginalized the universal imperative of the Christian gospel, ultimately ignoring the sentiments of the overwhelming majority of indigenous Christians. Inevitably, indigenous Palestinians, Christians, and the Middle East Council of Churches, which represents the indigenous and ancient Eastern churches, have also been highly critical of the activities of American dispensationalists. The Middle East Council of Churches declared in 1988, "Force the Zionist model of theocratic and ethnocentric nationalism on the Middle East. The movement of Christian unity and interreligious understanding which is promoted by the churches in the region. The Christian Zionist program, with its elevation of modern political Zionism, provides the Christian with a worldview where the gospel is identified with the ideology of success and militarism. It places its emphasis on events leading up to the end of history rather than living Christ's love and justice today. Religion and religious groups, however, can also bring conflict resolution and peace to the Holy Land. In all three faiths, religion has also engendered pacifism and pacifist trends. Among the Jerusalem-based religious groups promoting nonviolent struggles for peace and justice are Clergy for Peace and Rabbis for Human Rights. Christianity, for instance, through its doctrine of pacifism, has advanced religious ethics in warfare. In addition to Tov our neighbor as ourselves, Christ's Sermon on the Mount instructs followers to love your enemies and pray for your persecutors. Over the years, the involvement of groups such as the Quakers and Pax Christi in the struggle for a just peace in Israel-Palestine has derived from a pacifist tradition. The same nonviolent tradition has had a major impact on Palestinian liberation theology. Leading Palestinian Christian theologians based in Jerusalem have promoted nonviolent struggle for peace and justice and reconciliation between the three faiths. Dr. Naim Atik, the founder of Sabeel and a leading critic of Christian Zionism, believes that Christian crusading, in the Middle Ages and now, involved holy wars fought by the Western Church that perverted religion, for which Eastern Christians have paid dearly and continue to suffer. For Eastern Christians, he holds, the way of nonviolence is their tradition, their gospel milieu, their heritage. The challenge for 13:1. 132. All religious groups in the Holy Land, as well as for religious politics in Jerusalem, is to develop a pluralistic, democratic, and humanist mode of existence based on equality for all the citizens of Israel-Palestine and the recognition of shared principles, values and interests amid acknowledged religious and political differences. Part 2. From the secular to the sacred. 3. The Theology and Geopolitics of Neo-Zionism, 1967 to 2006. The impact of the 1967 war. Political Zionism emerged in Europe in the late 19th century as a basically secular movement, with non-religious and frequently anti-religious dispositions. Although the Jewish Bible was always in the background as a support, the Jewish state would not be a theocracy. In the 19th century the Zionist program was generally opposed by both wings of Judaism, Orthodox and Reform, as being anti-religious and contrary to the universal of Judaism. Indeed, the founding fathers of modern Zionism and the State of Israel were almost all of them atheists or religiously indifferent, although their legitimization of the Zionist enterprise in the biblical narrative and record was always a powerful driving force to gain international support. However, since its establishment in 1948, the Israeli state, which had been built mainly by atheist Zionists, has undergone a slow but constant process of clericalization and orthodoxization, with leading labor Zionists and founding fathers of the state seeking an alliance with religious Zionism, thus cementing the alliance between the sword and the Torah, between the secular establishment of Zionism and the Zionist religious parties. This partnership between the 136. Ostensibly secular labor Zionism and the declared forces of religious nationalism, Zeev Strinhell observed, was much deeper than appeared on the surface. Furthermore, since the 1967 conquests, radical religious Zionism, often described in Hebrew as the Messianic force or religious fundamentalist trend, has transposed Theodor Herzl's political Zionism from an altogether secular aspiration to create the sovereign state for the Jews *der Judenstaat, to the process apocalyptic redemption of the whole land of the Bible. Although the deeply secular Herzl had been little concerned with the exact location of the Juden-state and the scope of its boundaries, the Zionist messianic force has been inspired by maximalist territorial expansionism. This continuing process of clericalization of the Israeli state, which has been accelerated in recent decades, has serious implications for interfaith relations and religion and the state in Israel-Palestine. Yet, as Israeli sociologist Barak Kimmeling has argued, the shift was bound to take place from the moment secular Zionist leadership invented a tradition, retitling and reimagining Palestine as the land of Israel. has to repeatedly explain to itself and to the international community why it chose Palestine, the land retitled as the Land of Israel, as its target territory for settlement. It was chosen out of ideological religious motives. This fact not only turned the Zionist project into an essentially religious project, which was not able to disconnect itself from its original identity as a quasi-messianic movement. The essence of this society and state's right and reason to exist is embedded in symbols, ideas, and religious scriptures, even if there has been an attempt to give them a secular reinterpretation and context. Indeed, it was made captive from the beginning by its choice of a target territory for immigration and a place for its nation building. For then, neither the nation nor its culture could be built successfully apart from the religious context, even when its prophets, priests, builders, and fighters saw themselves as completely secular. 1. This major shift from secular to messianic Zionism was reflected in the findings of a public opinion poll conducted in the late 1990s, and cited by Kimmerling. It showed, inter alia, that a majority of 55% of the Jewish population of Israel believed in the absolute basis of the faith in the biblical story that the Torah was given to Moses on Mount Sinai. Only 14% rejected. 137. It outright as a historical reality. Furthermore, 68% believed that the Jewish people were a chosen people. Only 20% rejected this ethnocentric belief. Some 39% believed in the coming of the Messiah, only 14% had some doubts about this, and only 3% completely rejected the very messianic idea. In the 1980s, even the leader of the secular Labour Party, Shimon Peres, was undergoing a process of orthodoxization. Israeli media reports and pictures showed him going to the Wailing Wall after being sworn in as Prime Minister and head of the National Unity Government in September 1984, then he was observed taking Talmud lessons from a chief rabbi, although these displays of piety elicited some ridicule and derision in the secular press. The spectacular rise of neo-Zionist Messianism was partly the outcome of the 1967 war, a watershed in the history of Israel which had a profound effect on the country's religious and secular camps. Even for many secular Israelis who were indifferent to religion or even opposed it, the capture of East Jerusalem and the West Bank represented a conversion of almost mystical proportions. Religious and secular, right and left, fathers and sons, still felt that they shared historical and cultural rights based on the sanctity of the Jewish heritage. Israel's astounding victory created a sense of triumphalist history among many non-believing Israeli Jews who saw the capture of the Old City of Jerusalem as a sign from heaven. 2. This triumphalist feeling brought to prominence fundamentalist Zionism and gave rise to Messianic Zionism, or Neo-Zionism, which generated feverish Jewish fundamentalism, whose rise contributed to exacerbating Israel's schizophrenic cultural identity and the division between the secular and religious camps in the country. 3. In the wake of the war, and the rise of radical religious Zionism, the role of the biblical narrative within Zionist ideology and Israeli settler colonialism increased significantly. Radical religious Zionism has since developed into a major political and cultural force, with a considerable influence on the attitudes, commitments, and votes of a large number of religious and secular Israelis. Its organized focus is the settlement movement of Gush Emunim, the most influential Jewish fundamentalist movement in the country. 13.8. Which also activates the entire panorama of neo-Zionist and secular ultra-nationalists, including some of Israel's most powerful secular right-wing leaders. Messianic Zionism in Israel, in its various shades, emphasizes both the holiness and the territorial wholeness of biblical Eretz Yisrael. In constructing neo-Zionist ideology, national identity is not simply a socio-cultural phenomenon but a geopolitical and territorial ideal. This is reflected in the popular slogan, "The Land of Israel, for the people of Israel, according to the Torah of Israel." As the late Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook, the spiritual leader of Jewish Messianism, put it, the land was chosen before the people. Hanan Porad, one of the most influential leaders of Gush Emunim, echoed this view. For us the land of Israel is a land of destiny, a chosen land, not just an existentially defined homeland. It is the land from which the voice of God has called to us ever since that first call to the first Hebrew, "Come and go forth from your land where you were born and from your father's house to the land that I will show you." Although there is a variety of Jewish religious radical groups in Israel, they invariably envisage a theocratic regime for Israel based on the halacha and spurn universal, humanistic, and liberal values. For them, Zionism and the State of Israel are divine agents. The theology of the Israeli Messianic force is based on four major components: Messianic fervor related to the belief in the sanctity of Greater Israel, the building of the temple on the site of the Muslim shrines in occupied East Jerusalem, the ethos of a religious utopia, reflecting the desire to build a theocratic Jewish state based on the halacha, as a substitute for Western-style liberal democracy, the establishment of Jewish political sovereignty over the whole land of Israel. Moreover, the creation of the State of Israel in 1948 and the conquest of additional territories in the 1967 war are both perceived as constituting part of the divine process of messianic redemption, a process that, according to Jewish fundamentalists, should not be stopped or altered by any elected government of Israel. The theology of the Messianic current generally conceives a radical and sharp distinction between Jew and non-Jew in the Holy Land and assumes 13.9. Basically antagonistic relations between them. For Jewish fundamentalists, the conflict with Gentiles over Jerusalem, and even war against them, is for their own good because this will hasten messianic redemption. For Jewish fundamentalists, who embrace the supremacist notion of Jews as a divinely chosen people, the indigenous Palestinians are no more than illegitimate tenants and squatters, and a threat to the process of messianic redemption. Their human and civil rights are no match for the divine legitimacy and the religiously ordained duty of conquering, possessing, and settling the promised land. Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook, in particular, promoted a racist doctrine of the Jews as a divinely chosen superior race, while the Palestinian Arabs were an inferior race. The distinction between Yitzhak and Ishmael is a clear racial distinction, Kook wrote. For Kook and his disciples, Israel must continue the ancient biblical battles over settlement of the land of Israel, to be won by a combination of religious faith and military might. The devotion of an increasingly powerful trend to the exclusive possession of Greater Jerusalem and the Holy Land, and to messianic redemption, has effectively turned Palestinian East Jerusalem, illegally occupied and unilaterally annexed to Israel after 1967, into resident aliens in their own city. The same theology spawned Jewish terrorism in East Jerusalem and the West Bank from the late 1970s through the 1980s and 1990s. This Jewish terrorism has been reflected in, among others, the activities of Hamadoret HaYehudit and Terror Against Terror of the early 1980s, the Hebron massacre in February 1994, and the assassination of Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin on November 4, 1995. The continuing rise of the Zionist Messianic force is bound to have serious implications for community and national and interfaith relations in the Middle East. The rise of middle-class Ashkenazi Jewish fundamentalism in Israel. Several Israeli scholars who have documented the ongoing process of clericalization in Israel since 1948 and the rapid growth of Messianic 140 Zionism since 1967, have observed a strong element of religious coercion. Already in 1965 a prominent Israeli historian, Yaakov Talman, observed the major role played by the religious establishment in the Israeli state and society. In Israel today, the rabbinate is rapidly developing into a firmly institutionalized church imposing an exacting discipline on its members and facing the general body of laymen as a distinct power. This is not a religious development, but, ironically enough, the outcome of the emergence of the state. The latter has given birth and legitimacy to an established church. Professor Talman pointed out that none of this has roots in Jewish tradition or the Jewish diaspora. The theocratic elements in Israeli state and society are often explained in terms of the problems of coalition politics, but the socio-political and cultural reasons run much deeper. Such a theocratic development is hardly surprising in a society in which some basis must be established, in state ideology, cultural attitudes, and law, to distinguish the privileged and dominant Jewish population from the non-Jewish citizens of Israel. However, until 1967 religious Zionism remained relatively pragmatic in its demand to apply the halacha within Israel as well as in foreign affairs. Since 1967, as several Israeli scholars, including Yehoshaphat Harkabi, Yeshayahu Leibowitz, Ehud Sprinzik, Aviezer Ravitsky, and Uriel Tal, have pointed out, militant religious Zionism has become central to Israel's domestic and foreign policies. Moreover, the relationship between Jewish religion and Zionist state policies has become increasingly more intertwined. A radical fundamentalist theology is deployed in the service of settler colonial policies, and Zionist nationalist policies implement Jewish religious commandments and Jewish theocracy. Furthermore, the Zionist messianic force is inspired by maximalist territorial annexationism. Michael Newman, a professor of philosophy at Trent University in Ontario, Canada, wrote, Israel Shahak and others have documented the rise of fundamentalist Jewish sects that speak of the greater value of Jewish blood, the specialness of Jewish DNA, the duty to kill even innocent civilians who pose a potential danger to Jews, and the need to redeem lands lying far beyond the present frontiers of Israeli control. Much of this happens beneath the public surface of Israeli society, but these racial ideologies exert a strong influence on the mainstream. So far, they have easily prevailed over the small, courageous Jewish opposition to Israeli crimes. The Israeli government can afford to let the fanatical race warriors go unchecked, because it knows the world would not dare connect their outrages to any part of Judaism itself. As for the dissenters, don't they just show what a wonderfully democratic society Israel has produced? 4. On the whole, the rise of radical neo-Zionism in Israel, unlike the variety of Islamic fundamentalism in Palestine, is not the product of socio-economic or political marginalization. 5. It is, rather, a middle-class phenomenon and the product of state policies, the influence of Zionist elites, and coalition politics. This can be seen in the following 6 aspects. The role of the Ashkenazi religious establishment. The single most influential ideologue of Ashkenazi fundamentalism was Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook, who was the head of the large Merkaz Harav Yeshiva in Jerusalem. His father was the chief Ashkenazi rabbi of the Jewish community in Mandatory Palestine between 1920 and 1935, Rabbi Avraham Yitzhak HaKohen Kook. The latter, a prolific author, was the founder of the Zionist religious and messianic ideology. He was a key figure in accommodating the ideology of secular Zionism to classical Jewish orthodoxy, and is held in great regard not only by religious messianics but also by many secular Zionists. He established the foundation of the Chief Rabbinate of Israel, the Rabbinate, and Israel's national rabbinical courts, Beit Din, which work in coordination with the Israeli government, having jurisdiction over much law relating to marriage, divorce, conversion, and education. He also built political alliances between the secular labor Zionist leadership and followers of religious Zionism. He believed, according to his ideo-theological system, that the secular and even anti-religious labor Zionist settlers of the pre-state period were part of a grand divine scheme of building up the physical land, laying the groundwork for the ultimate messianic redemption of world Jewry. The Kooks were key figures in Israel's Ashkenazi establishment. Their demand that the halacha guide official policies towards the Palestinian population is widely accepted in religious circles and parties in Israel. 141. Moreover, because of its middle-class Ashkenazi origins, the powerful settlement movement of Kush Immunim has been the most successful extra-parliamentary movement to arise in Israel since 1948, and has had a profound influence upon the Israeli political system. Its practical settlement of the West Bank has been the main vehicle of the political success of Jewish fundamentalism inside Israel. In the ascendance of Israel's radical right Sprinzik writes, Gush Immunim has changed since the 1970s. From a messianic collective of young true believers who thought they could change the world by concentrated spirituality and pioneering devotion, it has become a movement of dozens of settlements, thousands of settlers, with financial assets and material interest. It has added a maturity and skepticism to its early spontaneity and messianic craze. But Gush Emunim is still a very dynamic force, by far the most viable component of the radical right. It may also be the most effective social movement that has emerged in Israel since 1948. To middle-class Ashkenazi elite politics, the Gush Emunim radical settlers and activists are mostly highly educated Ashkenazi, middle-class and professional Israelis who have close, and often personal, ties with Israel's ruling elites, traditional ruling parties and powerful figures in the Likud and the National Religious Party. The same Messianic settlers perceive themselves as continuing the process of early pioneering Zionism, particularly within the field of establishing new Jewish settlements. For much of the larger camp of the Israeli right and the supporters of Greater Israel, Gush Emunim now fulfills the role that the elites of the kibbutz movement fulfilled for labor Zionism in the pre-state period. And, like early Zionist settlers in Palestine, who engaged in actual redemption of land and the creation of irreversible facts, the Gush Emunim settlers have invariably had a disproportionate impact on the official policies of successive Israeli governments. The Gush settlers' disproportionate impact on official policies stemmed also from their dogged religious determination, as well as from their dynamism and practical pursuit of their objectives. 3. State funding. The nationalist religious yeshivot of the NRP and its religious youth movement, Bnei Akiva, which gave birth to Gush Emunim, are funded by the state's Ministry of Education. 4. Yeshivat Merkaz Harav and the militarist Hesder Yeshivot in the occupied territories. Yeshivat Merkaz Harav in Jerusalem, which has been the focus of the neo-Zionist Messianic movement in Israel, is closely associated with the West Bank fundamentalist settlers. Though founded by Rabbi Avraham Kook, it was his son, Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook, who turned it into a political platform for Messianic neo-Zionism immediately after 1967, when he came out publicly against any territorial concessions, and emerged as the spiritual head of the settler movement, attracting thousands of supporters for strident, apocalyptic Messianic redemptionism. His disciples founded, and currently run, several major yeshivot in the occupied territories, which also function as Hesder Yeshivot for the Israeli army. Virtually all of their students serve in military units. These included Yeshivat Birkat Moshe in the settlement of Ma'ale Idumim, founded in 1977, which has become one of the Army's premier Hesder Yeshivot / Yeshivat Ataret Kohanim, founded in 1978 in the heart of the Old City of Jerusalem, just opposite the Temple Mount, is headed by Rabbi Shlomo Avenur. Its activities focused on rebuilding the temple. Its students also serve in the Israeli army, and Yeshivat Haketel, which was founded in the early 1970s, also in the Old City of Jerusalem. Other militarist Hesder Yehivot in the Occupied territories were Yeshivat Nir in the settlement of Kiryat Arba and Yeshivat Harezion in the settlement of Alan Shavat, both of which were founded in the 1970s. 5. Coalition politics. Clearly a large measure of the rise in Jewish religious radicalism in Israel has been due to both elite and coalition politics, and in particular to the symbiotic relationship that the religious fundamentalists have forged with secular right-wing Israeli elites, especially the leaders of the Likud. The Likud, unlike labor Zionism, had no strong settlement movement of its own. Consequently, after May 1977, the practical expertise and settlement zeal of thousands of Messianic settlers provided the Likud administrations with an indispensable resource in the implementation of their annexationist policies. Formally established in February 1974 and wielding tremendous influence over Likud administrations, the religious settler movement has played a key role in establishing 144 dozens of illegal Jewish settlements in Greater Jerusalem and throughout the occupied West Bank. Seen as a natural successor to the Whole Land of Israel movement, a predominantly Zionist secular and territorially expansionist movement founded immediately after 1967, the Gush Emunim movement underwent several stages of development. Its roots, however, are embedded in the post-1967 reality. it had evolved into an organized and dynamic force of Jewish settlers from the youth branch of the NRP, a party which, in the last 3 decades, has epitomized the rise of the nationalist religious messianic force in Israeli politics. 6 Until 1967, the NRP's main interest had been in advocating legislation of a religious nature, and its role in Israeli external affairs had been limited. However, in the post-1967 period, the NRP became dominated by its young guard, those elements committed ideologically to the practical settlement by Jews of the four-whole land of Israel * and its permanent incorporation into the State of Israel. Although the NRP remained a coalition partner of the pragmatic ruling Labour Party until 1977, its commitment to Greater Israel and its close identification with Gush Emunim meant that its natural partnership lay with maximalist revisionist Zionism, with the Likud and Israel's secular radical right. 6 Israeli plans to colonize the occupied Palestinian territories in 1967. After the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, Israel immediately began an intensive campaign of colonization. In 1967, Israel unilaterally annexed East Jerusalem and took over the outer zone of the Arab city. Since then, Israel has confiscated additional Palestinian land and has transferred Palestinian citizens in a drive to Judah's Arab Jerusalem. Attempts have also been made to change the demographic character of the Palestinian territories radically by taking over Palestinian land and isolating population centers. If the 1967 war conquests provided the initial impetus for the emergence of Zionist religious radicalism in Israel, Likud's assumption of power in May 1977 helped to consolidate radical Judaism in the country, giving the Gush Emunim settlers an enormous boost. From 1977 through the early 1980s, it became public knowledge that the Gush Emunim movement enjoyed the crucial support of Prime Minister Menahem Begin, of 145. The Agriculture Minister and Chairman of the Ministerial Committee on Settlement and later Defense Minister Ariel Sharon and the Army Chief of Staff Raphael Eitan. Under Likud, settlement activities in areas densely populated by Arabs acquired official authorization and were carried out as government policy. New settler groups were assisted in establishing numerous settlements throughout the West Bank in accordance with blueprints prepared jointly by Gush Emunim and the Settlement Department of the World Zionist Organization under its new co-chairman, Likud appointee Matityahu Droblis. Since 1977, the principal financial support of the settlement movement and its activities has been the Israeli government, the World Zionist Organization and the Jewish Agency. These official bodies provided the Jewish settlers with material resources, and the Israeli army gave them weapons and explosives, and protected them, while ensuring the Arab population remained defenseless. In this context, Michael Newman, a professor of philosophy at Trent University in Ontario, Canada, wrote a remarkable essay in July 2008 entitled "What's So Bad About Israel?" Israeli settlement policy, quite apart from its terrible effect on Palestinians, is outrageous for what it represents: a careful, deliberate rejection of peace, and a declaration of the fixed intention to dispossess the Palestinians until they have nothing left. And something else has changed. Israel could claim, as a matter of self-interest if not of right, that it needed the pre-1967 territory as a homeland for the Jews. It cannot say this about the settlements, which exist not from any real need for anything, but for 3 reasons: to give some Israelis a cheap deal on housing, to conform to the messianic expectations of Jewish fundamentalists, and, not least, as a vengeful, relentless, sadistically gradual expression of hatred for the defeated Arab enemy. In short, by the mid-1970s, Israel's crimes were no longer the normal atrocities of nation-building nor an excessive sort of self-defense. They represented a cold-blooded, calculated, indeed an eagerly embraced choice of war over peace, and an elaborate plan to seek out those who had fled the misery of previous confrontations, to make certain that their suffering would continue. 7. With thousands of full-time devotees, Gush Emunim fundamentalists' real power lies in the organization's extensive settlement network, its thousands of highly devoted and motivated settlers, its dozens of illegal settlements established in the West Bank, and in 146. The Golan Heights since 1967 * with their huge financial and material assets, and above all in the activities of its leading personalities in all the political parties of the right. Gush Emunim has drawn crucial support from the Likud, the NRP, Tzemet, Molde, Tehaya, Mossad, and Ehud Lumi. Knesset members of these parties identified with Gush Emunim objectives and openly campaigned for their implementation. In 1987, members of the Knesset faction Mossad, all of whom were closely identified with Gush Emunim, succeeded in capturing key positions within the NRP. Furthermore, several leading Gush Emunim personalities, including Hanan Porat, Rabbi Eliezer Waldman and Rabbi Chaim Druckman, have been Knesset members. In August 2005, the Israeli government forcibly evacuated 7,500 Jewish settlers from the Gaza Strip, in an attempt to concentrate on the colonization of the much bigger area of the West Bank. In fact, the colonization process has never been halted. Today a visitor to West Bank can see the result of these settlement policies, with colonies scattered all over the area. The current settlement emphasis is on three areas. Greater Jerusalem, to create demographic facts in order to frustrate any Palestinian claims to Jerusalem. Along the West Bank's western edges, to make the return to the 1967 borders practically impossible, and to make the settlement blocks closely integrated with Israel, with settlers commuting to work inside Israel. The Jordan Valley, for its perceived importance to Israel's security as well as for its valuable agricultural resources. In reality, the growth of settlements in the West Bank is designed to promote the formation of large blocks which will continue to expand and swallow ever greater areas of Palestinian land. The Bible and Kookist theology. The teachings of the Kooks integrated the traditional, passive religious longings for the land with modern, secular, activist and expansionist Zionism, giving birth to a new comprehensive theology of Jewish nationalist religious messianism. Kookist * ideotheology saw the 1967 war and the occupation of the Old City of Jerusalem as a turning point in the process of Messianic redemption and the deliverance of Eretz Yisrael from What it termed the Sitra Ikra. Tzvi Kook himself rushed with his biblical claims towards the West Bank immediately after the 1967 conquests. This land is ours, absolutely, belonging to all of us, non-transferable to others even in part. It is clear and absolute that there are no Arab territories or Arab lands here, but only the lands of Israel, the eternal heritage of our forefathers to which others have come and upon which they have built without our permission and in our absence. Kook's politics were described by the Israeli journalist David Shaham as consistent, extremist, uncompromising, and concentrated on a single issue, the right of the Jewish people to sovereignty over every foot of the land of Israel. Absolute sovereignty, with no imposed limitations. From a perspective of national sovereignty, he says, the country belongs to us. *9 Immediately after the 1967 war, Rabbi Kook demanded the annexation of the occupied territories, in line with explicit halacha provisions. 10 He also said at a conference after 1967, I tell you explicitly, that there is a prohibition in the Torah against giving up even an inch of our liberated land. There are no conquests here and we are not occupying foreign land, we are returning to our home, to the inheritance of our forefathers. There is no Arab land here, only the inheritance of our Qad. The more the world gets used to this thought, the better it will be for it and for all of us. These statements were made in the presence of over 1,000 people, including the Israeli President Zalman Shazar, ministers, members of the Knesset, judges, chief rabbis and senior civil servants. For the followers of Rabbi Kook, continuing territorial expansion, combined with the establishment of Jewish sovereignty over the entire, biblically described land of Israel, and the building of the temple in Oc-Cupid East Jerusalem, are all part of implementing the divinely ordained messianic redemption. Rabbi Shlomo Avenur, a Paris-born Jew and the chief rabbi of the Ateret Kohanim Yeshiva in East Jerusalem's Old City. 14:8. a fundamentalist group campaigning to rebuild the Jewish temple on the Al-Haram al-Sharif Khaled for further territorial expansionism beyond the current occupied territories, even if there is a peace, we must instigate wars of liberation in order to conquer additional parts of the land of Israel. The Bible, the verdict of Amalek and counter-jihad. The indigenous Palestinians are viewed by radical rabbis as temporary alien residents, and as a population living, at best, on sufferance. The Sami rabbis deny that a Palestinian nation existed and strongly oppose the idea of Palestinian rights in Jerusalem. According to them, there is no need to take into consideration the Arab residents, since their residence in the city for hundreds of years was prohibited and was based on theft, fraud, and distortion. Therefore now the time has come for the Arab robbers to depart. As Rabbi Avener explains. To what can this be compared? It resembles a man entering his neighbor's house without permission and residing there for many years. When the original owner of the house returns, the invader claims, "It is mine. I have been living here for many years." So what? All of these years he was a robber. Now he should depart and pay housing rent as well. A person might say, there is a difference between a residence of 30 years and a residence of 2,000 years. Let us ask him, is there a law of limitation which gives a robber the right to his plunder? Everyone who settled here knew very well that he was residing in a land that belonged to the people of Israel. Perhaps an Arab who was born here does not know this, nonetheless the fact that a man settled on land does not make it his. Legally possession serves only as evidence of a claim of ownership, but it does not create ownership. The Arab's possession of the land is therefore a possession that asserts no right. It is the possession of territory when it is absolutely clear that they are not its legal owners, and this possession has no legal and moral validity. In a similar disposition Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook, who apparently inspired Avener's Apologia, wrote, "We find ourselves here by virtue of our forefathers' inheritance, the foundation of the Bible and history, and there is no one that can change this fact. What does it resemble? A man left his house and others came and invaded it? This is exactly what happened to us. There are those who claim that these 149 are Arab lands here. It is all a lie and falsehood. There are absolutely no Arab lands here. The imagery of the homecoming Jew and the Arab invader permeates the writings of a variety of spiritual leaders and ideologists of Jewish fundamentalism, particularly the radical extremists, and implies that the Jew has the right to evict the alien Arab invader. Moreover, these ideologues interpret the Zionist assertion of historical rights to the land as meaning that the very fact of Arab residence on, and possession of, the land is morally flawed and legally, at best, temporary. Therefore the Arabs must evacuate the land in the interests of the legal owners of the country, and depart. Palestinian resistance to the extension of Jewish sovereignty, according to many Jewish fundamentalists, will result in their uprooting and destruction. The late Rabbi Meir Kahane, who acquired a reputation for defining the outer limits of both right-wing politics and Jewish fundamentalism in Israel, was a major contributor to the rise of militant messianic theology in Israel in the post-1967 period. After Kahane's assassination in New York in 1990, his funeral in Jerusalem was attended by 2 Israeli cabinet ministers, 2 deputy ministers, and by the chief Sephardi rabbi, who urged the mourners to follow in Kahane's ways. Kahane, unlike some of the rabbis of Kush Immunim, made little distinction between Palestinian Christians and Palestinian Muslims. His racist public campaign thrived on media publicity, concentrating on the Palestinian citizens of Israel, and not just those of the occupied territories. Kahane declared on another occasion, "No non-Jews can be citizens of Israel," seeking to rescind the citizenship status currently given to Palestinian Christians and Muslims inside the Green Line. "If the Arabs refuse to accept the status of Ger Tashav, we'll put them on trucks and send them over the Allenby Bridge, we'll use force. And if they fire at our soldiers, we'll kill them." Rabbi Kahane and other loosely associated rabbis frequently referred to the Palestinians as the Amalekites or the Canaanites of today. Although some refer to the local Arabs as Ishmaelites and to the circumstances under which biblical Abraham expelled Ishmael, many prefer to use Joshua's destruction and subjugation of the Canaanites as a model for the determination of Israeli policy towards the contemporary Arab problem of Greater Israel. Reflecting on the appropriate policy for Jews to adopt towards the Palestinians, Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook cited Maimonides to the effect that the Canaanites had three choices: to flee, to accept Jewish sovereignty, or to fight, implying that the decision by most Canaanites to resist Jewish rule justified their destruction. According to the Old Testament, the Amalekites were an ancient nomadic people, who dwelt in the Sinai Desert and southern Palestine, regarded as the Israelites' inveterate foe, whose annihilation became a sacred duty and against whom war should be waged until their memory be blotted out forever. Although the biblical stories mention that the Amalekites were finally wiped out during the reign of Hezekiah in the 8th century BC, rabbinical literature dwells on Amalek's role as the Israelites' permanent archenemy, saying that the struggle between the two peoples will continue until the coming of the Messiah, when God will destroy the last remnants of Amalek. Some of the religious radicals insist on giving the biblical commandment to blot out the memory of Amalek in actual contemporary relevance in the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. In February 1980, Rabbi Yisrael Hess, the former campus rabbi of the Religious University of Bar Ilan, published an article in the student bulletin Bat Kol, the title of which, "The Genocide Commandment in the Torah Leaves No Place for Ambiguity." The article ends: "The day is not far when we shall all be called to this holy war, to this commandment of the annihilation of Amalek." In fact, the association of the Palestinians with the ancient Amalekites was made in a book written in 1974 by Rabbi Moshe ben Tzion Ishbezeri, the rabbi of Ramat Gan. 11. Hess quotes the biblical commandment according to which he believes Israel, in the tradition of Joshua from biblical times, should act, "Go and strike down Amalek, put him under the ban with all that he possesses. Do not spare him, but kill man and woman, baby and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." Hess adds, "Against this holy war God declares a counter-jihad, in order to emphasize that this is the background for the annihilation and that it is over this that the war is being waged and that it is not a conflict between two peoples. God is not content that we annihilate Amalek, blot out the memory of Amalek." 150. He also enlists personally in this war, because, as has been said, he has a personal interest in this matter. This is the principal aim. See Iden G. Hess's article. Amnon Rubinstein, a Knesset member then representing the centrist Shinui party and a lecturer in law at Tel Aviv University, commented. Rabbi Hess explains the commandment which instructs the blotting out of the memory of Amalek and says that there is not the slightest mercy in this commandment which orders the killing and annihilation of also children and infants. Amalek is whoever declares war on the people of God. Rubinstein points out that no reservation on behalf of the editorial board, the students, or the university was made after publishing this article, which was also reprinted in other newspapers. However, a subsequent issue of Bat Kol carried two articles written by Professor Uriel Simon and Dr. Tzvi Weinberg severely criticizing the article of Rabbi Hess. Clearly for Hess, Amalek is synonymous with the Palestinian Arabs, who have a conflict with Israeli Jews, and they must be annihilated, including women, children and infants. His use of the Arabic term jihad leaves no doubt as to whom such a war of annihilation should be waged against. These disturbing ideas were not confined to Rabbi Hess, for whom the Palestinian Arabs are the Amalekites of today who desecrate the land of Israel. In his On the Lord's Side, Danny Rubinstein has shown that this notion permeates the Gush Emunah movement's bulletins. Thus, Nekuda of August 29, 1980 carried an article written by Gush Emunah veteran Haim Ksoriyat, entitled The Right to Hate, which reads, "In every generation there is an Amalek. The Amalekism of our generation finds expression in the deep Arab hatred towards our national revival in our forefathers' land." The same notion propagated by the messianic trend regarding the equiparation of the Palestinians with the Amalekites was widely discussed in the Israeli daily press and even on television. It was also criticized in moderate religious circles. Point 12 But it was the late Professor Uriel Tal, a prominent biblical scholar at Tel Aviv University, in a study in the early 1980s, who did more than anyone to expose the annihilationist notions preached by the rising messianic force in Israel. Professor Tal 151, who had also done extensive research on anti-Semitism between the two world wars, concluded that these messianic doctrines were similar to ideas common in Germany during the Weimar Republic and the Third Reich. The gist of Tal's research was presented to an academic forum at Tel Aviv University in March 1984 and was subsequently widely publicized in the Hebrew press and in Israeli journals. Tal pointed out that the totalitarian messianic force refers to the Palestinian Arabs in three stages or degrees. I. The reduction of the Palestinians in Jerusalem and the West Bank to the halachic status of resident alien. A. The promotion of Arab transfer and emigration. 3. The implementation of the commandment of Amalek, as expressed in Rabbi Hess's article The Commandment of Genocide in the Torah, in other words, annihilating the Palestinian Arabs. Like Uriel Tal, many liberal Israelis found the resurgence of this messianic and anti-Arab trend a chilling prospect, as the Israeli political scientist Yoram Perry remarked in 1984. The solution of the transports and the trucks is not the end of the story. There is a further stage which the proponents of racist Zionism do not usually refer to explicitly, since the conditions for it are not ripe. But the principles are there, clear and inevitable. This is the stage of genocide, the annihilation of the Palestinian people. Religious Zionist figures sought to legitimize discussions of mass Arab transfer and ethnic cleansing. In October 1987, a prominent office holder from the religious right, Yosef Shapira, a former member of the NRP and a Marisha minister in the cabinet of Yitzhak Shamir, referred to transfer as a reasonable and viable solution, suggesting that a sum of $20,000 should be paid for a Palestinian family ready to leave permanently. In support of his proposal, Shapira cited a survey his party conducted among rabbis in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, in which 6% responded that we must force them to do so by any means at our disposal and see in it an exchange of population. 13% favored the encouragement of voluntary emigration. In 15.3. The same year, an article entitled In Defense of the Transfer, published in Nekuda of April 14, 1987, Moshe Ben Yosef wrote, "It is kosher to discuss the idea of transfer, and even to put it into effect. It is kosher not only because it is an actual solution but also because it is required for the vision of the whole land of Israel. The idea of transfer has deep roots in the Zionist movement. Gush Emunim's main organ, Nekuda, has been assiduously popularizing the transfer idea since its first appearance in December 1979. By 1986 its circulation had reached 10,000 copies, sent to subscribers in the occupied territories and in Israel, including public institutions as well as public and academic libraries. Nekuda also appears in pamphlet form with a circulation of 50,000. The November 1987 issue of Nekuda discusses the results of a recent questionnaire on security matters conducted among rabbis, yeshiva students, and directors in the settlements of Judea, Samaria and Gaza. Some 86% of the respondents to the questionnaire from the Tzemet Institute in Elon Shvut settlement supported the imposition of collective punishment, on a refugee camp, Hamula, or family, for Arab inhabitants. 64% were of the opinion that the collective punishment should be expulsion, 77% believed that Arab emigration should be encouraged, while 85% thought that the death penalty should be imposed on Arab terrorists. 13 Yisrael Harel, a Gush Emunim activist and the editor of Nekuda, wrote in January 1988, half a year ago, 90% of people would have objected to transfer. Today 30 to 40% would argue that it's not a dirty word or an inhuman policy. On the contrary, they would argue it's a way to avoid friction. 14 David Rosensieg of Kaidumim wrote in an article in Nekuda in December 1983. We should urge them to get out of here. The Arab public must feel that the land enemy is not a morbid feeling, but a healthy and natural phenomenon. The people of Israel have a legitimate national and natural psychological right to hate their enemies. The Arabs are the Amalekites of today. The aim of the settlements in the Nablus area is to stick a knife in the heart of the Palestinians. For the right-wing religious fundamentalists, Jewish sovereignty over the whole land of Israel was divinely ordained, since the entire land had been promised by God to the Jewish people. Moreover, for many settlement leaders, particularly religious figures and extremist rabbis, the ideological conflict with the Palestinian Arabs had its roots in biblical injunctions regarding the Amalekites, as we have seen. At least some leading rabbis have interpreted this biblical injunction to justify not only the expulsion of local Arabs but also the killing of Arab civilians in the event of war. In 1980, the Gush Emunim Movement's Department of Information published an article written by Dr. Yisrael Eldad, a supporter of a greater 15.5. Israel from the Nile to the Euphrates *, recommending that the best course of action would be to bring about large-scale Arab emigration through the deliberate creation of economic hardship in the West Bank and Gaza. Similar views have been expressed at every level of the Gush Emunim movement by both leaders and rank-and-file members, most of whom are religious extremists. Eliakim Ha'etzni of Kiryat Arba, a prominent secular figure in the settlers movement who later became a Tehaya Party member of the Knesset and was until the early 1950s a member of the Mapei Party, spoke at a conference of the settlers attended by 50 leading activists from settlements in the occupied territories held in Moshav Bnei Ital in the Gaza Strip in 1980, a few weeks after the maiming of the West Bank mayors, to discuss the future of Arab-Jewish relations in Eretz Yisrael. According to the account of the conference, published by the official Gush Emunim Bulletin Hamaker, Ha'etzni stated, "We must get rid of the real obstacle to peace, which is the Hashemite royal house, and we must not leave Amman except in exchange for an agreement stipulating the elimination of the Hashemite royal house and the elimination of the refugee problem. We must help the Palestinian Arabs to set up their own state on the east bank of the Jordan. The Arabs living on the west bank, in Judea and Samaria, and in the Galilee and the Negev will then elect the Jordanian parliament, and the Jews settled on the east bank will elect the Knesset. 1*. David Grossman, a correspondent of the Jerusalem Post covering the West Bank, described a meeting of Gush Emunim in the settlement of Alfei Menashe at which Ha'etzni urged the authorities to take steps against PLO activities and anyone who opposed the settlement policies. Grossman writes, "I make out the words expulsion, closure, imprisonment, death penalty, destruction, and for a short, mad moment I see Ha'etzni prancing happily through a West Bank completely emptied of people." In 1987, Dr. Mordecai Nissen, a senior lecturer at the Hebrew University and a supporter of Gush Emunim, attempted to legitimize the transfer solution with ample documentation of previous Zionist leaders' support for such a solution. After reviewing Zionist transfer ideas and proposals from Herzl to Ben-Gurion, Nissen quotes several statements made by leading Israeli politicians and Knesset members, Meir Cohen of Idov, a former deputy speaker of the Knesset, and Yuval Neiman, then leader of the Tehaya Party and former Minister of Science. Nissen states that the idea of transferring the Arabs from the land of Israel has not left the national agenda in Israel. In recent years, books were written proposing explicitly the removal of the whole Arab population, or at least most of it, from the Jewish state, in order to safeguard it from the Arab danger which is becoming stronger. All these statements, books, and articles in the Hebrew press in support of transfer are a few signposts which, perhaps, indicate a tendency in the Israel public to raise forcefully this ancient idea. It seems to me that the time makes the idea relevant and vital now. Nissen went on to question the very possibility of Arab-Jewish coexistence, as is characteristic of so many of the supporters of Neo-Zionism and Greater Israel. His justification of Arab removal rests on explicitly racist premises, echoing the strident arguments of Rabbi Meir Kahane. For example, it is likely that a sharp and extreme solution will be raised as a remedy to the Arab plague that afflicts the country. The idea of removing the Arabs from the western land of Israel radiates hope and arouses interest in the face of the hopelessness that the governments of Israel have shown in the recent period. Nissan spells out 3 advantages for Israel if the country were to be emptied of the Arab inhabitants. The internal security problem would disappear. The Arab claim over the land of Israel would lose its validity, and the Jewish people would be able to enjoy exclusive sovereignty without contestation over the country. The danger of assimilation, the blurring of the state being solely a Jewish state, mixed marriages etc., all these would disappear as a threat to the Zionist/Jewish domination of Greater Israel. These advantages in the security, political and cultural field would certainly contribute to the strengthening of the State of Israel and its turning into a more comfortable, secure, quiet and Jewish place. The extreme solution of removing the Arabs from the country is surely tempting in its simplicity and its anticipated results of spoils. It appears as a positive and pragmatic measure that could solve once and for all the bitter conflict and thereby secure a good life for the people of Israel. Is it a secret that among very many Jews in Israel this is the solution that has settled deep in their heart? Every person who is deeply rooted in the life of Israel, with its problems and dreams, knows this at first hand, Nissan concludes. For Messianic Zionists, the Palestinians face the same predicament as the Canaanites of the Bible and have little choice but to leave their native land. Hence the approval of Jewish terrorism by Nissan is the logical and practical conclusion of the idiotheology of Greater Israel and is a political instrument designed to force the Arab population into evacuation. With the rise of Jewish fundamentalism and the radical messianic force in Israel in the last 2 decades, many far-reaching ideas, such as annihilating the Amalekites of today, have entered mainstream Zionist religious thinking. Inspired by a fundamentalist interpretation of the Old Testament scriptures, especially the books of Exodus, Deuteronomy, and Joshua, their discourse presents ethnic cleansing as not only legitimate, but as required by the divinity. It has already been shown that the idea of ethnic cleansing, or transferring the Palestinians, is widely supported by nationalist religious groups as well as by the Gush Emunim movement, both leaders and members. If the very idea of Arab residence in Palestine is based on theft, is morally flawed and is legally only temporary, according to the religious fundamentalists, then the logical conclusion is Arab removal. Rabbi Yisrael Ariel bluntly and explicitly demands expelling the Palestinians, as necessitated by Jewish religious commandments. On the one hand there is a commandment of settling Eretz Yisrael, which is defined by our sages of blessed memory also as the commandment of inheritance and residence, a commandment mentioned many times in the Torah. Every young student understands that inheritance and residence means conquering and settling the land. The Torah repeats the commandment "You shall dispossess all the inhabitants of the land" tens of times, and Rashi explains that "you shall dispossess, you shall expel." The Torah itself uses the term expulsion a number of times such as, "Since you shall expel the inhabitants of the country with my help." The substance of 158. This commandment is to expel the inhabitants of the land whoever they may be. This is also the opinion of Rashi in defining the commandment. In the same Talmudic passage which mentions the commandment pertaining to the land, Rashi interprets, because to settle Eretz Yisrael, to expel idolaters and to settle Israel there. Thus according to Rashi the commandment to settle aims at the expulsion of the non-Jew from Eretz Yisrael and that it be settled with Jews. The theology of the Messianic Zionists, including the fundamentalist notion of the Amalek of today, found an echo in an article published by the chief military rabbi of the IDF Central Command, Rabbi Avraham Semmel, who, according to Professor Amnon Rubinstein, gave halacha justification for the murder of non-Jewish civilians including women and children, during war. Another soldier, who was also a yeshiva student, asked his rabbi about the subject of Tohar Hainshuk. From the answer of the rabbi the soldier concluded, "During war I am permitted or even obliged to kill every male and female Arab that happens to be in my way. I must kill them even if this involves complication with the military law." Professor Rubinstein wrote critically in an article in Haaretz Daily on February 3, 1983. We are dealing with a political ideology of violence. It is needless to show how this ideology is expressed in the way the Arabs are treated. The rabbis of Cush Immunim, except for the few brave ones, publicly preach incitement to kill Arab civilians, and those who kill civilians, and are caught and brought to court, are later amnestied by the chief of staff, who believes in the use of violence that the Arabs understand. Those who think that it is possible to differentiate between blood and blood are wrong. The verdict on Amalek can easily be extended to the enemies within, the traitors. Rubinstein wrote his article against the background of the attacks carried out by the extreme right on the Peace Now demonstrators and the increasing violence in Israeli political life in general, as well as the resurgence of the far right and national religious chauvinists. There is good reason to suggest that the greater the role of the Jewish halacha in the political life of Israel becomes, the more vigorously this messianic force will. 15.9. Demand that the Palestinian Arabs be dealt with according to halachic regulations, including the imposition of the status of resident alien on them, the insistence on diminishing Arab numbers by making life more difficult still, the revival of the command to blot out the memory of Amalek, and the insistence that the Palestinians are the Amalekites of today, to be dealt with by annihilation, the assertion that the killing of a non-Jew is not a murder. The geopolitics of the neo-Zionist messianic force, mitzvah and territorial expansionism. Although at present the colonization drive is confined to the occupied territories, according to the late Ehud Sprinzik, a renowned expert on Jewish fundamentalism. When Gush ideologues speak about the complete land of Israel, they have in mind not only the post-1967 territory, but the land promised in the covenant as well. This includes the occupied territories, especially Judea and Samaria, the very heart of the historic Israeli nation, and vast territories that belong now to Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. Traditionally Transjordan, where, according to biblical myths and legends, the Israelite tribes of Reuben, Manasseh, and Gad were supposed to have resided, has been the primary focus of Gush Immunim's expansionist ambitions. Although other expansionist aspirations in numerous directions across the Fertile Crescent have also been openly expressed. In the judgment of the late Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook, the destined borders of the Jewish state will stretch broadly across the whole area. Transjordan, the Golan Heights, the Bashan are all part of the land of Israel. Echoing the same geopolitical ambitions, Yehuda Elitzur, one of the most influential scholars in Gush Immunim, considered the Promised Land and patriarchal boundaries as extending to the Euphrates River, southern Iraqi, Transjordan, and the Nile Delta, the lands that Israel is required eventually to conquer, redeem, inherit, and settle include northern Sinai, Lebanon and western Syria, the Golan Heights, and much of Transjordan. Israel's military invasion of Lebanon in 198 encouraged many religious Jews to discuss halachic imperatives towards territorial expansion in the direction of Lebanon, whatever the price. They claimed large tracts of Lebanon to be the domain of the biblical tribe of Asher. Beirut was even Hebraicized to Beirut, Hebrew for well. Members of the Israeli army's rabbinate issued a leaflet which quoted the inheritance of Asher in the book of Joshua. In September of that year the Cush Immunim journal Nekuda published a study of Yehuda Elitzur, claiming that the most serious distortion of Israel's borders was in the north, in Lebanon. The following month a paid advertisement of Cush Immunim in support of the invasion of Lebanon asserted that South Lebanon was part of Eretz Yisrael and that the 198 war brought back the property of the tribes of Naphtali and Asher into Israel's boundaries. In the same month Jewish fundamentalists reiterated the claim in a book entitled This Good Mountain and the Lebanon. Rabbis Yaakov Ariel, Dov Le'er, and Yisrael Ariel, as well as other fundamentalists, declared southern Lebanon to be the lands of the biblical tribes of Zebulun, Asher, and Naphtali. Yisrael Ariel went even further by asserting that the boundaries the land of Israel included Lebanon up to Tripoli in the north, Sinai, Syria, part of Iraq and even part of Kuwait. 17 In the same month he called for the annexation and settlement of most of Lebanon with its capital Beirut to Israel, at any price. Beirut is part of the land of Israel, about that there is no controversy, and Lebanon being part of the land of Israel, we must declare that we have no intention of leaving. We must declare that Lebanon is flesh of our flesh, as is Tel Aviv and Haifa, and that we do this by right of the moral power granted to us in the Torah. Our leaders should have entered Lebanon and Beirut without hesitation, and killed every single one of them. Not a memory or a trace should have remained. We should have entered Beirut at any price, without regard to our own casualties, because we are speaking of the conquest of the land of Israel. We should immediately divert the waters of the Litani to the Jordan. 40 American rabbis who had been brought to the hills surrounding Beirut to view the Lebanese capital besieged and bombarded by the Israeli army declared that Operation Peace for Galilee was, Judaically, a just war and a milimet mitzvah, a commandment war or an obligatory war, a war which resulted in the death of some 20,000 Palestinians and 161 Lebanese. Following the invasion of Lebanon, a leading American Jewish scholar, Rabbi J. David Bleek, suggested that a verse from the biblical Song of Songs supported the acquisition of southern Lebanon. Bleek interpreted this as another step towards complete redemption. The Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Israel, Shlomo Goren, went even further and, following Maimonides, cited 3 categories of obligatory wars: Joshua's battle to clear the Tand of Israel, when biblical Israelites crossed into Canaan, the battles against the Amalekites, who became the symbolic biblical enemies of the Israelites down the centuries, and the contemporary war in Lebanon. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Hasidic leader who held court in Brooklyn and popularized the Messianic idea, fiercely opposed Israel's partial withdrawal in 1985 from southern Lebanon, describing the area as Israel's North Bank, which allegedly had been part of the biblical land of Israel. Back in 1982, shortly before Israel's invasion of Lebanon and immediately after Israel's evacuation of the settlement of Yamit in northern Sinai, leading Gush Emunim figures, such as Benny Katzover and Rabbis Moshe Leivinger and Chaim Druckman, formed an organization called Shvut Sinai, dedicated to campaigning for the reconquest of Sinai by Israel and Jewish rule over it. 2 years later, in 1984, Yaakov Feit Elson, a Tehaya Party member and the former mayor of Ariel, the largest Jewish settlement in the northern part of the West Bank, echoed the same Jewish imperial vision of a Jewish state stretching across the entire Arab East. I am speaking of a tremendous vision. We are only in the infancy of the Zionist movement. Israel must squarely face up to the implementation of the Zionist vision, a vision that has not changed since the days of Herzl. As is known, Herzl never indicated what the borders of the state were to be. In his time the settlement of the Syrian desert was discussed. I say that Israel should establish new cities throughout the entire area. I mean really the whole area of the Middle East, without limiting ourselves. We should never say about any place, here we stop. In the same year, Rabbi Eliezer Waldman expressed opposition to the idea then propagated by Likud leaders, such as Ariel Sharon and Yitzhak Shamir, that Jordan has become the Palestinian homeland. Waldman and the majority of Gush Emunim opposed any final agreement to relinquish the East Bank of Jordan to non-Jewish rule. This geopolitical vision of territorial expansion across the region can only be ensured by military campaigns and wars of liberation. In fact, the actual settlement drive in the West Bank is viewed and planned as nothing less than a military campaign. Military might, war and warfare are desired and often eagerly sought by many neo-Zionist groups. War simply represents a time of testing, a sign of strength, a necessary means by which the will of providence is worked out. Territorially ambitious rabbis and leaders of Gush Emunim share the same attitude to war. Within Gush Emunim, war, leading to Jewish rule over the whole land of Israel *, is a central component of the purgative process that will bring about messianic time. Emphasizing expansion by military means, Rabbi Tzvi Kook advised the following. We are commanded both to possess and to settle. The meaning of possession is conquest, and in performing this mitzvah, we can perform the other, the commandment to settle. We cannot evade this commandment. Torah, war, and settlement, they are 3 things in one, and we rejoice in the authority we have been given for each of them. In a similar vein, Rabbi Shlomo Aviner writes, "We have been commanded by the God of Israel and the Creator of the world to take possession of this entire land, in its holy borders, and to do this by wars of defense, and even by wars of liberation." Hanan Porad, a leading Gush Emunim figure, spoke in 1982 in terms of practical preparations for future opportunities that will arise. "We must prepare ourselves in terms of our consciousness and by establishing new settlement nuclei, to settle those portions of the land of Israel that today are still not in our hands, nuclei for the Litany area, Gilead, Transjordan, and Sinai." Conclusion. In the political culture of the post-colonial world order, Israel is a society plagued by the problem of identity politics and deep cultural divisions. On the liberal Israeli side, many authors have voiced strong criticism over Messianic Zionism and pointed to the violent 16a. 163. Activities of groups such as Jewish Underground and TNT as an inevitable consequence of the philosophy and activities of Gush Emunim. But the reluctance of the state in general and the Likud administrations in particular to punish those settlers who have murdered Palestinian civilians, as exemplified by the delayed publication of, and subsequent reticence over, the Karp report on settler violence against Palestinians, has only encouraged militant Gush Emunim settlers and their radical right-wing supporters, who are determined to drive the Palestinians out one way or another. The same reticence over settler violence against Arabs has doubtless also encouraged those Jewish fundamentalists who are prepared to use violence against those they perceive to be dovish Israeli Jews. In the 1990s, the Oslo process and the Israeli-Palestinian agreements clearly shocked the Messianic forces, including the rabbis and leaders of Gush Emunim, and brought to the surface the deep divisions that had been developing within Israeli society in response to the peace talks with the Palestinians. The establishment of the Palestinian Authority in Gaza and the West Bank, the appearance of armed Palestinian police, and the sight of Palestinians waving their flags all constituted clear evidence of the weaknesses of the messianic vision of a quick redemption. In recent years, the Messianic rabbis have even turned their hatred on Jewish traitors, whose treason has spoiled God's plan and influenced many Israelis to disregard the divine commandments and to follow those who are prepared to give away parts of the sacred land. Expressing the deep divisions within society and echoing religious Zionism's traditional hostility towards the symbols of Christianity in the Holy Land, Rabbi Yair Dreyfus, an articulate settlement leader, declared, "The true Jews, desirous to live as Jews, will have no choice to separate themselves in ghettos. The new, sinful Canaanite Palestinian state will soon be established upon the ruins of the genuine Jewish Zionist state. God may even make war against this polluted throne of his. The Jews who lead us into that sin no longer deserve any divine protection. Our leadership will walk a Via Dolorosa before it understands that we are commanded to resist the state of Israel, not just its present government." Having organized themselves into a militant, well-disciplined, private army, with the encouragement of successive Israeli governments, and 164. Having always regarded themselves as being subject to divine and halakhic laws and above the conventional laws of the state as far as the biblical lands are concerned, the Gush Emunim settlers represent the severest challenge to any Israeli government that might consider ceding West Bank territory to Palestinian sovereignty. Moreover, as Jewish fundamentalist theology spreads in Israel, with its mystical and fanatical attacks on rationalism and democracy, the repercussions for inter-ethnic and interfaith relations in the Holy Land at large is a major concern. There is good reason to fear that the greater the role of the halacha in the political life of Israel, the more vigorously these fundamentalists will demand that the Palestinians, Muslim and Christian, be dealt with according to halachic regulations, including the imposition of the status of resident alien * on them, thereby making life even more difficult for the Palestinians. 4. Jewish fundamentalism, the Bible and the sacred geography of Jerusalem, implications for interfaith relations. Devotion to some sacred geography is a phenomenon shared by all faiths and cultures. Historians of religion argue that it is one of the earliest such manifestations. A sacred geography, of which mountains often are a part, has more to do with the spiritual life of a faith. The notion of sacredness is also bound up with the notion of God. It seems to answer a profound human need. Sacred geography, like God, involves also the bestowal of meaning on a life which is not infrequently mundane and even boring, offering both value and hope. The notion of the sacred space can inspire contradictory emotions: fear, awe, calm, peace, pain, dread, compelling moral activity. Although Jerusalem was not founded by Jews, Christians, or Muslims, it is one of the oldest cities on earth, apparently founded by the Canaanites about 5,000 years ago. According to the Hebrew Bible, the city was known as Jebus, and the term Jebusites is used in the Bible to describe the pre-Israelite inhabitants of Jerusalem who are identified as belonging to a Canaanite tribe. The books of Genesis and Exodus mention the Jebusites as one of 7 peoples doomed to destruction. But, as we shall see in chapter 7, in the opinion of most modern archaeologists and biblical scholars, the Jebusites, Canaanites, I-66 and Israelites were not distinct or separate ethnicities. Archaeologists and biblical scholars now question the historicity of the Hebrew Bible, and its account of the capture of Jerusalem by David they consider to be totally fictional. However, the city, for different reasons, became central to the sacred geography * of the 3 Abrahamic faiths. Furthermore, religious attitudes towards the sacred geography of Jerusalem, the Jewish, Christian and Muslim holinesses * of the city, have evolved historically and will continue to do so, under ever-changing social and political conditions. Religiously, the city of Jerusalem has been at the heart of Jewish religious thought and symbolism. Its holiness * for Jews derives from the perception that it had the site of the temple. It was the subject of lamentation down the ages. Jews faced Jerusalem when they prayed. The Torah, Halacha, Haggadah, Tefillah, Kabbalah, and so on, all celebrated the city's ancient history and mourned its devastation, and Jerusalem was also the focus of messianic hope. While Jerusalem was central in the religious imagination, this did not translate into political, social, economical, demographic, cultural, and intellectual realities. Indeed, Jerusalem has not been a major center for Judaism over the last 2,000 years. Nevertheless, Jewish fundamentalists talk about the unbroken chain of Jewish presence * in the city, from the earliest times to the rise of Zionism in the late 19th century. It is important politically for the Israelis to uphold the claim of a constant and enduring Jewish presence in the city. Bernard Wasserstein, a distinguished British Jewish historian, argues that the historical evidence for this claim is highly questionable. He explains that Jews were even forbidden to enter the city throughout the period of Roman and Byzantine rule. Although some Jewish pilgrims appear to have visited Jerusalem, there is no evidence of a Jewish community in Jerusalem for 5 centuries between the 2nd and 7th centuries. The arrival of the Crusaders ensured that the Jewish presence therein would, again, be interrupted. When they captured Jerusalem in 1099, the Jewish as well as the Muslim community was once again thrown out of the city. Only after 1260, under the Muslim Mamluk sultans of Egypt, did Jews slowly begin to return to the city. But then a conflict began to simmer between the Jewish community and local Christians over holy 167 places on Mount Zion. After 1516, under Ottoman Muslim rule, the Jewish settlement in the city was secure, and we see some demographic growth. In the 17th century, the estimated Jewish population of the city was 1,000, about 10% of its inhabitants. Moreover, until the mid-19th century, the Jewish community in Jerusalem remained very small, relatively poor, and largely dependent on charity and financial support from Jews outside Palestine. Indeed, for 4 centuries of Ottoman rule, the main intellectual and religious center of Jewish life in Palestine was not Jerusalem, but the city of Safed in Galilee. For such historical reasons, the Zionist claim of an unbroken chain of Jewish presence in the city * is no more than a myth. Indeed, for nearly 700 years after the destruction of the Second Temple there is no evidence of a Jewish community, and for many centuries between the 2nd and the 19th centuries, Jewish settlement in Jerusalem was patchy. Although theologically, religiously, and symbolically Jerusalem remains central in the Jewish religious imagination, politically, socially, economically, demographically and even culturally and intellectually Jerusalem was not a major center for Judaism. Only for a short period, some 40 years only, was Jerusalem the capital of the ancient Israelite monarchy. Nevertheless, Jewish fundamentalists continue to propagate the two interrelated myths of Jerusalem as the united eternal capital of Israel, and of the unbroken chain of Jewish presence in the city. Not only do they emphasize Judaism's strong bond with the city, but they claim unbroken Jewish presence in the city for the last 5,000 years. 1 The fundamentalist perspective of Jewish fundamentalists is ahistorical, and indeed mythical. 2 For them religious holiness is not a historically evolving phenomenon, but rather something which exists above and outside history. 3 Historically various factors made Jerusalem holy also to Muslims. The actual Arabic name of the city is Al-Quds, the holy. The holiness of Jerusalem in the Muslim tradition is religious at heart, focused on Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock. As the Quran states, it was to Al-Aqsa that the Prophet was carried on his night journey from Mecca, and from the rock that he ascended to the seventh heaven. Today Muslims insist that the entirety of Al-Haram al-Sharif are all sacred ground. Some Palestinian Muslims further assert that there is no archaeological evidence for the Jewish kingdom founded by King David, and that no trace of Solomon's temple has been found. The kingdom of Israel is not mentioned in any contemporary text but only in the Bible. It is quite likely, therefore, that it is merely a myth. 4 Secular and religious Israelis are little different. They discount the story of the Prophet Muhammad's ascent to heaven from Al-Haram al-Sharif, a narrative that lies at the heart of the Muslim devotion to Al-Quds. They ascribe political and administrative motives only to Muslims, and not at all to themselves. They deny any religious or theological motivation behind the construction of the Muslim shrines, and assert that the building the Dome of the Rock by the Umayyad caliphs was purely politically motivated. Writing in Middle East Quarterly, Daniel Pipes, American Jewish author and supporter of the Israeli right wing, and perhaps best known in the USA for his promotion of Campus Watch in U.S. universities, had this to say. The first Umayyad ruler, Muawiyah, chose Jerusalem as the place where he ascended to the caliphate. He and his successors engaged in a construction program, religious edifices, a palace, and roads, in the city. The Umayyads possibly had plans to make Jerusalem their political and administrative capital. Indeed, Elad finds that they in effect treated it as such. But Jerusalem is primarily a city of faith, and, as the Israeli scholar Isaac Hassan explains, the Umayyad regime was interested in ascribing an Islamic aura to its stronghold and center. Toward this end, the Umayyad Caliph built Islam's first grand structure, the Dome of the Rock, right on the spot of the Jewish temple, in 688–91. This remarkable building is not just the first monumental sacred building of Islam but also the only one that still stands today in roughly its original form. It should be pointed out that similar attitudes towards the Al-Aqsa Mosque and other Muslim shrines in Jerusalem are propagated by both Jewish religious fundamentalists and secular Zionists' attitudes. Typically, Jewish fundamentalist perspectives on the Muslim shrines consist of: theologically and religiously they deny any significance of Jerusalem in Islam, and reject Muslim religious holiness in Jerusalem, and Muslim religious rites in the city. Socially and politically, they assert that Islam, and Christianity as well, has only a loose and insignificant bond with Jerusalem. Muslims, Arabs, and Palestinians, they say, have no attachment to the city, and they deny that Jerusalem was ever a cultural or scholarly center for Palestinians or Muslims. They deny that Jerusalem ever had a role in the life of the Prophet. They ascribe purely political motives to Muslims in the sanctification of the city. The Umayyad caliphs, for political reasons, forced the city of Jerusalem to assume a role in the life of the Prophet Muhammad. The sanctification asterisk of Jerusalem in Islam was based exclusively on the Umayyad political and building programs in the city, etc. 1 The furthest mosque asterisk, they claim, is merely a figure of speech. They deny the basis for associating the Al-Aqsa Mosque asterisk with Jerusalem. They assert, by way of contrast and conclusion, that the Jewish faith has altogether stronger and more deeply rooted bonds with Jerusalem. Both radical Jewish nationalists and religious fundamentalists argue that the current struggle for a Palestinian state, with East Jerusalem as its capital, contains a trace of the claim that Jerusalem is holy to Islam. They claim, however, that the historic record shows that the actions and circumstances on which the Muslim claim is based are not very holy at all. Rather, Jerusalem has been imbued artificially with Muslim sacredness, through wordplay and administrative sleight of hand, which, of course, means that there are no genuine holy places for Islam in Jerusalem. Such positions are yet another reflection of Israel's deeply rooted politics of denial. Building the temple and the Muslim holy shrines. One of the most salient aspects of the Arab-Israeli conflict in the last 30 years has been the growing power of exclusivist fundamentalism within the three Abrahamic faiths *, and the focus of religious conflict in the Holy Land on the question of Jerusalem. There are some similarities between the Jewish, Christian and Muslim religious fundamentalist attitudes on sacred Jerusalem *. We deal with differences below. 169. 170. The issue of Jerusalem is explosive partly because the city has acquired a powerful mythical status in all three. Each side has many myths of the sacred geography of Jerusalem. The recourse to this mythology is linked to what psychologists might describe as self-perception, or inner truth star. Many Muslims, Christians, and Jews are wrapped up in all kinds of mythology about Jerusalem, and the whole notion of sacredness * is bound up with themselves, their perception of reality, their search for meaning, and perhaps their own identity *. A key element in the fundamentalism of the faiths, as in other fundamentalist movements of other faiths, is the adherents' belief that they possess special and direct access to transcendental truth, to the future course of events and their understanding of them. The faith and ideological dedication of the believer across the three faiths are the decisive factors, and these are couched in absolute, rather than historically evolving, terms. The holy texts, representing the Word of God, provide a roadmap for the future, guiding the continuing struggle toward redemption. For religious fundamentalists, history is God's means of communication with His people. Political trends and events contain messages that provide instructions, reprimands and rewards. Thus, political and historical analysis is equivalent to the interpretation of God's will. Fear is a common thread that weaves radical religious movements together. Although it is not the only motivating factor behind political violence, it is virtually always there. Religious fundamentalists fear that the young will abandon the synagogues, churches, mosques for physical and material gratification. Religious fundamentalists of all creeds also share some common traits and motivations with those secular radical nationalists who engage in political violence. Perhaps the most disturbing situation is the convergence of fundamentalist interests across the faiths, creating the potential for a global holy war. No less disturbing is the virtual equiparation, within some circles of Jewish and Christian fundamentalism, with Ground Zero of Jerusalem's Al-Haram al-Sharif / Temple Mount. There is, of course, a basic difference between mainstream and fundamentalist Muslim attitudes on the question of the shrines in the Old City. Palestinian Muslims in occupied East Jerusalem are on the defensive, struggling against creeping Judaization of the Old City and seeking to preserve the religious and prayer status quo on Al-Haram al-Sharif 9, while Jewish and Christian fundamentalists are on the offensive, running joint and well-funded campaigns in both Israel and the USA for the building of the Jewish temple on Al-Haram al-Sharif. The latter seek to alter the situation of the Muslim shrines radically, something which could result in local and global conflagration. For some Christian fundamentalist evangelicals, the battle for Jerusalem is the end of days battle of Armageddon. Christian fundamentalists find common ground with fundamentalist Jews and hardline secular Zionists. Since their fate and that of the entire world is at stake, Christian fundamentalists and the Christian right in the USA are committed to supporting and protecting Greater Israel and exclusive Israeli domination of Jerusalem at all costs. This relatively new and unusual alliance between fundamentalist Christian Zionists and Israeli Jewish fundamentalists has serious implications for interfaith and communal relations in the Holy Land. Rights of occupancy and residency in Jerusalem. For radical Jewish fundamentalists, the presence of non-Jews in Jerusalem is morally and politically irrelevant, when compared to the national right of the Jews to settle and possess the holy city, the eternal possession of the Jewish people alone. The Messianic rabbis see the Palestinians' very residence in the Holy Land as marking them off as criminals, and imply that Israel's failure to clear out the Palestinian Muslims and Christians from Jerusalem completely is a transgression of the halacha. The same rabbis have demanded that the Palestinians should be at least discouraged from living in Jerusalem. They repeatedly cite the following from Maimonides' Mishnah Torah / Jerusalem is more sacred than other towns surrounded by a wall, no place allowed in it for ger tashav. 17:1. 17. A Rabbi Shalom Dov Wolpo, who bases his views on both Maimonides and the opinions of the Brooklyn-based rabbi from Lubavitch, emphasizes that not even a *ger tashav can live in Jerusalem, how much less Christians and Muslims who are not included in this category. According to halacha, it is forbidden for a Gentile to live in Jerusalem, and in accordance with the ruling by Maimonides, it is forbidden to permit even a *ger tashav in Jerusalem. True, this applies when Israel has a strong hand, but today, too, although it is not possible to expel them by force, this does not mean that we have to encourage them to live there. Rabbi Wolpo adds, if they had declared at the time of the occupation of Jerusalem and the territories that they were going to leave alive the residents and give them financial compensation, but they must cross immediately to Transjordan, they would have been thankful for this until today. Yet what did the leaders do? They left the Arabs in their location, but from the beginning they should have removed them from here. Some influential rabbis have demanded that the Arabs, Muslims as well as Christians, should be removed from, or at least discouraged from living in, Jerusalem. 10. Rabbi Eliezer Waldenberg, the Israel Prize winner for 1976, stated, I, for example, support the application of the halacha prohibition on Gentiles living in Jerusalem, and if we should apply the halacha, as it should be, we would have to expel all the Gentiles from Jerusalem and purify it absolutely. Also, we must not permit the Gentiles to be a majority in any of Israel's cities. Waldenberg implies not only the expulsion of the Arabs from Jerusalem but also from Nazareth, Nablus, Hebron, Ramallah, etc. The Palestinians, who should only be given the status of resident alien, must be reduced to a small minority. The leader of the NRP, Rabbi Yitzhak Levy, a founder of Mossad, an extreme right faction within the NRP, had made clear earlier his opposition to allowing Israeli Arab Knesset members the right to vote on the Oslo Accords of 1993. According to Haaretz, he also supported exiling Arabs in the occupied territories to other Arab states. Rabbi Levy is also known to be close to former Sephardic chief Rabbi Mordecai Eliyahu, a leading advocate of the building of the Temple in Jerusalem, who has called for the rehabilitation of Yigal Amir, Yitzhak Rabin's assassin. In 1983, while still serving as Sephardi chief rabbi, Eliyahu had sponsored a conference with Ataret Kohanim Yeshiva on the rebuilding of the temple. He believes that the temple would descend from heaven amidst flames of fire. At that point the Muslim shrines, the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque, would be burnt, and the temple built in their place. These fundamentalist ideas, which in the past were marginal, are becoming increasingly close to the center of political thinking. For instance, Ovadia Yosef, the politically relatively moderate former chief rabbi of Israel, and spiritual mentor of the Orthodox religious party of Shas, which was in the government of Ehud Barak, ruled that the New Testament should be burned because Christianity is a form of idolatry. 12 The practical effect of this ruling was revealed in the Hebrew Daily Ma'ariv in June 1985, when New Testament copies found in the library of the base of the Army Chief Education Officer were burned by the military rabbi of the base. 3 weeks later, Ma'ariv reported that the influential Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee had referred to the incident and one of its members had justified the New Testament burning. For the implication of these ideas and actions are crystal clear. if Christian Arabs are practicing a form of idol worship, and if the Palestinians, Christians, and Muslims are to be discouraged from living in Jerusalem and are to be subjected to the Torah laws of resident alien, a status that is extremely unlikely to be acceptable to the Palestinians, expulsion becomes a logical conclusion. Ataret Kohanim, the Temple, and Judaization of the Old City of Jerusalem. Since 1967, much Israeli settlement activity has been undertaken to redeem East Jerusalem's Old City from its Christian and Muslim inhabitants. The Old City, however, has remained predominantly inhabited. 174. By Palestinian Muslims and Christians, despite creeping Judaization, already in 1967, in the Old City's Jewish quarter and surroundings, some 4,000 Palestinians were evicted to make possible the reconstruction of a vastly enlarged and completely Jewish quarter. In 1981, Israel's High Court, to preserve the ethnic purity of the Old City's Jewish quarter, ruled that non-Jews could not buy property there. Both the Muslim and Christian quarters of the Old City, in sharp contrast to the Jewish quarter, have remained religiously mixed. According to Israel's Statistical Yearbook of 1988, for example, 3,900 Christians and 700 Muslims lived in the Christian quarter. In December 1978, a group of Orthodox Jews and disciples of Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook announced they had set up a yeshiva in the Muslim quarter of the Old City, calling it Ataret Kohanim, the priestly crown. Ataret Kohanim was formed to publish and distribute material concerning the priesthood and functions of the temple, and to acquire in any manner whatsoever, and especially by grant, gift, lease, or purchase, land, rooms or houses. Its members state openly that they want to prepare the way for the Messiah by redeeming the Old City stone by stone, until they have transformed Jerusalem into a holy city in the service of the Third Temple. They also justify the expulsion of Palestinian Muslims and Christians by invoking Maimonides, who said that after the Messiah comes, only Jews will be permitted to live in Jerusalem. Since the 1980s, Friends of Ataret Kohanim in the United States have donated millions of US dollars. Some of the money has come from right-wing Christian evangelicals, who, as we have seen, view the activities of Jewish Israeli fundamentalists as the prelude to the second coming of Christ. Ataret Kohanim officials stated that most of the money collected in the USA goes to its subsidiary, the Jerusalem Reclamation Project, founded in the early 1980s, whose primary purpose is to purchase Arab property in East Jerusalem. The activities of Ataret Kohanim have included the takeover of the St. John's Hospice in the Old City, just a few meters from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. On April 11, 1990, during the Easter Holy Week and Passover, 150 armed Jewish settlers affiliated with Ataret Kohanim moved into the 70-room hospice. The hospice is owned by the Greek Orthodox Church, but had been leased since 193a to an Armenian, Martios. 175. Matos Shion. This somewhat elusive man rented hospice rooms to Arab families and European pilgrims, but already by 1980 the Greek Orthodox Church had been trying to evict him. On June 28, 1989, Matos Shion sublet the building for $3.5 million to a mysterious Panamanian company called SBC Ltd., which turned over the building to the Jewish settlers. The settlers renamed the site Niyat David, put up a Star of David and invited Israeli Minister Ariel Sharon to visit the site. The Israeli Housing Ministry, which had been quietly helping Ataret Kohanim to purchase Arab property in the Old City since 1986, had covertly channeled $1.8 million to a subsidiary of the Jewish National Fund. The JNF company then passed on the money to subsidize the purchase of the sublease to the Panama-based SBC. The encroachment by Jewish fundamentalist settlers into the Christian quarter, culminating in the purchase of the hospice, erupted into a huge controversy in Israel and the West. On April 27, 1990, all the major Christian churches in Israel and the occupied territories closed and rang funeral peals in protest. It was the first time that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre had been closed in 800 years. In New York, Cardinal O'Connor denounced the takeover as an obscene plot to acquire Christian property in the Holy Land. In Jerusalem, the Greek Orthodox Church argued that the sublet to SBC was illegal. The church's claim was subsequently upheld by an Israeli court, which then ordered the settlers to vacate the property but permitted 20 security and maintenance employees to remain in the building pending litigation. The settlers and their families are still living in the hospice. Direct action and violence, Muslim shrines and the Temple Mount-related groups. The fundamentalist theology of the Israeli Messianic force is not confined to doctrines and sermons. From the outset, the ideas of the Jewish Messianics began to accommodate and even sacralize the use of violence as a proactive means of forestalling any moves that might retard the Messianic process of territorial redemption and land conquest. From the beginning of the occupation, and especially since the late 1970s, the settlers, whose 176 theology grants them the divine right to judice the territories and who reject the very existence of the Palestinians, were deliberately seeking to foster clashes between Arabs and Jews, and to create conditions that would precipitate a gradual Arab depopulation. Many supporters of the violent groups live among Jewish settlers on the West Bank. One of these zealots was Dr. Barak Goldstein, of the Kiryat Arba settlement, adjoining Hebron, who carried out the massacre of 29 Muslim worshippers at the Ibrahimi Mosque in Hebron on 34 February 1994. After the Hebron massacre, the two groups associated with catch were banned. Nevertheless, prominent figures of these groups continued to receive funds from supporters in the USA and resurfaced in other groups such as EAL, one of whose members, Yigal Amir, assassinated Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin on November 4, 1995. Noam Federman is currently active in the Committee for Safety on the Roads, a right-wing pressure group led by a former Tehaya member of Knesset whose raison d'etre is to keep the West Bank roads safe for passage by Jewish settlers and whose members have been accused of acts of violence against Palestinians after 1977, with the encouragement of successive Likud-led governments. The militant settlers in the West Bank and Gaza Strip effectively organized themselves into a private and highly motivated army. In 1979, at the behest of the Army Chief of Staff, General Raphael Eitan, the settlers were integrated into regular reserve units responsible for patrolling the streets of local Arab towns and villages. With weapons, ammunition, and training readily available, and a sympathetic political climate created by Super Hawks Chief of Staff Eitan and Likud Defense Minister Ariel Sharon, attacks on Arab civilians and Arab property became commonplace. From 1980, and through 1984, the Israeli press reported more than 380 attacks against individual Arabs, of whom 23 were killed, 191 injured, and 38 abducted. Hundreds more attacks were directed at Arab property, cars, homes, and shops. 41 attacks on Muslim and Christian institutions were also recorded. In 1981, Yehuda Litany of Haaretz warned, "The West Bank settlers constitute military units. They will disrupt any political move towards concessions to the Arabs. Their well-stocked ammunition stores in the West Bank will be of great help in this struggle." 177. Having organized themselves into a militant, well-disciplined, private army, and having always regarded themselves as being subject to divine laws and above the conventional law of the state, so far as Eretz Yisrael is concerned, the Cush Immunim-type settlers would represent the severest challenge to any Israeli government that might consider ceding West Bank territory to Arab sovereignty. Cush Immunim also harbored a whole range of violent groups which either planned or had actually carried out attacks against Arab civilians. These militant groups included Catch, Temple Mount-related groups, Terror Against Terror, a shadowy group or groups related to Catch which claimed responsibility for attacks against Palestinians in East Jerusalem, Christian missionaries in Jerusalem, and dovish Israeli Jews, and the Sicarites, a group which vowed to avenge tit for tat the stabbing of Jews by militant Palestinians. Cush Immunim also had ties with Catch, the Temple Mount Faithful and the Ataret Kohanim group, which has apparently on various occasions tried to blow up the two mosques on the Al-Haram al-Sharif, so as to herald the building of the Jewish temple. From 1967 and through the mid-1980s, at least 5 separate Temple Mount-related groups, with an estimated membership of 1,500, sought to change the status quo on the site of the Al-Haram al-Sharif. Their objectives ranged from building a Jewish synagogue on the site to restricting the Muslim access area, and even replacing the Muslim shrines with a rebuilt temple. In the late 1990s, a Miami-based American Jewish millionaire, Dr. Irving Moskowitz, offered $12 million for Jewish groups seeking to replace the Muslim shrines with a rebuilt temple. 11 More recently, former director of Israel's General Security Service Avi Dichter had this to say: "The dream of these radical fundamentalists, to blow up the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, one of the most important holy sites in the Muslim world, should give us sleepless nights. Jewish terror is liable to create a serious strategic threat that will turn the Israeli-Palestinian conflict into a conflict between 13 million Jews and a billion Muslims all over the world." 18 Already in May 1980, the Israeli police had discovered a plot to blow up Al-Aqsa Mosque. A large cache of explosives was unearthed on the roof of Yeshiva in the Old City. Those involved included 2 soldiers with links. 178. To Gush Emunim and Catch. In March 1983, several dozen yeshiva students and soldiers from Kiryat Arba and Jerusalem were arrested after they were found digging under the mosques. Equipped with weapons, shovels and diagrams of the underground passageways, they seemed to have planned to seize the site and hold public prayer services there. Leading Gush Emunim figures, including Hanan Porat, Moshe Levinger and Eliezer Waldman, had prior knowledge of the operation, and expressed support for the conspirators' objectives. On the night of January 27, 1984, another group of Jewish religious zealots was reported in the immediate vicinity of the Muslim shrines. The group managed to escape, leaving behind 30 pounds of explosive, fuses, detonators, and 22 grenades. In 1983, the so-called Liftagang * came closer than any other Jewish fanatical group in succeeding to carry out its plot to blow up the Muslim mosques on Al-Haram al-Sharif. However, by far the best organized effort to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock was planned by a secret group of Gush Emunim leaders and activists known in the Hebrew press as Hamadoret HaYehudit. The plot to blow up the Muslim shrines in January 1984 was developed carefully and systematically over several years. It involved a group of 25 men from Jewish settlements on the West Bank and the Golan Heights, including an army officer with a high-level OF expertise in explosives, and ammunition stolen from the Israeli army sufficient to carry out the operation. Haggai Siegel, a prominent Gush Emunim settler from Ofra on the West Bank, who had served 3 years in prison for his part in the car bomb attacks on the 2 West Bank mayors in June 1980, said several years later, "You can't make a big roundup and put them on buses, but you must make conditions bad for the Arabs, and if they continue the war, you must make them leave." I drove by the American consulate in East Jerusalem yesterday and saw a long line of Arabs waiting to get visas. The situation is very hard for them now, and it must get harder. The discovery of the activities of the Jewish underground organization in the mid-1980s showed again that the ideas of the Messianic trend were not confined to sermons and doctrinal exhortations. On May 2, 1985, the 179 Jerusalem Post published an article by David Richardson which pointed out that at least 7 rabbis, among them the prominent spiritual guide O.F. Gush Emunim, were privy to the violent campaign conducted by the Jewish underground. According to the article, a statement confirming this was given to the Jerusalem police by the accused leader of the underground group, Menahem Livni, and his 27-page affidavit was presented to the Jerusalem District Court on May 1, 1985. These rabbis included the above-mentioned rabbis Tzvi Yehuda Kook, Avadia Yosef and Shlomo Avener, as well as Rabbi Moshe Levinger, a prominent veteran leader of Gush Emunim, and the founder of the first Jewish settlement in Hebron and of the adjoining Kiryat Arba settlement, and Rabbi Eliezer Waldman, Rabbi Yoezer Ariel and Rabbi Dov Le'er. Waldman, Ariel, Lehr and Levinger all took part in a meeting at which it was discussed and unanimously decided upon to wage a widespread campaign of violence against the inhabitants of the occupied territories. In fact, support for an amnesty for these underground members did not come only from the religious camp. On June 19, 1985, a public opinion poll conducted by Haaretz Daily revealed the following results: 52.6% of those interviewed supported an immediate release without trial, 4% supported pardon after the trial, 35.5% opposed a pardon, the remaining 7.9% expressed no opinion. A reputed moderate rabbi, Rabbi Lichtenstein, who heads a yeshiva in the occupied territories, voiced his opinion that these Jewish underground members, though they should receive some punishment, should not receive the same penalty meted out to a Jew convicted of murdering another Jew, because the soul of a non-Jew had a different value from that of a Jew. The former Ashkenazi chief rabbi, the late Shlomo Goren, an enthusiastic Temple Mount advocate, also expressed sympathy for the underground members. And M.K. Yuval Ne'eman, Minister of Science in the Shamir government, who supported Arab transfer, defended the underground network as acting in self-defense. Likewise, the relatively light punishment of the Jewish Terror Against Terror Network in 1984 did nothing to discourage settlers' violence, which aims at precipitating an Arab exodus. Nor did it help when leading Israeli politicians described the convicted murderers as basically good boys who acted in self-defense, or those convicted murderers had their IATO sentences reduced, or were pardoned by the president, after the intervention of leading rabbis. 60 prominent Israeli rabbis, including the two former chief rabbis, Ovadia Yosef and Shlomo Goren, intervened on behalf of, and supported the release of, the TNT detainees, 19 whom General Yehoshaphat Harkabi, of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, described in 1984 as serious people who occupy high positions among their public. They have a rational state of mind and their chief motivation stems apparently from the awareness that annexation of the West Bank together with its Arab population would be disastrous and tantamount to national suicide, unless that population were thinned out and made to flee by terrorism. This reasoning is not moral, but it stems from the rational conclusion of the policy that aims at annexation. Such terrorism is neither a punishment nor a deterrent, it is a political instrument. Conclusion. In Jerusalem, religious, theological and historical claims matter. For religious fundamentalists, however, these claims are the functional equivalent to the deed to the city and have direct operational consequences. In large measure, the question of Jerusalem is religious. The ancient city has sacred associations for Jews, Muslims, and Christians alike, although Christians today no longer make an independent political claim to Jerusalem. Furthermore, both Palestinian Muslims and Israeli Jews insist on sovereignty over their overlapping sacred areas, Al-Haram al-Sharif/Temple Mount. In part, the question of Jerusalem is practical. Palestinians insist that occupied East Jerusalem should serve as the capital of their state, something the Israelis are loath to accept. The construction of nationalist myth centered on the holy places of Jerusalem has become central to nation building of both Israelis and Palestinians. The deployment of spurious scholarship, often by secular Zionist authors in support of Jewish fundamentalist claims and attacking other theological and historical claims, is designed to provide justification for Israeli de-Arabization policies in Jerusalem. Jewish fundamentalism's propagation of the myth of the Jewish connection and attachment to Jerusalem is the 181. Most powerful one. Judaism made Jerusalem a holy city over 5,000 years ago, and through all that time there was a Jewish political and territorial presence in the city. Although theologically, religiously, and symbolically Jerusalem remains central to Judaism, politically, socially, economically, demographically and even culturally and intellectually Jerusalem was not a major center for Judaism. Only for a short period, some 40 years, was Jerusalem the capital of the ancient united monarchy of Israel and Judah. Moreover, as Jewish fundamentalist theology spreads in Israel, with its mystical and fanatical attacks on rationalism and democracy, its repercussions for inter-ethnic and interfaith relations in the Holy Land at large is a major concern. On a practical, policy-oriented level, it is important to point out that the intensification of Israeli de-Arabization policies in and around the Old City of Jerusalem, with its sacred geography, led to the eruption of the Al-Aqsa Intifada in September 2000, thus unleashing an unprecedented wave of violence that went far beyond the bloody clashes which followed the opening of the archaeological tunnel near the Al-Aqsa Mosque in September 1996, where riots resulted in dozens killed. Both the opening of the tunnel and Ariel Sharon's highly provocative tour of Al-Haram al-Sharif on September 28, 2000, which were aimed at tightening Israeli control over the center of the Holy City, particularly around the Islamic shrines, have brought Israel into open war with the Palestinians, resulting in the deaths and injuries of thousands. However, the current Al-Aqsa Intifada will not be sufficient to bring an end to the massive violation of human and religious rights in occupied East Jerusalem. In late 2005, Ehud Olmert replaced ailing Prime Minister Sharon, first as acting Prime Minister and leader of the new Kadima party, and then, several months later, in April 2006, as Prime Minister. As mayor of Jerusalem in the 1990s, Olmert oppressed the Palestinian inhabitants of the city and intensified the process of de-Arabization. He pressed for opening the archaeological tunnel near the Muslim shrines and encouraged American Jewish right-wing millionaires to build Jewish settlements in the middle of unilaterally annexed Arab districts and pushed for the building of the apartheid wall that cuts up Arab neighborhoods. 21 There have been recent protests in Israel against the continuing desecration of Muslim holy sites in the city. On April 10, 2006, the Daily Haaretz published a petition signed by dozens of Israeli and Palestinian lecturers in which they protested against the intention of the Simon Wiesenthal Institute to build a museum of tolerance on the site of the Muslim cemetery in Mamilla in Jerusalem. Qadi Ahmed Nadur, President of the Muslim Sharia Appeals Court in Israel, had written earlier in March, "We hope that the initiators of the Tolerance Museum project will understand that they cannot trample the emotions of millions of Muslims in Israel and around the world and will decide by themselves on cancelling the project in this location." 22. On April 16, Knesset member Meir Purush, of the Orthodox Yahudit HaTorah party, added his voice to the protest. "The desecration of the Muslim cemetery in Mamilla is a form of ugly racism which may, God forbid, place in danger the obliteration of Jewish cemeteries around the world. Where is our responsibility? For years ultra-Orthodox Jewry is waging a principled struggle against the destruction of graves in the land of Israel. The respect for their remains is dear to us and even touches the essence of our souls. More than once we have protested against the disrespect of archaeological explorations when graves are discovered. The same disrespect and lack of comprehension is evident now regarding the unfortunate decision to open graves and remove skeletons in the Muslim cemetery in Mamilla. We must stop the building now in the initial stage of building." 22. In the opinion of this author, the international community has an obligation and duty, under international law and due to the unique international status of Jerusalem, a corpus separatum under UN Partition Resolution of II November 1947, to enforce the humanitarian provisions of the Fourth Geneva Convention, not to mention the scores of UN resolutions with the aim of protecting peoples under occupation. The international community could and should intervene to protect the Palestinian Muslim and Christian residents of Jerusalem and their holy places and persuade the right-wing Israeli government to abandon its support for Jewish fundamentalist groups operating in the Old City of Jerusalem, and indeed abandon its own plans to de-Arabize East Jerusalem. 5. Reinventing Maimonides. From Universalist Philosopher to Neo-Zionist Messianic, 1967 to 2006. This chapter focuses primarily on two distinct and mutually antagonistic strands of Jewish fundamentalism in Israel. The first is represented by the Jewish Zionist fundamentalist or nationalist religious camp, and the second by the ultra-Orthodox rabbis and non-Zionist religious parties of the Haredim, both Sephardi and Ashkenazi. I shall explore the doctrinal differences and disputes between these two fundamentalist strands over the Messianic doctrine and their impact on Israeli foreign and domestic policies. We shall see how the two main currents, militant Zionist and orthodox non-Zionist, invoke the theological orthodoxy and conservative interpretation of the Jewish halacha of the celebrated medieval philosopher and theologian Moses Maimonides to justify their respective attitudes. Maimonides' halachic orthodoxy was particularly illustrated in his approach to Christianity, which was similar to the views common to Jewish theologians in medieval Muslim Spain. He described Christian ity as /Avodah and a form of idolatry. We shall see that his religious orthodoxy was the product of a distinct historical setting, and must therefore always be located, studied, and understood within its proper medieval context. It will be seen that 184. Modern radical Jewish fundamentalists manipulate his insights as they view Christianity in the Holy Land today. We shall examine the rise of such hostile attitudes to Christianity and Christians in the Holy Land, shared by the Zionist religious camp and the rabbis of the ultra-Orthodox Haredim in the post-1967 period, discuss its ideo-theological roots, and assess its impact in Israel and on interfaith relations in Israel and Palestine. Rather than presuming to offer new insights into Maimonides' theology or the Jewish religion, or offering a new interpretation of classical Jewish religious attitudes towards the Palestinian Christians, the primary concern here is to explore the religious fundamentalism embraced by highly influential segments of the various religious camps in Israel. In citing traditional and medieval Jewish sources, one is conscious that they are widely cited by both Orthodox Haredi Jews and Israeli Jewish religious nationalists. Maimonides, Universalist or Nationalist. The struggle between Neo-Zionist Messianics and Arab nationalists over Maimonides, as he is now commonly known, is one of the most extraordinary episodes of intellectual conflict in modern times. Maimonides is widely recognized as Judaism's greatest theologian. A popular Jewish saying, "From Moses to Moses there was none like Moses," expresses the eminent position he has long held in Jewish estimation. In 1985, conferences were held in Israel and among Jewish communities in the West to commemorate the 850th anniversary of his birth. These meetings dealt with his intellectual contribution and considered its relevance for contemporary Jewish thought and practice. Maimonides, however, was never merely a Jewish philosopher in some narrow sense. He was, rather, a distinguished medieval rationalist philosopher, and the most illustrious example of the golden age of Arabo-Islamic Judaic symbiosis in the 11th and 12th centuries. Indeed, modern Arab historians have not only tended to portray Maimonides as a product of the Arabo-Islamic Jewish culture of the Middle Ages, but have also assessed his work within the wider context of the chronicles of Arab history itself. In History of the Arabs, Philip Hitti, while acknowledging Maimonides' Jewish background, included him in the distinguished group of Spanish Arab physicians who were physicians by avocation and something else by vocation, and called him Abu Imran ibn Maimon in the Arabic form of H's name. For first place after Ibn Rushd among the philosophers of the age, the only candidate is his Jewish contemporary and fellow Cordovan. Maimonides, the most famous of the Hebrew physicians and philosophers of the whole Arabic epoch. More recently, several Arab authors and academics describe Musa ibn Maimon as an Arab Muslim thinker and philosopher. Ironically, in present-day Israel, Maimonides has become the hero of Messianic Zionism and anti-Arab religious fundamentalism. Yet Maimonides' medieval orthodoxy and contemporary Israeli Jewish fundamentalism have completely different historical contexts and settings. He was neither an Arab nationalist nor a Jewish nationalist. He was a man of his own medieval period and of the Arabo-Judaic rationalist tradition. To begin with, the religious relationship of medieval diaspora Jews to the land had little to do with either modern and contemporary Jewish nationalism, or secular or religious Zionism. Religious Zionism and Gush Emunim in particular have made the sanctity of the whole land of Israel a central tenet of their doctrine and a prime object of their religious passion. 1 Yet for Maimonides the land of Israel was of itself no different from other lands. It was distinctive, but only because it was sanctified by the commandments and by events of Israelite history. Since neither territory nor land demarcated the cultural identity of diaspora Judaism, the land was not an object of passion for him. His medieval theology had little to do with modern Zionist nationalism or feverish religious messianism. His theology, which preceded Zionist nationalist ideas by 700 years, reflected a confident Jewish religious and social identity away from the land of Israel, returning to, and colonization of, the land of Israel did not constitute the great hope of the Jewish people. Flourishing Jewish identity and culture were safeguarded in an accommodation with the Arab-Muslim civilization. Born in Muslim Spain, Maimonides passed through the land on his way to Muslim Egypt and lived his entire life in the diaspora. For him the Jewish relationship to the 1805 I-86 land of Israel resembled the Muslim relationship to Hijaz and the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. There is neither a unified Jewish fundamentalist discourse in Israel nor a monolithic attitude towards Maimonides. Both doctrinally and politically, Israeli religious fundamentalists are not a homogeneous group, and their interpretation and use of Maimonides' theology vary from one group to another, for political and ideological reasons. Both the National Religious Party and Gush Emunim represent fundamentalist Jews who are not Haredim. Let us first examine Maimonides within his proper medieval context. The medieval context, Maimonides and the Golden Age of Arabo-Islamic Judaic symbiosis. Europeans called him Maimonides, the Arabs Musa ibn Maimon, and in rabbinical literature he is named the Rambam, an acronym of Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. He is generally recognized as Judaism's greatest theologian and halachic authority. He also distinguished himself as an astronomer, as a physician and above all as a rational philosopher, and he became the most illustrious example of the Arabo-Islamic Judaic symbiosis of the late Middle Ages. Today he is generally recognized as both the most important codifier of Jewish law and one of the most radical philosophers of the Islamic world. Perceived as the pinnacle of Jewish scholarship and sagacity over the ages, Maimonides was linked in Jewish folk sayings to Moses himself. Moses gave the Torah and Maimonides gave the Torah Mishnah, the second or additional legal code, by which Orthodox Jews have conducted their normative religious life for the last 800 years. In the modern era, Maimonides became a hero in Reform Judaism also. Maimonides was born in 1135 in Córdoba, the capital of Muslim Spain, ruled by the Umayyad caliphs, by far the most enlightened country in Europe. It was a magnificent seat of culture, philosophy, and science. His family left the country in the aftermath of the conquest of Córdoba by the Islamic sect al-Muwahhid, and lived some time in Fez in Morocco. When in his 30s, he emigrated to Fustat, south of Cairo, where he lived for most of his life. He died in 1204. It is believed that 187. He served as the court physician to Saladin and his son Ai Malik al-Aziz. Classical Orthodox Judaism and Arabo-Islamic culture were the contexts within which Maimonides worked, although most accounts of his thought are unduly influenced by his Jewish background and fail to do justice to the outstanding part he played in the development of medieval Arabic thought and culture and Islamic civilization. Although he was an Orthodox rabbi and the leader of his community, it would be misleading in philosophical terms to think of him as a specifically Jewish philosopher. Of far more importance is the influence of the rationalist and universalist tradition of philosophy in the Islamic world. He was a member of a distinguished group of thinkers in the Islamic world who took on board the methodology of Aristotle and applied it to difficult conceptual issues in interesting and perceptive ways. Maimonides was highly influenced by the philosophical doctrines of Ibn Sina and Al-Farabi, two of the great rationalist medieval Muslim philosophers, and his philosophy was a grandiose attempt at a synthesis between the Jewish faith and rational Greek-Arabic Aristotelian philosophy. Maimonides, his son Abraham, Saadiajan and many other famous Jewish personalities were the product of the golden age of the Arabo-Judaic culture of the Middle Ages and the embodiment of its rational flowering. For the medieval Muslims, Jews, and Christians were people of the book and as such entitled to religious tolerance and protection within the Islamic community under the Covenant. Islamic doctrine proudly proclaimed its Judeo-Christian descent, and the Quran, while introducing significant modifications into the biblical narrative, affirmed Islam's adherence to classical Abrahamic orthodoxy. In the Middle Ages as a whole, the position of Jews under Arab Islam was far better than that of the Jews in medieval Christian Europe. The medical professional in Muslim countries was held in high esteem, and Jewish doctors are known to have been court physicians to caliphs and other Muslim rulers in practically every Muslim country. Reading Arabic sources on the history of medicine, for example, Ibn Abi Yuzaba, a colleague of Abraham, Maimonides' son and successor, was impressed by the spirit of true fellowship which bound together the doctors of various denominations of that time. An observant Jew and a famous doctor, Maimonides was a good example of Jews' ability to reach the highest government posts in Muslim countries. His descendants occupied the office of Najid, the head of the Jewish community in Egypt, for nearly 2 centuries. The Guide of the Perplexed. Maimonides *. Arab philosophy and Jewish theology. The Golden Age of Arabo-Islamic civilization linked Hellenic Roman antiquity with modern times. Its dominant religion was Islam, its language was Arabic. Arabic had ceased to be an ethnic language and had become the language of a civilization. Jews and Christians unhesitatingly used it even while expounding topics sacred to their co-religionists. Cambridge historian and Orientalist Erwin Rosenthal states, "The Talmudic age apart, there is perhaps no more formative and positive period in our long and checkered history than that under the empire of Islam from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean. The basic tenets of Judaism, its formative concepts and ideas, were combined into a system intended to sustain the Jews, to demonstrate their distinctiveness, to secure survival and to instill hope and expectancy of redemption. The form of this exposition was largely borrowed from Muslim theology and religious philosophy. Even the newly developing codification of the Halacha and the responsa literature of the Jayyin owe their form to Muslim patterns. Maimonides' philosophy and theology, in particular, drew freely and copiously from Muslim patterns, and he must have regarded Islam as being from the flesh and bone of Judaism. Under Islam the Jewish dhimmi was not equal to the Muslim. But the dhimmi was permitted to maintain his religious and cultural autonomy, and Maimonides' theology is an illustrious example of Arab Judaism, and of the fact that Judaism within Islam was a self-assured, autonomous culture despite, and possibly because of, its intimate connection with its Arabo-Islamic environment. Maimonides' generally positive attitude towards Islam is often contrasted with his relative hostility towards Christianity, which together with the Greek New Testament was perceived to be at variance with Orthodox Jewish religious culture, while Islam and the Quran, within the context of the Arabo-Jewish symbiosis of the time, were perceived as closely related to Judaism. Tolerant Muslim pluralism and linguistic integration laid the ground for an extraordinary intellectual symbiosis in which Muslims, Jews, and Christians joined together in the discovery, study, imitation and illustration of Hellenistic philosophy, in what Franz Rosenthal called the classical heritage of Islam. His intellectual renaissance created a new theology designed to make religious law and philosophy coincide, to rationalize divine revelation and show that it was in harmony with logic and the natural order. The most basic aspect of the Arab-Jewish symbiosis was the fact that the great majority of the Jews adopted the Arabic language, while Hebrew not only retained its position as a second and literary language, but also experienced an unprecedented revival. Writing in literary Arabic, Maimonides justified it thus: anyone who knows the 3 languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic, knows that they are only 3 branches of one and the same language. The acquisition of the Arabic language by the Jews meant also their adoption of Arab ways of thinking and forms of literature as well as Muslim religious notions. Arabic was used by Jews for all kinds of literary activities, not only for scientific and other secular purposes, and also for expounding and translating the Bible or the Mishnah, for theological and philosophical treatises, for discussing Jewish law and ritual, and even for the study of Hebrew grammar. For letter writing and other purposes, a more colloquial form of Arabic, interspersed with Hebrew words and phrases, was used. The Judaic-Arabic symbiosis is reflected in the history of the translation of the Jewish Bible into Arabic. Originally, The reason for this active ity was the endeavor to provide by these translations an authoritative interpretation of the texts, in particular in theological matters. That is why the most famous of the classical translations, which superseded all the others in popular usage, that of Saadiya, a linguist, philosopher, and theologian of Egyptian origin who became Jayan, the spiritual head of the Jewish community in Baghdad, was called his tafsir, commentary. In order to avoid 189. 190. Misunderstanding, Saadiya wrote also a famous Arabic commentary on the Bible. His Arabic translation of the Bible, Koitin writes, became a sacred text, which was copied, and later printed, beside the Hebrew original and the Old Aramaic version. This procedure was followed even in the latest standard of the Pentateuch for Yemenite Jews printed in Tel Aviv in 1940-1974:135. Writing in Arabic and using Arabic methods and terminology, Jewish scholars assiduously explored and described the Hebrew Bible and the Mishnah. For the first time, the pronunciation, the grammar and the vocabulary of Hebrew were studied scientifically. Thus Hebrew and Hebrew Bible studies became a disciplined and well-organized means of exp residential Zion under the influence of the Arabic language of Arabo-Islamic culture. Islam saved the Jewish theology of the Talmud from disintegration and gave it a new content, in the image of Islam and the image that Islam had of Judaism. In Muslim theology, Maimonides found a model of a renaissance for Arab Judaism that Islam encouraged and cultivated. With the exception of Mishneh Torah, his code of Jewish law, all of Maimonides' major works were written in Arabic, although some were printed in Hebrew characters by simple transliteration from one alphabet to the other in order to get round the Islamic ban on missionary activity by the peoples of the book in Ubud, Egypt. But despite this device, his works were read and discussed by theologians of all faiths. The philosophical work that is considered Maimonides' magnum opus, the Guide of the Perplexed, was studied and used copiously by Jews, Christians and Muslims. It was also taught by Muslim lecturers to Jewish audiences who were less familiar with the philosophical and scientific thinking of the time. In Jews and Arabs, their contacts through the ages, Koitin writes. The Guide of the Perplexed is a great monument of Jewish-Arab symbiosis, not merely because it is written in Arabic by an original Jewish thinker and was studied by Arabs, but because it developed and conveyed to large sections of the Jewish people ideas which had so long occupied the Arab mind. In the Guide of the Perplexed, Maimonides debates with Al-Farabi and the Mutakalimun and with the Karaites whom he fought with all the authority of his rabbinical position. The Guide of the Perplexed deals with the apparent contradictions between the study of philosophy and science and a person's continued adherence to religious beliefs and practices. Maimonides' translator into Hebrew, his contemporary Yehuda ibn Antiban, explained in the preface that all these great works could only have been written in Arabic, since they used Arabic concepts for which no words existed in Hebrew. Subsequently Samuel ibn Antiban, a translator and philosophical commentator on the Bible, became famous for his accurate and faithful rendition of the work from the Arabic into Hebrew, under the title Moreh Nebuchim. Maimonides' theological innovation was in the codification of Jewish law. He created a new literary form for the codification of Jewish law, of which his own work, the Mishneh Torah, was the peak. The creation of a new Arabo-Hebrew legal style is one of the highlights of Maimonides' work. Enlightened though he was, Maimonides reclaimed a traditionalist Talmudist theology for which science was in the service of religious piety. He was politically opposed to the materialist and dialectical theologies of the Abbasids, though he was intellectually formed by them. Although attempting to synthesis rationalist philosophy and religion, Maimonides' two monumental works, the Guide of the Perplexed and Mishneh Torah, apparently represent the disparate concerns of Maimonides the Orthodox rabbi and Maimonides the Universalist philosopher. The Crusades may have contributed to strengthening the Arabo-Jewish solidarity of the Middle Ages in the face of the encroachment of Christian Europe. At the time of the First Crusade, Jews living in Jerusalem shared the same terrible fate as the Muslims when the city fell to the Crusaders. One medieval Muslim chronicler reported that the Crusaders burned the Church of the Jews. Another gave more detail: they collected the Jews in the church and burned it down with them in it. They destroyed shrines and the tomb of Abraham, on him be peace, and they took the mihrab of David peacefully. Apparently medieval Muslim scholars did not view the Jews living under Islam with the same suspicion which they harbored on occasions towards Middle Eastern Christians, who might, rightly or wrongly, have been suspected of siding with their co-religionists, the Crusaders. 191. Theology, of course, differs from religion itself. It involves reflection on both the content and the institutions of religion. The central tenet of Maimonides' theology is the doctrine of the divine. His medievalist doctrine of theocentricity contrasts with what is called in modern times religious humanism or ethical monotheism, since any modern humanistic and moralistic worldview is of necessity anthropocentric. For Maimonides, who recognized only God as the true being and ascribed no value or significance to man except in his knowledge of God, morality had no intrinsic value, but only an instrumental significance. He regarded morality as a means required by man for the purpose of making him free for his great aim, which is the knowledge of God. For Maimonides' theology, the proof of God's existence is incomplete, unless it also establishes his absolute unity. In reflecting on this question, practically all Jewish philosophers and theologians of the Middle Ages came to the conclusion that the unity of God necessarily implies that he must be incorporeal. This conclusion required them to set forth figurative or metaphorical interpretations of the many biblical passages that ascribe bodily characteristics to God. Maimonides devoted such attention to the arguments for God's unity and incorporeality. He began his The Guide of the Perplexed with an elaborate and comprehensive effort to refute all literal interpretations of passages in the Bible that speak of God as having corporeal features. Within his medieval context, Maimonides, who had no experience of living in a European Christian country, was bound to be hostile to the Trinitarian concept of God which he associated with Christianity. Though Christian theologians interpreted the Trinity as a doctrine of one God in three persons, Maimonides perceived it as a denial of the divine unity. Most Jewish anti-Trinitarian polemics before and after Maimonides were directed against Christianity. Maimonides, as befitted a great rational philosopher, was tolerant by nature. But his theological orthodoxy reflected the Jewish thought of his time. Some of his formulations contain offensive statements and precepts directed specifically against Christianity. But his theological orthodoxy can only be understood within its historical setting. As the product of a rational philosophy and a tolerant culture, Maimonides significantly lowered the barrier separating Jew and non-Jew. He often referred to 19a. 193. The rabbinical dictum of Jews engaging in normal social relations with non-Jews in order to pursue the ways of peace. He also quoted biblical verses like His mercy is on all creatures, in order to incorporate all of humanity within the range of Jewish obligations towards others. Ironically, however, in spite of his being one of the most distinguished thinkers of the Arab and Islamic worlds, Maimonides has become the hero of religious Zionists and Jewish fundamentalists in modern Israel. In the post-1967 period, in particular, his theological orthodoxy has been widely used and abused by an array of Jewish fundamentalist groups and parties. Messianic Zionism and the reinvention of Maimonides. For Orthodox Jews the halacha is binding, and Jewish religious ordinances have absolute validity. Moreover, many Orthodox Jews and Israeli religious nationalists claim to find justification for their attitudes towards the Palestinians, often referred to as Arabs living in Israel, in Maimonides' theology. For many Israeli Jewish fundamentalists, Maimonides' orthodoxy and his medievalist interpretation of the halacha are the starting point of their politico-religious conceptions of the Arab-Israeli conflict. For Israeli Jewish messianics, the Jewish halachic system reflected in Maimonides' formulations elevated the status, rights, and life of Jew above non-Jew. Reinterpreting radically some of Maimonides' rational formulations, many mystical Jewish fundamentalists in Israel seek the establishment of a Jewish theocracy over the entire, biblically defined land of Israel, and the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem, as part of implementing divinely ordained messianic redemption. In post-1967 Israel, the general tendency to quote selectively and misleadingly from Maimonides' theology derives from a neo-Zionist messianic ideology which conceives a radical and sharp distinction between Jew and non-Jew, and assumes a basically antagonistic relation between them. For Israeli messianics, Jewish conflict with Gentiles, and even war against them, is for their own good, because this will hasten messianic redemption. The neo-Zionist messianics, furthermore, have deployed both the Bible and Maimonides to articulate religious arguments for justifying Israeli wars of expansion. Ashkenazi Chief Rabbi of Israel. 194. From 1973 to 1983, Shlomo Goren. Neo-Zionist messianics envisage a theocratic regime for Israel based on the halacha, and spurn universal, humanistic, and liberal values. In contrast to Maimonides' core sentiments, the ideo-theology that guides Gush Emunim, which is shared by many others in the Zionist religious nationalist camp, embraces the supremacist and essentialist notions of Jews as a divinely chosen people, and as the rightful owners of the Promised Land. The indigenous Palestinians, on the other hand, are aliens and no more than illegitimate tenants and squatters on the land, and are a threat to the process of messianic redemption. Their human and civil rights are no match for the divine legitimacy and the religiously ordained duty of conquering, possessing, and settling the Promised Land. For the Gush Emunim settlers in the West Bank, Israel must continue the ancient biblical battles over settlement of the land of Israel, to be won by a combination of religious faith and military might. The devotion of an increasingly powerful trend to the total possession of the biblical land of Israel and to messianic redemption has effectively turned the Palestinians into resident aliens on their own soil. The Gush Emunim settlement movement finds justification for the annexation of the occupied territories, or at least a prohibition on withdrawal, in Maimonides' commentary, where he wrote in Book of the Commandments. We are commanded to inherit the land that God gave to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and must not leave it in the hand of any other nation or desolate. We must not leave the land in their hands or any other people in any generation. While Maimonides' theology reflected a traditional diaspora cultural identity, Gush Emunim's neo-Zionist and revolutionary ideology emphasizes both the holiness and the territorial wholeness of Eretz Yisrael expressed in modern Israeli settler colonialism. In Gush Emunim's theology, Israeli Jewish national identity is not just a socio-cultural reality but a geopolitical and territorial ideal. Israeli Jewish national identity is born both out of a cultural self-understanding and out of the actual land that the Jews inhabit. The slogan of the movement reflects this: the land of Israel, for the people of Israel, according to the Torah of Israel. As Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook, Gush Emunim's most influential ideologue, put it, the land was chosen before the people. The Gush fundamentalist philosophy is based on several components: messianic fervor related to the belief in the sanctity of Greater Israel, the establishment of Jewish sovereignty over the whole land of Israel, and the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. Maimonides' universalist tradition and his rationalist Arabo-Greek philosophy synthesized with Jewish diaspora orthodoxy stand in sharp contrast to contemporary Messianic Zionism and Jewish fundamentalism. According to an international authority on Maimonides, the late Professor Yeshayahu Leibowitz, an Orthodox Jew and a foremost Jewish thinker of his day, Maimonides does not ascribe great significance to the Messianic idea, although he does not ignore it, since it is an integral part of Jewish tradition, religion, and faith. Jewish supremacy and the halacha concept of Ger Tashav. Since 1967, Israeli religious Zionists have debated whether Palestinians residing in the land of Israel could qualify for the halachic status of Ger Tashav. In line with this halacha concept, both Palestinian Muslims and Palestinian Christians are viewed by some Jewish religious nationalists, including many Gush Emunim rabbis, as temporary resident aliens, a population living, at best, on sufferance. While the relatively moderate members of the NRP have categorized the Palestinians as Gerei Tashav, the more radical Jewish fundamentalists pointed out that 196. Biblical discussion of Ger Tashav refers only to non-Jews who adopt Judaism. They also pointed out that Maimonides had made it clear in his law code that the Torah concept of Ger Tashav refers to a righteous Gentile * who becomes a Jew. That radical position is found in the book of Mordecai Nissen, a senior lecturer at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and a leading fundamentalist intellectual. The halachic legal status of Ger Tashav is, according to Nissen, as follows: a non-Jew who accepts the 7 Noahide laws, and joins the community of the Jewish people, who lives a rather free life, and enjoys a social standing above a man who is a slave to a Jew. The Gentile in Eretz Israel who accepts the 7 Noahide laws becomes a Ger Tashav and, according to Maimonides, enters the category of the righteous nations of the world star. This point is discussed in halachic literature and codified by Maimonides into Jewish law. The concept of the Ger Tashav refers to a person who has gone through the process of a partial conversion before a rabbinic court of 3. The Ben-Ho assumes a more inferior and limited status if his acceptance of Torah is due to a rational decision alone, but not a divinely fixed obligation. The Ger Tashav, then, is positioned between the Ben-Noah and the Jew. He ascends to a level of social and religious performance. He goes through a stage of partial conversion, but limits himself to accepting just the 7 commandments. The Tosafot commentary in the Talmud implies that this individual should go further and consider converting completely to Judaism. However, for the moment, the Ger Tashav assumes a middle position in the Torah order within a Jewish-led society. The position of non-repentant Gentile remains inferior. He refuses to assume a higher life standard as set out by the Torah and rejects Jewish primacy in Eretz Israel. Maimonides explicates that non-Jews are to endure a lowly status compounded by elements of servitude and special taxes. Nissen, who has elsewhere expressed rationalization and endorsement of Jewish terrorism against the Palestinians of the occupied territories, writes the following passages shedding further light on Jewish religious fundamentalism and the exclusionist premises underpinning his transfer v ethnic cleansing * imperative. At the very dawn of Jewish history, contact with the land of Israel established the principle that the presence of non-Jews in the country is morally and politically irrelevant to the national right of the Jews to settle and possess the land. The Bible states the Jewish right regardless of non-Jewish presence. Much later, the rabbinic sages expounded on the patriarchal promise and 197 articulated the following principle. Dwelling in the land is the Jewish priority and it is in no way restricted, let alone nullified, by a non-Jewish majority population in any given part of the land. This principle was later codified by Maimonides in his legal work, thus lending his outstanding halachic authority to this Abrahamic national imperative. Is a direct denunciation of Abraham, the first Jew, the father of the Jewish people, set the precedent and model for settling there in spite of the fact that the Canaanite was then in the land. The Jewish presence in the land has always had to contend with, and at least partially overcome, an indigenous non-Jewish element in the land. The land is the eternal possession of the Jewish people alone. In August 1984, Nissen, who supports the replacement of Israel's secular law by the halacha, repeated the same ideas in an article in Kivunim. Relying on a nationalist and racialist Maimonides, he argued that a non-Jew permitted to reside in the land of Israel must accept paying a tax and suffering the humiliation of servitude. In Toward a New Israel, Nissen bemoans the traditional Jewish dhimmi status under Islam. The hallmark of the dhimmi condition was the precarious and pitiful nature of existence under Muslim rule. Subjugated to an inferior status, the Jew paid a special poll tax, the jitsiksi. Yet in Kivunim, Nissen demands, supposedly in keeping with the religious text of Maimonides, that a non-Jew in Israel be held down and not to raise his head against Jews. For Nissen, non-Jews must not be appointed to any office or position of power over Jews. If they refuse to live a life of inferiority, then this signals their rebellion and the unavoidable necessity of Jewish warfare against their very presence in the land of Israel. For a supporter of Gush Emunim like Nissan, the struggle against the Palestinians is also part of a wider effort to reinterpret Jewish history and redeem Maimonides. The struggle over Maimonides between Jews and Arabs is really an instance of the confrontation going back more than a millennium, as the Jewish people try to perpetuate their unique religious and national identity within the extensive Muslim/Arab homeland. An awareness of this historic confrontation conveys the profundity of the rejection of modern Zionism by modern Arab nationalism. 198. Other Gush Emunim supporters and rabbis deny that a Palestinian nation ever existed and strongly oppose the idea of Palestinian autonomy of any sort in the occupied territories. The debate on the Torah genocidal theme. In modern times, a whole range of settler colonial enterprises have used the Bible. The biblical narrative has been deployed as the idea that provides moral authority for modern colonial conquests. The content of the biblical text is highly problematic. In the narrative of the Book of Exodus, there is an inextricable link between the extrication of the Israelites from slavery in Egypt and the divine mandate to plunder ancient Palestine and even commit genocide. The invading Israelites are commanded to annihilate the indigenous inhabitants of Canaan. In the Book of Deuteronomy there is an explicit requirement to ethnically cleanse the land of the indigenous population of Canaan. The deployment of the biblical text and the evocation of the exploits of biblical heroes in support of settler colonialism is deeply rooted in Zionism, although secular Zionists deny that the books of Exodus and Deuteronomy have any contemporary relevance to the fate of the Palestinian Arabs. But with the rise of religious Zionism since 1967, the narratives of Exodus have found an explicit relevance in contemporary Israel. Many Jewish fundamentalists, including Gush Emunim rabbis and political leaders, have routinely compared Palestinian Muslims and Christians to the ancient Canaanites or Amalekites, whose extermination or expulsion by the ancient Israelites was, according to the Bible, predestined by a divine design. Although many rabbis refer to Palestinian Muslims as Ishmaelites and to the circumstances under which biblical Abraham expelled Ishmael, others prefer to use Joshua's destruction and subjugation of the Canaanites as a model for the application of Israeli policy towards the contemporary Palestinian problem. For example, in April 1969, in a statement in Mahanaim, the Journal of the Israeli Army Rabbinate, a certain Trigagafna cites biblical 199 authority for driving the Canaanite peoples from the land of Israel and explains the relevance of the judgment of Amalek to the Palestinian Arabs. As to the Arabs, the element that now resides in the land is foreign in its essence to the land and its promise. Their sentence must be that of all previous foreign elements. Our wars with them have been inevitable, just as in the days of the conquest of our possessions in antiquity, our wars with the people who ruled our land for their own benefit were inevitable. In the case of the enemies, who, in the nature of their being, have only one single goal, to destroy you, there is no remedy but for them to be destroyed. This is the judgment of Amalek. Reflecting on the appropriate attitude towards the Palestinian Arabs, Rabbi Yisrael Hess cites Maimonides and quotes the biblical commandment according to which he believes Israel, in the tradition of Joshua from biblical times, should act, go and strike down Amalek, put him under the ban with all that he possesses. Do not spare him, but kill man and woman, baby and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Hess adds, against this holy war God declares a counter-jihad, in order to emphasize that this is the background for the annihilation and that it is over this that the war is being waged and that it is not a conflict between two peoples. God is not content that we annihilate Amalek, blot out the memory of Amalek. He enlists himself personally in this war, because, as has been said, he has a personal interest in this matter. This is the principal aim. Other Jewish fundamentalist leaders have argued that Palestinian Muslims and Christians face the choice between emigration or conversion to Judaism. Rabbi Yisrael Ariel, using and abusing Maimonides, justified the campaign of the Jewish underground terrorist organizations, implying that the killing of an Arab was not murder. Traditional rabbinical attitudes towards Christianity. The reasons for the historical tension between Christianity and Judaism are not to be sought merely in differences in religious beliefs and dogmas, which exist also in relation to all other religions. Nor can they be located in the long history of antisemitism and persecution of Jews in Christian countries, since antisemitism was the result rather than the first cause of the tension between Christianity and Judaism. The situation is more complicated. Jewish scholars often dwell on the negative attitudes to Judaism on the part of Christians. The tension, they argue, is due essentially to the Church's ambivalent position vis-a-vis Judaism. Christianity had a Jewish beginning and, in virtue of the attachment to the Bible, natural ongoing links with Jewish thought. But Christianity has become a distinct religion with its own concepts of salvation, forms of piety, emotional and intellectual attitudes, and historical consciousness. The ambivalence created by the sense of both relatedness and difference is far from being resolved either in the Christian world or within Jewry and the State of Israel. By conceiving of itself as the fulfillment of the promises in the Bible, the Church placed itself squarely on a Jewish foundation. It was the consummation of the biblical promise. Jesus was the promised Son of David, the Lord's anointed, and hence the Church was the true Israel of God. Rabbinical attitudes towards Christianity have been determined by historical, social, and religious factors. Christianity, after it had ceased to be a Jewish heretical sect, became a dominant religion, and assumed its medieval Catholic form. This included the cultic use of images, which were considered by Jewish philosophers and theologians in turn to be idolatries. The fact that for many centuries medieval Jewish philosophy was influenced mainly by Muslim thought only exacerbated this conception. Medieval Jewish theologians argued that Islam shared with Judaism a conception of God that could be described as more monotheistic than that of Christianity. Rabbinical authorities debated whether the laws and injunctions concerning commerce and contacts with idolaters also applied to Christians. To rabbinical authorities of medieval times the Christian world appeared as the incarnation of Rome, symbolized by Edom and Esau, and as the evil power bent on destroying Jacob. Occasionally Jewish thinkers would suggest that Christianity, recognizing the divine character of the Bible and being less polytheistic than classical and primitive paganism, might be a providential instrument used by God to bring the Gentiles gradually nearer to true religion. Yet, in spite of the traditional attitudes of mistrust, there was always a certain amount of mutual interest. Jewish thinkers, Maimonides in 201 particular, have influenced Christian theologians and biblical exegetes. Rabbinical theological evaluation of Christianity also had repercussions in the sphere of halacha, and the exigencies of the latter in turn influenced theoretical attitudes. Rabbinical authorities saw valid distinctions between Judaism and Christianity, and criticized concepts such as the Trinity, the atoning sacrifice of the Messiah, the Son of God, on the cross, while Christians did not accept rabbinical interpretation as the authentic divine law. The halachic concept of avodah zarah. Rabbinical hostility to Christianity is found in both Orthodox Judaism and contemporary religious Zionism. The theological arguments stem from the focus of Orthodox Judaism on the service of God and obedience to His commandments. Avodah zarah, or idolatrous worship, is the grossest rejection of Orthodox Judaism. In practice, the Jewish laws dealing with avodah zarah covered all relations between Jews and Gentiles. Orthodox Judaism was founded on a total rejection of avodah zarah. The term avodah zarah is found frequently in the biblical text and Talmudic literature. For example, "You shall have no other gods but me, you shall not make for yourself a sculptured image, or any likeness of what is in the heavens above, or on the earth below. As for that image, its head was of fine gold, its breasts and arms were silver, its belly and its thighs of brass, its legs of iron, its feet part of iron and part of clay. A drunkard who prays is as though he worships idols." When Jewish elders in Rome were asked, if God has no pleasure in an idol, why does he not make an end of it? They answered, if men worshipped a thing of which men had no need, he would make an end of it, but lo, they worshipped the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets. Shall God destroy his world because of fools? Of any sin spoken of in the Torah, if a man is told, commit it and you will not die, let him commit it, save only idolatry, incest, and bloodshed, and who denies idolatry is as one that avows the entire Torah. One traditional definition of the term avodah zarah is that everyone who has 202 not accepted the 7 Noahide commandments is considered to be an idolater. However, in many contexts the term Gentile is synonymous with idol worshipper. Point 3 These are some of the historical origins of Orthodox Judaism's traditionally stern position towards those it perceived as followers of avodah zarah. They must be destroyed lest they seduce Jews to follow their steps. Maimonides wrote, an affirmative precept enjoined for the destruction of any idol, articles, and subsidiary to its worship, and everything made for its benefit. In the land of Israel, it is a duty actively to chase out idolatry until we have exterminated it from the whole of our country. Outside of the Holy Land, however, we are not so commanded, but only that whenever we acquire any territory by conquest, we should destroy all the idols found there. Maimonides summed up the Jewish law on the treatment of idolaters as follows. It is forbidden to show them mercy, as it was said, nor show mercy unto them. Hence, if one see a heathen who worships idols perishing or drowning, one is not to save him. Hence you learn that it is forbidden to heal idolaters even for a fee. But if one is afraid of them or apprehends that refusal might cause ill will, medical treatment may be given for a fee but not gratuitously. The foregoing rules apply to the time when the people of Israel lie reviled among the nations, or when the Gentiles' power is predominant. But when Israel is predominant over the nations of the world, we are forbidden to permit a Gentile who is an idolater to dwell among us. He must not enter our land, even as a temporary resident, or even as a traveler, journeying with merchandise from place to place, until he has undertaken to keep the 7 precepts which the Noahides were commanded to observe. Yet there is a fundamental difference between the medieval and the modern mind. Maimonides was a man of his time and tradition, and his theological position on avodah zarah was first and foremost a product of the medieval mind. His theological position towards both Islam and Christianity reflected his medievalist approach. He generally regarded Ishmaelites or Muslims as monotheistic Gentiles in spirit and practice and exempted them from the category of idolaters. But not so with the Christians. Christians are idol worshippers. In a letter to Avadia the convert, Maimonides set forth the religious status of Muslims from the viewpoint of the Torah. These Ishmaelites are not idol worshippers at all, and it has been removed from their tongues and hearts, and they worship the exalted God as a unity, as is proper, a unity without defect. Regarding the unity of God they are not in error at all. On the other hand, Christianity, according to Maimonides, was not a pure monotheistic faith, for, in it, while God is one in name, he is 3 in thought and conception, thus conflicting directly with Halachic principles. Maimonides' anti-Christian prejudices reflected deeply rooted Jewish attitudes of medieval times. In his interpretation of the Mishnah he wrote, "You should know that the Christian nation, all of them are idolaters." In another responsum Maimonides throws light on his ambivalent view of both Christianity and Islam, and the differences between them from the viewpoint of the Halacha. It is permissible to teach mitzvot to Christians and to attract them to our religion, but it is forbidden to do this with Ishmaelites based on what their faith teaches them, that this Torah is not of heavenly origin. We see, then, that Maimonides' views of both Christianity and Islam were complex. For example, while the Muslims rejected the sanctity of the first 5 books, considering them a forgery and therefore invalid as to their ideas and ways, Christians believe that the Torah text and its validity had never changed. Contemporary Israeli Jewish fundamentalists display none of the nuances of Maimonides in regard to the 2 religions. While virtually all Israeli Jewish fundamentalists reject the notion of the Judeo-Christian tradition, which in the estimation of many Israeli secular and Western commentators constitutes the basis of Western civilization, they differ over what distinctions are worth making between Gentiles and Christians. In 1992 at a symposium organized by the Ministry of Religion on the subject Is Autonomy in the Holy Land Feasible for Ger Tashavs, Rabbi Shlomo Minharer had this to say: all Christians without exception hate the Jews. 203. 204. And look forward to their deaths. But the marked hostility among Israeli Jewish fundamentalists towards Christianity and its followers in the Holy Land has little to do with the persecution of Jews in Europe or the Holocaust. Although anti-Semitism and the persecution of Jews in Christian Europe did contribute to anti-Christian attitudes, they are not the sole explanation. Sephardi Jewish rabbis, and to a lesser extent their followers who came from Muslim countries and had no experience of persecution by Christians, have expressed more open hostility towards Christianity and its symbols and sites in the Holy Land than have fundamentalist Ashkenazi rabbis and their Ashkenazi followers, who actually had experienced discrimination in Christian countries. Some fundamentalist rabbis, using a synthesis of Messianic Cookist theology and a nationalist and racialist theology of Maimonides, make a clear distinction between Palestinian Christians and Palestinian Muslims. Several Cush Immunim rabbis, for instance, have made the distinction in discussions on Jewish relations with non-Jews living in the land of Israel, claiming that the Palestinians are unquestionably monotheistic, while the Christians' belief in the Trinity suggests they should be regarded as idol worshippers. The same rabbis attack Christianity as a form of paganism and of idol worshipping, which should be discouraged in the land of Israel. For Rabbi Kook decreed that Palestinian Christians were idol-worshipping and therefore should not be allowed to remain in the country. As for Palestinian Muslims, although they were not idol-worshipping, they should only be allowed to live in the country if they accepted Jewish supremacy and sovereignty over the land unconditionally. A similar view was expressed by Rabbi Moshe Levinger of the Jewish settlement in Hebron, who has always referred to Palestinian Muslims as Ishmaelites who do not worship idols. Maimonides determined that Islam is not pagan, like Christianity. If there had been a crucifix here, it would have been a different matter. Other disciples of Kook, however, are no so generous. For them, both Muslims and Christians should be driven out. 305. Burning the New Testament. Jewish fundamentalist anti-Christian theology is increasingly encouraged by the center of religious thinking in Israel. For instance, Ovadia Yosef, ex-Sephardi chief rabbi of Israel and spiritual mentor of Shas, ruled that the New Testament should be publicly burned because Christianity is a form of idolatry. 4 On March 23, 1980, following Rabbi Yosef's ruling, hundreds of copies of the New Testament were publicly and ceremonially burned in Jerusalem under the auspices of Yad Likhim, a Jewish religious organization subsidized by the Israeli Ministry of Religions. Another impact of the same ruling was revealed in the Hebrew Daily Ma'ariv in June 1985 when copies of the Old Testament found in the library of the Army base's chief education officer were burned by the military rabbi of the base. 3 weeks later, Ma'ariv reported that the Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee had referred to the incident and one of its members had justified the burning of the New Testament. However, some Jewish fundamentalists, for instance Moshe ben Yosef Hager, were against the burning of the Old Testament, but only because, indirectly, Christian beliefs affirm the Jewish people's connection to the land of Israel. The doctrinal dispute between Gush Immunim and the Haredi rabbis. The widespread use and abuse of Maimonides' theology in contemporary Israel is also evident in the fact that the deployment of his theological publications cuts across religious Zionist and non-Zionist parties and rabbis, Sephardi and Ashkenazi rabbis, and modernist nationalist and ultra-Orthodox Haredi communities. Maimonides' enormous influence on Haredi rabbis is hardly surprising, but their interpretation of his theology is distinctly different from that of the nationalist religious messianics. In some respects, the Haredi communities in Israel are the most authentic expression of the Jewish religion in its classical form. The clash between Haredi orthodoxy and modern, largely secular, Zionism has been central to the evolution of Orthodox Judaism in Israel. The ultra-Orthodox also remain sworn enemies of the rabbis Kook, and continue to proclaim their opposition to Zionism. The roots of Haredi opposition to both secular and religious Zionism are found in the Talmudic literature, in which Jews were obliged to take 3 oaths, of which 2 are critical in this context: that diaspora Jews should not rebel against non-Jews, and that they should not emigrate to Palestine in large numbers before the right time, that is, before the coming of the Messiah, and God brings an end to the exile. Over the past 15 centuries, the vast majority of the most important Jewish rabbis have interpreted the 3 oaths as making the ongoing exile of Jews a religious obligation. Until the 19th century, influential European rabbis continued to warn against the massive immigration of Jews into Palestine, even with the consent of all the nations of the world, before the coming of the Messiah. Modern Zionism rejected this fundamental tenet of Orthodox Judaism. Political Zionism emerged at the end of the 19th century in a fierce struggle with Orthodox Judaism, which was supported by most influential rabbis of the period. The reinvention of Maimonides as a nationalist religious Zionist had to wait until after the establishment of the State of Israel. And it was only after 1967 that Maimonides became the patron saint of the Zionist religious camp. In contrast, in spite of the enormous prestige Maimonides enjoys among Orthodox and Haredi Jews as the first codifier of the Halacha and as the leading theologian of Judaism, he remains suspect among the Haredim, mainly because his philosophy attempted to synthesize the Jewish faith and Greek-Arabic Aristotelian rational philosophy. Traditionally, the greatest criticism had been leveled at the Guide of the Perplexed. Conservative and super-purist sages labeled it a heretical work. In 1230, a group of purists succeeded in persuading the Roman Catholic Church to burn the Guide. Some sages banned the work to all but mature Talmudists. Nowadays, most Haredi rabbis in Israel still keep the Guide. 206. OFTHE perplexed and other philosophical writings of Maimonides away from most of their people. The nationalist religious rabbis of the NRP and Gush Emunim, into tal disregard of the Haredi and Orthodox rabbis' theology, assert that the Messianic era, with its preeminence of the Torah in the world, has already begun. They maintain also that the 3 oaths do not apply in Messianic times, and that, although the Messiah has not appeared, a cosmic process called the beginning of redemption has begun. During the beginning of these messianic times, some of the previous religious laws should be disregarded and others should be changed. Thus the doctrinal dispute between the NRP and the Haredi rabbis has centered on the issue of whether Jews are living in normal times or in the period of the beginning of messianic redemption. Other party political and personal rivalries have further fueled the intense mutual hatred between the diverse fundamentalist groups of religious Jews, especially in the personal quarrels between their rabbis. While the nationalist religious messianic camp has been expanding in Israel since the early 1970s, the political and electoral successes of the Haredi sects and parties in Israel came to public attention only from the 1988 general elections onwards. Until then, members lived in generally self-sustained and residentially segregated areas of the cities. Haredi Judaism, despite its opposition to Zionism, has changed its stance since the late 1980s. It has demanded a leadership role, advocating a form of Jewish fundamentalism and insisting that both the domestic and the foreign policy of Israel be derived from the Halacha. Becoming self-confident after their electoral gains in 1988, the Haredim strengthened their doctrinal opposition to secular and religious Zionism. In 1989, the 2 most influential Haredi rabbis in Israel, Rabbi Menahem Eliezer Shach and Rabbi Avadia Yosef, the spiritual leaders of Degel HaTorah and Shas parties respectively, held an anti-Zionist convention in Bnei Brak, a town near Tel Aviv. Rabbi Yosef is head of the 7-member Moatzet Hakmei HaTorah, and the Lithuanian Rabbi Shach was one of the leaders of Moatzet Gedolei HaTorah. For many years Rabbi Shach had conducted a fierce personal, ideological, and scholarly rivalry with the late Rabbi Menahem Mendel Schneerson, the Messianic missionary rabbi who 208 lived in New York and who was a controversial figure in Haredi circles. In their speeches, which were published in the Haredi newspaper Yeit Neiman, Rabbi Shach and Rabbi Yosef addressed from a halachic perspective the issue of whether some areas of the land of Israel should be given to non-Jews, that is, to Palestinians. They rejected the beginning of redemption doctrine, affirming that the messianic time of redemption had not yet arrived, and that Jews still live in normal times. They also rejected the NRPVO that, in accordance with the belief in the beginning of redemption no land should be given to non-Jews, and that saving Jewish lives should be more important than holding on to parts of the land of Israel. The two Haredi rabbis were lauded by Israeli liberals and peace activists for approving the concept of partial withdrawal from the occupied territories in order to avert war and save Jewish lives, but little attention was paid to other, no less significant, pronouncements made by the rabbis at the convention. For instance, Rabbi Yosef acknowledged that in Messianic times Jews would be more powerful than non-Jews and would then be obliged by the halacha to conquer the land of Israel, and expel all non-Jews, and to destroy the idolatrous Christian churches. Yosef stated, "The Jews are not in fact more powerful than the non-Jews and are unable to expel the non-Jews from the land of Israel because the Jews fear the non-Jews. God's commandment is then not valid. Even non-Jews who are idolaters live among us with no possibility of their being expelled or even moved. The Israeli government is obligated by international law to guard the Christian churches in the land of Israel, even though those churches are definitely places of idolatry and cult practice. This is so in spite of the fact that we are commanded by our law to destroy all idolatry and its servants until we uproot it from all parts of our land and any areas that we are able to conquer. Surely, this fact continues to weaken the religious meaning of the Israeli army's conquests." Rabbi Yosef, whose political pragmatism is often admired in Israel, has never concealed his anti-Christian theology, that Jews, when sufficiently powerful, have a halachic duty to expel the Christians from the Holy Land and destroy all their churches, but only if doing so would not endanger Jewish life. This openly anti-Christian sentiment is also demonstrated by the fact that the term Red Cross *, supposedly associated with Christianity, is prohibited from usage in the Haredi press. Although Haredi rabbis continued to express doctrinal opposition to religious Zionism, and especially the doctrine of the beginning of redemption, they also continued to advocate a form of Jewish fundamentalism, with its visible hostility towards Christianity in the Holy Land. Fundamentalist rabbis have sought to establish a Jewish theocracy in the whole land of Israel with the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. They have also justified the expulsion of Palestinian Muslims and Christians by invoking Maimonides, who said that after the Messiah comes, only Jews will be permitted to live in Jerusalem. Rabbi Meir Kahane movement actually submitted to the Knesset a draft bill that would make the halacha ban on the residence of a Ger Tashav in Jerusalem the law of the State of Israel, but it was disqualified by the Knesset Presidium on December 3, 1984. Conclusion. While Maimonides regarded both Islam and medieval Arab culture as coming from the flesh and bone of Judaism, and his philosophy and theology drew freely and copiously from Muslim patterns, Israeli Jewish fundamentalists nevertheless use his writings selectively to justify their attacks on Arabo-Islamic culture and the Palestinians. Maimonides found in Muslim theology a model of a renaissance for Arab Judaism that Islam encouraged and cultivated. Much of his code of Jewish law and all of his major works were written in Arabic. His philosophical magnum opus, the Guide of the Perplexed, and many of his other great works could only have been written in Arabic, since they used Arabic concepts for which no words then existed in Hebrew. Ironically, then, the tendentious use of Maimonides' theology by Jewish fundamentalists is designed largely to encourage the adoption of anti-Arab and anti-Muslim sentiments and policies. 209. 210. The reinvention of one of the great symbols of Arabo-Muslim Jewish understanding as a religious bigot is an extraordinary phenomenon that is a product of post-1967 Israel. Moreover, the fact that the reinvented Maimonides has become, in a peculiar way, The hero of Messianic Zionism and anti-Arab fundamentalism is indicative of the growing influence of fundamentalist currents on Israeli society. While Maimonides embraced a universalist Aristotelian conception of the nature of the human soul, played down the special character of the Jewish people, and affirmed that the difference between Jew and non-Jew was theological rather than essentialist, racial or ethnic, he defined a Jew in terms of commitment to faith, as opposed to national, religious, or ethnic racial affiliation. The theology that guides Gush Emunim and other messianic groups in Israel peddles the supremacist and essentialist notion of Jews as a divinely chosen race, chosen people or Am Segula in Hebrew, and as the rightful and exclusive owners of the Promised Land, a land, indeed, which ought to be ethnically and religiously cleansed. The indigenous Palestinians, for their part, are aliens in this land. They are no more than illegitimate tenants and squatters, and a threat to the process of messianic redemption. Their human and civil rights are no match for the divine legitimacy and the religiously ordained duty of conquering, possessing, and settling the promised land. The extraordinary reinvention of Maimonides' rationalist legacy as a form of deeply racist religious nationalism has been condemned by prominent scholars in Israel. Professor Yasha Ayahu Lebovich, a distinguished religious Orthodox scholar and former editor-in-chief of the Encyclopedia Hebraica, who opposed the occupation immediately following the war in June 1967, once described the militant messianic trend in Israel as Judeo-Nazism. Israeli Jewish fundamentalists have exploited Maimonides' halachic orthodoxy for a variety of reasons, while deliberately ignoring the fact that his approach was the product of a distinct historical setting and medieval context. Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook and his disciples also tended to focus on his medievalist approach to Christianity, which he described as *Avodah Zarah, mainly in order to attack Palestinian Christians, who according to Kook should 211. Notbe allow ed to live in the country, burn copies of THENEW Testament and debate whether idolatrous Christian churches shouldbe completely banned in the Holy Land. One recent example of such anti-ICHR sentiments is found in a statement by Rabbi Yair Dreyfus, a Narticu Lati settlement leader, who declared, True Jews, desirous to live as Jews, will have no choice to separate themselves in ghettos. The new, sinful Canaanite Palestinian state will soon be established upon the ruins of the genuine Jewish Zionist state. God may even make war against this polluted throne of his. Jews who lead us into that sin no longer deserve any divine protection. Our leadership will walk a Via Dolorosa before it understands that we are commanded to resist the state of Israel, not just its present government. The reinvention of Maimonides is symptomatic of the kind of intolerant new religious politics emerging in present-day Israel. The struggle over Maimonides is also about reclaiming the cultural heritage of Arabo-Judaism and the future of interfaith relations in Israel and Palestine. Fundamentalists' distortion of Maimonides' legacy is also aimed at undermining the notion that Judaism under Islam was an autonomous, self-confident culture based on a prosperous society, with intimate connections with its Arabo-Islamic environment. Moreover, while Maimonides, the most illustrious example of the golden age of Arabo-Islamic Judaic symbiosis, contributed to religious tolerance and interfaith coexistence, and significantly lowered the barriers between Jew and non-Jew, the current distortion of his legacy of rationalism and Arabo-Judaism is the outcome of a deeply ingrained anti-Arab racism in Israel, and the denigration of the culture of Arab Mizrahi Judaism, a denigration which permeates the process of the general brutalization of society. There is also good reason to suggest that the further Jewish fundamentalism spreads, and the greater the role of the halacha in the political life of Israel, the more vigorously these fundamentalists will demand that the Palestinians, Muslims, and Christians be dealt with according to halachic regulations, including the imposition on them of the status of resident alien. Partii. Invented traditions and new challenges. Digitized by Google. Original from University of Virginia. 6. Palestinian religious nationalism. Decolonization and the biblical paradigm. Hamas, Zionism, and resisting the occupation. Modern political Islam emerged in the Middle East in the first half of the 20th century largely as an anti-colonialist revivalist movement. It was part of what François Bergat terms the rocket of decolonization. In the wake of secular nationalist and pan-Arabist attempts at obtaining political and economic independence, political Islam of the post-1967 period was a popular revivalist movement seeking to gain cultural autonomy from the colonial West. The traumatic defeat and abject failure of the secular Arab regimes in the 1967 war was a turning point for political Islam. The post-1967 period provided Islamic movements in the region with an excellent opportunity to spread the notion that political Islam was the only true path to victory in the struggle against Israeli occupation and Western hegemony. Furthermore, the failure of secular nationalist options, together with the inspiration provided by the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979 and the highly effective operations of the Islamic resistance fighters of Hezbollah against the Israeli occupation of South Lebanon, significantly enhanced the popularity of Islamic groups within the occupied territories, especially in the Palestinian refugee camps of Gaza. In the process of Islamic assertion with the objective of gaining cultural 2L6 autonomy from the West, as well as the creation of an Islamic state in the longer term, a significant part of the moderate Islamists' political strategy was to work within the framework of civil society as they sought to Islamize society from below. A major challenge to Zionism and 4 decades of Israeli occupation came from Palestinian popular resistance and from the rise of political Islam in Palestine. Historically, political Islam in Palestine has always had a strong Palestinian nationalist dimension. The anti-colonial nationalist dimension was always central to the Palestinian Islamic resistance movement, better known as Hamas, which was founded in early 1988, at the beginning of the First Intifada, the Palestinian uprising against Israeli occupation which lasted from late 1987 to 1993. In effect, Hamas developed in response to the widespread popular Palestinian uprising, which, for the first time since 1967, brought the center of Palestinian resistance to the occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip. Contemporary political Islam in Palestine was also the product of socio-economic or political marginalization. In Palestine, radical Islamist groups such as Hamas and Islamic Jihad have been founded as opposition groups, based on socially and economically deprived and marginalized groups in Palestinian society, fighting against the mainstream, predominantly secular, PLO. Since 1988, Hamas has advocated an Islamic state in Palestine, thus combining its religious outlook with Palestinian nationalist aspirations. At the top of its agenda are resisting the occupation and liberating Palestine through armed struggle, establishing an Islamic state on its soil and reforming Palestinian society on the basis of Islamic law, Sharia. For Hamas, the Islamic State in Palestine would not be imposed on the Palestinians via a revolutionary process, rather it would be the result of a gradual, continuous, incremental process, achieved primarily by education, electoral reforms, and social action from the bottom up. Hamas's social activities have included the establishment of medical clinics, kindergartens, sports clubs, hospitals, schools, and colleges, and many authors have acknowledged the importance of these institutions for Palestinians living under Israeli occupation and their contribution to the rise in popular support for Hamas. Palestinian religious nationalism. In the Palestinian Hamas, Israeli scholars Nur Masalha and Avraham Sela have this to say about Hamas's social roots in Palestinian society. A close scrutiny of Hamas's roots and record since its establishment at the outbreak of the Palestinian uprising, reveals that it is essentially a social movement. As such, Hamas has directed its energies and resources primarily toward providing services to the community, especially responding to its immediate hardships and concerns. As a religious movement involved in a wide range of social activities, Hamas is deeply rooted in the Palestinian society in the West Bank and Gaza Strip and thus aware of the society's anxieties, sharing its concerns, expressing its aspirations, and tending to its needs and difficulties. The Palestinians have been one of the most secular of all Arab populations, with little history of sectarian politics or religious fundamentalism. However, in January 2006, 18 years after its establishment, Hamas won a stunning victory in the Palestinian parliamentary elections, sweeping away Fatah's monopoly of power in the occupied territories and its control of the Palestinian Authority in free and fair democratic elections. Owing to the system of representation, Hamas actually received only 44% of the popular vote but managed to become the majority party in the Legislative Council, having won 74 out of 132 seats in the election. The majority of Palestinians did not vote for Hamas, and did not give a mandate for imposing a fundamentalist-style theocracy on Palestine. Whatever the outcome, for most Palestinians these parliamentary elections were a historic step forward in democratic politics as voters turned out in unprecedented numbers, taking part for the first time in fiercely competitive multi-party elections. Also significant was the fact that these historic elections marked the end of a 5-decade period during which the Palestinian national movement was dominated by secular, territorial nationalism, and the beginning of a new phase in Palestinian politics dominated by an Islamist political culture. It was extraordinary that, given the nature of Zionism, its mystical attachment to the Hebrew Bible and its radical transformation from a secular to a religious messianic ideology after 1967, the Palestinian secular nationalist orientation had persisted for so long. 217. The Bible and Zionism 218. The historical and social roots of political Islam in Palestine. Hamas was not born in a vacuum at the outbreak of the First Intifada, of course. Its religio-political outlook has been inherited from its predecessor, the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood movement, founded in Egypt in 1928 by Hassan al-Banna. The historical roots of political Islam in Palestine go back to the Mandatory period. The Muslim Brotherhood movement first became involved in Palestine during the Great Palestinian Rebellion of 1936-39, during which Abd al-Rahman al-Banna, the founder's brother, went to Palestine to spread the Brotherhood's message. The Muslim Brotherhood founded its first group in Jerusalem in May 1946, gained the endorsement of the then most influential Palestinian leader, Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, and in the same year opened other offices in Palestinian cities, including Gaza, Jaffa, Haifa, Lydda, Ramleh. During the 1948 Palestine War, Hassan al-Banna mustered 3 brigades of Egyptian volunteers to fight in Palestine. 1 These were joined by volunteers from within Palestine, from Jordan, and from Syria, all fighting under the banner of the Brotherhood. By the mid-1950s the Muslim Brotherhood had become the strongest political force in the Gaza Strip, where it advocated armed struggle. In the West Bank, however, it was closely allied with the Jordanian authorities and advocated nonviolent resistance, which enabled it to be officially recognized by the Jordanian government. It participated in Jordanian government elections when other Palestinian nationalist movements boycotted them, as in 1962. It remained loyal to the Hashemite regime and King Hussein in particular. The Zionist demographic battle with the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine has always been a battle for more land and fewer people. After the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza in 1967, Israel instituted a policy of creeping annexation, a process by which Israeli administration, jurisdiction, and law gradually, incrementally and draconianly were imposed on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, over ever-expanding areas, yet without a comprehensive act of legal annexation. That process of colonization, also described as de facto annexation. Palestinian religious nationalism is generally seen in the transformation of the demographic and physical realities of these areas. After the 1967 war, the Muslim Brotherhood developed into one of the largest social movements in Palestinian society, a society still dominated by secular nationalism and led by the rising PLO. However, unlike the PLO, which developed active armed resistance to the occupation, the Brotherhood concentrated on developing its social infrastructure and organization, with the advantage of being able to operate openly and without fear of Israeli reprisals. The period between 1967 and 1976 was marked by the meticulous construction of the Muslim Brotherhood's institutional and social infrastructure under the leadership of Sheikh Ahmad Yassin, later to become the founder and spiritual leader of Hamas. Interestingly, Israeli and foreign commentators, in particular, tend to highlight Israel's support for the Muslim Brotherhood in the 1970s and early 1980s, support which apparently was designed to undermine both Palestinian secular nationalism and the widespread support for the PLO in the occupied territories. Palestinian authors, on the other hand, who acknowledge that the Brotherhood avoided direct resistance to Israeli occupation during this period, make no mention of any Israeli support. For the Brotherhood. 2 In 1973 the Israelis, seeing the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood in Gaza, Sheikh Yassin, as the ideal counter to the more popular PLO, allowed him to set up a non-militant Islamic organization, which he named the Al-Mujama al-Islami. Apparently this voluntary association, which was formally legalized in 1978, had some financial support from the Israeli government via its military governor in Gaza. The Brotherhood subsequently grew in the teeming refugee camps of the Strip, the same camps which possess the world's highest population density and which later provided fertile soil for communal activism informed by radicalized religiosity. Some studies have shown that the socio-economic background of the members of Hamas, mostly from villages or refugee camps living on the peripheries of cities, students of the natural sciences, products of modernity, yet alienated from enlightenment, fueled in them resentment and the will to organize resistance. Consistent.